Hey, what's up? It's cute what if? This side. Today we will be seeing what if Deku escaped the Hero Commission. Before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Ayame, a small girl with messy blue hair, tried to wake her mother, whining as she shook the sleeping woman. Ayame was too young to understand what drags were, and her mother treated her no differently. This was how things often were. Her mother normally drove her to school, but sometimes she was late or did not go because she could not get out of bed. Her mother mumbled that Ayame should skip school and that she would tell them the child was sick again. Ayame protested that she was already behind and it was hard to keep up, but when there was no response she gave up, quietly slipping back to her room. She changed out of her uniform into pajamas and went to the living room to watch television, lying on the couch without a blanket. When her stomach growled, Ayame felt guilty about waking her mother. She did not want to disturb the woman, who seemed to be having a bad episode, but she was hungry and could not reach the counter. She climbed onto the bed and shook her mother again, telling her she was hungry. There was still no answer, so Ayame fetched a chair, opened the fridge, and pulled out an apple with her small hand. She closed the door, returned to the couch, and ate it quietly. Ayame felt more pity than anger toward her mother for struggling with basic tasks. Hours later, her mother was finally awake and sat on the patio smoking a cigarette. She watched Ayame play in the living room through the open door. Suddenly, loud banging sounded at the door and muffled shouting came from outside. Her mother put out the cigarette and went to the door. A man in a suit without his jacket stood at the threshold alongside uniformed officers. The suited man showed his badge and identified himself as Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, explaining that he had reason to believe an adult in the home was abusing drags with a child present. Ayame's mother sighed, acknowledging that this day had come, and told the officers to wait as she took a moment. She crouched to Ayame and gently explained that she had made bad choices and would be taken away, and that Ayame would be placed somewhere where she would be cared for. She said she did not know how long she would be gone or if they would see each other again, but she told Ayame that she loved her. Ayame, too young to fully understand, asked where her mother was going and whether it was because her mother had done something wrong. Her mother nodded through tears and said it was a place for people who had done bad things, and she reassured Ayame that she was not truly bad. The officers moved in. Detective Tsukachi carried Ayame out of the apartment despite her loud protests and desperate pleading for her mother to stay. Her mother was handcuffed while holding back her own tears. Ayame continued to call for her mother as she was carried away, her cries eventually softening into quiet sobs as she pressed against the detective's shoulder. Detective Tsukachi felt the weight of the moment. Removing a child from a parent was never easy, especially when love was evident between them. He buckled Ayame into his car and drove her to the orphanage that would temporarily care for her. Inside, he spoke briefly with the receptionist and helped settle Ayame before leaving. She was withdrawn and quiet, no longer crying or resisting. The receptionist led her to a shared room that would be home for the time being. Not even a full year later, the orphanage contacted the HPSC after noticing something unusual about 5-year-old Ayame. Her quirk had recently manifested. On the first day it appeared, Ayame panicked when clouds formed from her hands and began to cry, which caused water to fall from those clouds and created a small storm in her room. The rain reflected her emotions, and the staff soon realized who had caused the wet floor and leaking hallway. A few days after the incident, 2 HPSC agents arrived at the orphanage. Staff had already completed some paperwork to transfer custody. A staff member opened the door to Ayame's shared room and told her it was time to go because she had been placed for adoption. Ayame nodded, climbed down from her bed, and took the suitcase the staff had packed. One agent took her hand and led her out while the other followed behind. Ayame kept quiet, squinting at the bright daylight as she left a place she had spent what felt like forever. As they walked away, Ayame wondered where her mother was and whether she had been released from the place where people who had done bad things were sent. She looked around but could not find any sign of her mother. She did see something on the roof of a distant tall building, a figure dressed mostly in black. She squinted and noticed something yellow as well, but it was hard to make out. The man had black hair that did not quite reach his shoulders and swayed in the wind at that height. A dark band wrapped around his neck also swayed. Before she could observe him further, she turned away briefly to get into the back seat of a sleek black car, and when she glanced back he was gone. She frowned as the car began to move and life passed by her window. She watched in silence, wondering where she was being taken. As they passed, she saw heroes on routine patrol but knew none of their names. She had never learned them. One stood out because of short, spiky blonde hair, though she only saw it for a moment. Soon her new life of terror began at the Hero Public Safety Commission's main building, where she and another hero in training were stationed. She would naturally become best friends with him. Ayame was 11 and pouted as her brother-like best friend Kigo slipped on his hero jacket. Kigo, who had turned 18 a few days earlier, was preparing to begin missions and live outside the agency. Kigo sighed and told Ayame that he could not take her with him, promising he would come for her when she turned 18, and he ruffled her hair affectionately. Ayame nodded and hugged his waist. He hugged her back, plucked one of his feathers, and placed it in her hand so they would never be completely apart. Kigo mumbled that he would miss her, then turned and flew out the window. Ayame held the feather close, trying to keep her emotions at bay. She tried not to imagine how quiet the agency would be without him. She could have cried. It felt as if the sky itself would open, and Kigo needed to fly. Holding it in was difficult, and a dark, thundering cloud gathered, ready to pour. She could not hold it back and collapsed to her knees as the barrier broke. She sobbed, clutching the feather and wishing he could return. He was all she had, and he had to leave. The realization shifted into anger not at Kigo, but at the authorities, the agents, and at herself for not being stronger. Rain began to pour outside. She rose and went to her room, angrily packing her clothes, taking the leather jacket her mother always told her to keep close and the goggles her mother insisted she keep. They were the only two items the HPSC had let her keep. She put on the jacket, settled the goggles around her neck, grabbed her bag, and returned to the still-open window to make sure she was alone. She was alone. It was a careless oversight by the agents. She climbed onto the windowsill, adjusted the goggles over her eyes, took a deep breath, and let herself fall, the wind rushing past her as she dropped from the high window. Just before she hit the ground, she shaped the air to land smoothly and ran off, surprised at how easily she had escaped. She quickened her pace when alarms began blaring from the main HPSC building. She slipped into an alley and noticed a ladder fixed to the opposite wall, leading upward to something abandoned. She climbed carefully and, after a few close calls, reached the top. A piece of scrap metal blocked the entrance to what might have been an attic. She moved it aside and climbed in. Dust choked the air and she coughed, waving a hand to clear a path as she searched for light. She found a flashlight, tapped it until it sparked to life, and swept the beam across the abandoned room. The beam revealed a ledge and a space that continued deeper into the structure. Seeing no stairs or ladder to descend, she stepped and dropped down, using a gust of wind to soften her landing. She noted that everything here appeared abandoned and useless. She muttered that she was no longer alone, then dropped her bag and climbed back onto the ledge to cover the entrance. This would be her home for the next 4 years. She planned to find her own food, train on her own schedule, and gradually make the place look a little better. She also worked on controlling her emotions to manage the weather. When she meditated, the marks from her quirk glowed faintly. They were shaped like clouds and had appeared soon after she gained her ability. She learned to use firearms as well, practicing her aim, getting quicker, and developing tricks useful in combat. Training with the Hero Commission had helped, and she had used guns there too. One afternoon she was shooting wooden boxes and moving through the alley with sharp, practiced turns, her hair swishing with each movement. Unbeknownst to her, for heroes who also served as UA staff were nearby on a walk and had followed the sound of gunfire. Snipe wondered aloud if it was a shootout, and Midnight suggested they check it out. They climbed the ladder one by one, with Snipe going first and sliding a metal scrap out of the way so they could enter quietly. When they peered over the edge, they saw a girl no older than 14 firing at wooden boxes, hood pulled down and light blue strands of hair escaping at the front. They noticed signs that she was living there, a corner with sheets and blankets and a few pillows. Before they could study more, a shot rang out and narrowly missed Snipe's foot. It had been fired deliberately as a warning. The four remained still, assessing the situation. Ayame narrowed her eyes and kept the gun aimed in warning. She held her hood down to keep her face hidden and kept her goggles and jacket on. She told them they were trespassing and demanded to know who they were. Snipe asked if she did not know who they were. Ayame replied that she could not know, and looked the other three over. One wore a cowboy hat and a gas mask and had a red cape. Another was a woman with spiky bluish hair, red glasses, blue eyes, and a mature-looking hero costume. The third had long blonde hair styled upward in a way that seemed familiar. The last man reminded Ayame of someone she had seen when she had been taken from the orphanage, but she kept her confused expression hidden under the hood and her hand. Snipe identified himself and explained that they were heroes and UA staff. He warned that it was not safe to handle guns and asked how she had acquired them and whether she lived here. Ayame refused to tell a trespasser anything and snapped that she did not care if he were the president. This was her home. The woman with the spiky hair chuckled and whistled, commenting that she liked Ayame's attitude and that they were only concerned for her safety. The woman added that Ayame looked very young to be living alone. Ayame questioned why they would care. Ayame said that no one cared unless it was for their own benefit. The hobo sighed and asked her to put the gun down. She refused, and he sighed again, conceding that they would have to do it the hard way. The blonde pointed out that she was a kid and noted that, despite her size, she seemed capable. Ayame grinned. The woman agreed with Eraser, and Snipe sighed and apologized, acknowledging that they were about to confront her. Ayame scoffed and announced she would not go down without a fight. Suddenly the hobo's hair lifted and his eyes flashed red as a strange power reached toward her. Ayame realized he could steal quirks and wondered how long the effect would last. He charged first, flinging a set of restraining cords at her. Ayame dodged, twirling her gun and firing at the cords, but the special material held. She cursed inwardly. They were prepared for this. She switched targets and fired at the hobo. He attempted to evade, but the shot clipped his shoulder. He grunted, closed his eyes, his hair settled back to normal, and Ayame felt her own power surge as it returned to her. She smirked and teased that blinking seemed to be his weakness. She crouched and pressed a hand to the ground. Clouds erupted and wrapped the area, cloaking her from view. She kept one hand on her hood as the vapor hid everyone's vision. Having trained in similar conditions, she navigated the obscured battlefield more confidently than most. A curse from the hobo drifted through the cloud. A gunshot sounded and Ayame fired toward it. The bullets met with a high-pitched clink as they collided in midair. Relief washed over her when she realized she had intercepted the shot. Snipe stepped into view at the edge of the cloud. He praised her awareness and accuracy, noting that the clouds did not hinder her in the same way. Ayame said she did not care what he thought. Snipe warned that firing would spark a full shootout brawl. She ignored him and fired anyway. He dodged, drew twin guns, and slipped back into the mist. They traded shots in an energetic, stylized exchange, bullets snapping past and ricocheting off surfaces like lightning in an anime duel. Ayame vaulted onto a crate to retrieve an extra gun and laughed as she danced through the haze. For a while neither side could land a solid hit. When the clouds finally cleared, she felt frustration mounting. Snipe was skilled. She forced herself to focus, gritted her teeth, and aimed both weapons with a feint. She fired one gun as bait, then the other where he had moved. One shot struck his chest. He staggered, breathing hard but not gravely injured, and grasped his coat. The surrounding heroes looked surprised at her accuracy. Snipe breathed out an annoyed compliment, admitting she was talented and suggesting she might make a fine successor. Ayame narrowed her eyes and tilted her head, about to respond, when a snare suddenly lunged for her. Startled, her reflexes lagged and she took a knee to the side. She cried out and fell, rolling across the ground before bracing her hands to stop. She panted, clutching her side as she tried to stand. When she opened her eyes, her hood had fallen back, and all four heroes were looking at her. The hobo and the blonde wore conflicted expressions. The blonde addressed her as Little Listener and asked for her name. Ayame felt exposed and vulnerable. She stepped back and warned them to stay away while drawing a sheathed dagger and pointing it with trembling breath. All four raised their hands and asked her to take her time and respond. Ayame hesitated, weighing the possibility that confessing her identity might send her back to the HPSC, which she desperately wanted to avoid. After a long pause, she mumbled her name, Ayame, and kept her gaze fixed on the ground as silence settled over the scene. Ayame Shirakumo, daughter of Oboro and Ms. Fujiwara, was 14. Her quirk, environmental emotional calibration, altered the weather according to her emotions. With practice she could control it and choose when to use it, but it became unpredictable when her feelings grew too intense. She could easily produce clouds from her hands or from thin air. There was more to her ability that would be revealed later. She had been born after Oboro went missing and was declared dead. Her mother fell into addiction and depression, and by the time Ayame was 4 before her quirk manifested, authorities removed her from her mother after discovering the addiction. Her mother was sent to prison for several years and entered rehabilitation repeatedly. When Ayame's quirk awakened at 5, it was extraordinarily powerful. In unchecked moments it could create massive storms, sweeping currents, and other large-scale weather events. Because of that danger, the Hero Public Safety Commission took her from the orphanage and subjected her to rigorous, tightly controlled training. During her time with the commission she met Hawks, whom she knew as Kiego Takami. He was 12 when they first crossed paths. More of their history would be revealed later. After Kiego left at 18 to pursue missions and his own life, Ayame felt she no longer belonged, and she used her wits to slip away from the agents. She lived on her own for the next few years, surviving by her resourcefulness. One day, a few heroes who were out together happened upon the humble place she called home. The group fell silent, and the hobo remarked that the quiet was unsettling before he asked if Fujiwara was her last name. She narrowed her eyes in shock and told him that Fujiwara had been her name once, but she had stopped using it years ago. The blond man leaned in and whispered something to the hobo, who acknowledged that he already knew. She asked what he knew and tightened her grip on the dagger, which was no longer pointed at them. The hobo explained that it was hard to explain and asked where her mother was and why she was not with her. She scoffed and reminded him that they did not know each other, so there was no reason to tell him anything. The hobo said he might have known her parents in high school and repeated his question about why she was not with her mother. She hesitated and then admitted that her mother had struggled with a drug addiction, so she had been taken from her and her mother had gone to jail. She did not know where her mother was now. When the woman asked where she had gone after that, she said she had been placed in an orphanage and then taken in by people who exploited her. After a close friend left, she had escaped because she saw no point in staying. She had been surviving on her own for a few years. Saying this eased some of the tension in her shoulders. She began to walk into a hallway, turning her back on them, when the blonde called after her and asked her to wait. He urged her to come with them, promising a home, food, and anything she needed if she would only not walk away. She wondered why he would offer such things to a stranger but remembered he had mentioned her parents. Distrust held her tight. She demanded to know why he would make such promises, especially if they might leave her too. The blonde showed a flash of hurt and surprise before saying that he understood she had not had an easy life and that all he wanted was to keep her safe and cared for. He insisted he and the others would not hurt her and begged her to take a chance. She interrupted him with a bitter laugh and listed the promises that had failed her: her mother's promise to protect her, the orphanage's promise of a good life, people's promises to stay. Each promise had been broken, she said, and she concluded that no one in the world truly wanted her. She turned to them and insisted she did not want or need anyone, that she could manage alone. Her words left the group quiet. The woman explained that she had been hurt and built a barrier, convinced nobody wanted or needed her, but the group did care. After her mother had disappeared from their lives, they had worried and tried to find her. They had not known how to reach her, but now that they had found her, they would not leave until she realized people could care for her. She clutched her hair as the dagger clattered to the floor and denied their words, insisting people like that did not exist and never would. The hobo replied with firmness and narrowed eyebrows, asking her to come with them and stay a while. If she did not like it, she could leave. She crouched with her elbows on her knees, a strange warmth rising inside her that made her want to scream. She had no reason to trust them, but what if they were telling the truth? The thought was absurd, and yet the expressions on their faces looked honest and caring. She asked how she could know they were truthful and sniffled. The woman exchanged looks with the others and then said they would leave so she could decide on her own. If she later changed her mind, she could come to UA and look for them there. With that, the woman turned to walk away, the hobo guiding the blonde, and Snipe followed after giving her a final glance. She watched them go from the ledge, stunned, and hesitated. After a few moments she rose with a groan and wondered aloud whether she was really going to leave. She packed a backpack with clothes and other necessities, fixed her hair into a ponytail, exchanged her hoodie for a black sleeveless crop top and a leather jacket, and set her goggles around her neck. Slinging the pack over her shoulder and tightening her combat boots, she climbed down from the building and landed in the alley. She paused at the entrance, peeking just in time to see them turn a corner. Torn, she tapped her foot and chastised herself for being indecisive. After a moment she followed them, turning the same corner. Ayame built up her courage and shouted as the four heroes came into view, asking them to wait. Shota exhaled in relief and Hizashi reacted the same. Nemuri smiled and turned to look at the girl who had caught up with them, taking in the jacket and goggles. Nemuri commented that she liked Ayame's jacket, knowing it would catch Hizashi's and Shota's attention. Hizashi gasped, on the verge of tears as memories of an old friend surfaced. Shota suppressed a smile. Ayame tugged at her sleeves and asked what was wrong with her jacket. Nemuri comforted Hizashi while Shota explained that the jacket belonged to Ayame's father and that both her parents had been heroes in training, the goggles included. Ayame fell silent for a moment, processing the news and everything else. She had not known her mother had tried to be a hero. The idea that her parents had been heroes made sense of things she had never understood before. Why the jacket had always been a size too big, and why the goggles had been kept. She wondered where her father might be now and thought of Kigo as she watched birds glide across the sky. Midnight led the conversation toward where they were heading. Midnight explained that they were going to UA campus to visit Recovery Girl to treat Aizawa's shoulder and Snipe's chest and to give Ayame a checkup, since she likely had not had one in years. Ayame nodded, feeling a pang of guilt for having fired on two of the four people who had taken her in during her escape. They entered UA's main building and went to Recovery Girl's office. Recovery Girl looked at Aizawa's shoulder and Snipe's chest and asked what had happened. Aizawa pointed to Ayame and explained that she had been found and that the situation was complicated. They needed healing and Ayame needed a checkup. Recovery Girl gasped and said she had not seen Ayame in years and noted how much she had grown. She called Snipe and Eraser over. The two complied without challenging her as she applied lip balm to Ayame's lips and treated the other injuries. Recovery Girl handled Ayame gently during the checkup, noticing signs of distrust and uncertainty. She checked Ayame's heartbeat, reflexes, and performed the other necessary examinations to ensure Ayame was healthy. When she finished, Recovery Girl offered Ayame some gummy vitamins and noted that Ayame was slightly underweight, advising her to focus on gaining a few pounds and to return for a follow-up. Ayame accepted a gummy and felt flustered. Aizawa said he would keep an eye on her weight gain. Recovery Girl dismissed them, and they left. Ayame's body language made it clear to the other heroes that she remained uncomfortable and unsure about what had happened to her before she was found. They understood they needed to earn her trust and that it would take time. The fact that she had come with them willingly gave them hope. From then on, they agreed to take small steps and be careful with their actions. Midnight suggested that Ayame choose who to go home with that night, whoever she felt most comfortable with. Ayame paused, unnerved by the freedom of choice and stepping back defensively. She asked why they were giving her the option and what their intentions were. Midnight smiled lightly and raised her hands to show no threat, saying they simply wanted to ensure her comfort. Ayame muttered that they barely knew each other and she did not know whom to trust. Midnight proposed that Ayame stay with Aizawa for a night or two, believing they would get along. Aizawa exchanged a knowing look with Midnight and then looked to Ayame, who nodded after a moment. Midnight wished Ayame a good night, patted Aizawa's shoulder, and left with Mike, sharing a look with Aizawa as they walked off. Snipe bowed slightly, wished Ayame well, and departed. Aizawa turned and began walking in the opposite direction, making sure Ayame was following. He told her that, though words were only a start, she could trust him and he would never try to hurt her. Ayame remained silent. The rest of the walk was tense for Ayame. Her body stayed ready to react if Aizawa attacked. Deep down she felt some inkling that he would not harm her, but she was not ready to let him in without proof of trust. They arrived at Aizawa's apartment, where he had a guest bedroom so Ayame would not have to sleep on the couch. He unlocked the front door and walked in with Ayame trailing behind. They removed their shoes and he turned on the lights. Aizawa led Ayame down the single hall, pointing out his room and the bathroom, which also contained a washer, as they walked. When they reached the door at the end of the hall, he opened it and stepped aside so she could enter first. Ayame remained tense and froze, imagining he might trap her if she went in. Noticing the look in her eyes, Aizawa slipped his hands into his pockets and walked into the room to show he meant no harm. Ayame followed and looked around, taking in the sparse furnishings, a dresser and a bed with a puffy comforter and 2 pillows. Aizawa admitted he was not much of a decorator and apologized for the plainness, explaining that she could add decorations over time and asking if that sounded acceptable. Ayame slowly nodded and placed her bag on the bed without speaking. Aizawa said he would leave her to get settled and asked her to come find him if she needed anything. He added that he understood she was probably overwhelmed and suggested she could talk to him, Hizashi, or Namuri if she wanted. He sighed and began to step toward the doorway when he thought he heard Ayame whisper a soft thank you. He paused, uncertain, glanced back at her unreadable expression, and then told her it was no problem. Ayame yawned softly and sat up, tangling her fingers in her messy light blue hair. She would never tell anyone, but it had been the best sleep she had had in a long while. It made sense, since for years she had been sleeping on nothing but blankets. She looked around the plain room, took a slow breath, and rummaged through her bag for baggy pants and a black tank top. The sleeveless top left her cork marks exposed, but that did not bother her. She made the bed, then sat back down with her legs crossed and began to meditate. For the first time in hours, it was peaceful. She concentrated on blocking out the chaotic world and the betrayals that had followed her. While she was deep in meditation, the door opened and Aizawa stood in the doorway. He let out a small gasp when he saw her cork marks glowing. Ayame had not noticed him enter. Aizawa called her name, and the sound snapped her out of meditation. She opened her eyes and turned to him without expression. Aizawa greeted her good morning and asked what she had been doing, then asked about the marks on her arm. Ayame stayed silent for a moment before explaining that she had been meditating to keep her emotions steady so her power would not react, and that the marks had appeared when she got her quirk and seemed to glow during meditation, though she did not know why. Aizawa said he was not a master chef but had made breakfast and invited her to eat. Ayame remained where she was, and he added that he would not try to poison her with food, though the taste might be questionable. He then left the room and went down the hall. Ayame allowed herself a small smile, then followed him. She sat across from him at the table and noticed plates with eggs and bacon. Aizawa told her to enjoy and began to eat. Ayame found a cup of orange liquid in front of her and stared. He asked why she was looking at the orange juice as if it were causing a scene and then asked if she had never had it before. Ayame explained that her mother had never been able to afford it when she was a child. Aizawa said the drink was healthy and asked her to let him know if she did not like it. Ayame took a cautious sip, found it pleasantly sweet, and decided it was tolerable. They ate in silence for a while before Aizawa mentioned that the school year was about to start. Ayame swallowed a bite of bacon and asked what that meant. Aizawa suggested she consider joining UA, clarifying that she could study there rather than undergo intensive hero training. Ayame stared at him, trying to tell if he was serious, and asked why she would want that. She placed her fork down, narrowed her eyes, and her voice hardened as she accused him of not caring. The subject triggered a surge of anger tied to painful memories. Aizawa appeared surprised and tried to calm her, assuring her that they would not force harsh training on her. The muffled rumble of noise from outside underscored the tension as Ayame stood and walked away, slamming the bedroom door behind her. She leaned against the door and slid down to the floor, trying to control her anger. After the commission incident, the idea of becoming a hero or being trained for that role made her furious. Deep down she knew Aizawa had not meant harm and that it was unfair to be angry at him, which was why she had walked away instead of taking it out on him after he had taken her in. She ran her fingers through her hair, trembling slightly as she fought back tears. Everything felt painfully confusing. She longed for the childhood she had never been able to keep. She gripped her hair as the tears threatened to spill, determined not to show weakness. She could not let herself rely on Aizawa or explain the breakdown she felt coming. The memories of nights with Kigo before he left were too much. From the other side of the door, Aizawa apologized and asked her to come and talk. She stayed silent and pressed her face into her knees, unwilling to let him see her vulnerable. Aizawa sighed and said he would leave her alone, apologizing for bringing it up. His steps receded down the hall, and she remained there for the next few hours. Later, Ayame left the room and kept her head down in the living room, where Aizawa was relaxing on the couch and watching television. He looked up when she entered. She slightly bowed her head. Ayame apologized for her outburst, admitting that he had not known better and that she had been unfair. Her fists were clenched and her shoulders tense as she swallowed her pride and avoided his gaze. Aizawa stood, stepped toward her, and put a hand on her shoulder. He told her she had no reason to apologize and that he was the one who should be sorry for speaking so freely. He said he understood she did not want to talk about it yet, but that he would be there when she was ready. Ayame hesitated, then nodded with her head still down, fighting to hold back tears. Aizawa asked softly if she could look at him. She lifted her head slowly. He noticed the glossy sheen in her eyes and offered a small, reassuring smile. He patted her head and told her she was safe there. My eyes widened slightly. My mother called for us to hurry because we were leaving, and a younger version of me nodded happily. That day had started well. My mother had managed to get out of bed, and that made getting ready easier. I slipped my shoes on and grabbed my bag. My mother took my hand and we walked out. I was so happy. She had even managed to brush my hair into a ponytail, which was a rare victory. I smiled with a big toothy grin and let my mother know that I was glad she was with me. My mother smiled back, but something in her eyes flickered with sorrow. She laughed softly, but the pain in her voice was clear as she remarked that I resembled my father very much and that she wished I could have met him, adding that he had chosen my name. I asked if that was true, and my mother confirmed that it was. She said she was glad I had his looks and his smile. I giggled and she patted my hair, then sighed and apologized to me. When I asked why she was sorry, my mother explained that she felt guilty about her behavior and that she hated that I had to see that side of her. She said that I did not have a father to look up to, and that Oboro would have loved me very much. She crouched to my level, paused our walk to school, and held my cheek as she said those things. I insisted that she did not need to be sorry and told her that I loved her and that it was not her fault. Before she could respond, the world around me went black and everything disappeared. I looked around frantically and called out to my mother. Aya heard a deep voice calling her name in the void and looked around frantically. She snapped back to herself and made eye contact with a familiar man. Aizawa spoke urgently, asking if she was all right and what he had said. He reached up and gently wiped something from her face. Aya realized with a shock that she had been crying and touched her cheeks in surprise. She pushed him away and took a few steps back until her spine pressed against the wall, breathing ragged as she struggled to hold back more tears and the flush of embarrassment. Aizawa raised his hands to show he meant no harm and told her to breathe. She focused on him and was able to calm herself. He asked what had happened. After a few seconds, Aya admitted that it had only been a memory and that she did not know why she had cried. Aizawa stepped closer cautiously, keeping his hands raised. When she did not react negatively, he wrapped his arms around her. Aya made no move to pull away. His warmth made it hard to break the contact. She rested her head against his chest while he rubbed her shoulder and offered reassurance that he would be there for her. Aya muttered that she could not accept such a promise. Aizawa paused, then acknowledged that he could not control everything the world might throw at them but promised to stand by her as much as he could. Tears gathered in her eyes again and she clung to him. In a sharp, emotional flare, she warned that if she discovered he was deceiving her she would be furious. Aizawa chuckled, patted her head, and indicated he had no problem with that. They ordered dinner and, after eating, Aya prepared for bed. She brushed her teeth, changed into comfortable clothes, and, just as she finished dressing, Aizawa called for her. She went into the living room to find him sinking into a yellow bean bag that made him look oddly like a caterpillar. He told her that she could call him Shoyuta instead of his last name. Shoyuta reminded her that his offer to apply to UA still stood, emphasizing that he would not force her and that safety measures existed despite the risks. He asked her to consider it. He then rummaged in his bag, produced a squishy pack, and drank from it in a few seconds. Aya asked what it was. Shota said it was a coffee slush, which grossed her out and prompted her to throw a nearby pillow at his face. He laughed, muffled by the pillow, and insisted it was not that bad. Aya fought a small smile, huffed, and went to her room. Lying under the blankets, she stared at the ceiling, replaying Shota's words and wishing trusting him could be easier. She finally turned onto her side and drifted into sleep. In her dream she saw her mother standing on a balcony, smoking while watching her play with toys. Aya was very small in the memory, with tiny hands and legs. When she crawled and fell off the couch she cried, and her mother rushed over to hold and comfort her, kissing her forehead and soothing her. Her mother told her that things in life would hurt but that she had to keep getting back up and take risks, because the regrets that stayed were the chances not taken. As a young child Aya did not understand then, but now she did. Aya awoke with a start, catching her breath and wiping the cold sweat from her brow. She changed clothes and went to the mirror, running her hands over her face and wondering what was happening to her. She cringed at the memory of the breakdown and worried about facing him again. Shota was in the kitchen making his regular coffee when Aya entered. He greeted her in a low voice. She told him that she had been thinking and, with more nerves than usual, said she would join UA but wanted the option to leave if something felt wrong. Shota agreed, assuring her there was no restriction on when she could leave. He added that he would not be recommending her, so she would need to take the entrance exam. Aya shrugged and accepted that. It made no difference to her. Grunting and soft panting echoed through the empty personal gym as a poor punching bag took repeated hits from a determined teen. Fresh sweat slid down her face and chin while her muscles flexed with each fierce punch. A voice with a hint of a southern drawl interrupted her as she threw the final blow. The bag swung back and rested against her fist. Ayame wiped her jaw, rose properly, and glanced at Snipe from the corner of her eye. He dug in his pocket and tossed a handkerchief toward her. She caught it, wiped the sweat from her face, and nodded in thanks. Snipe then suggested they go to a shooting range and mentioned that the place he frequented also had a room for paint gun battles. Ayame hesitated for a moment, asking why she would go. Snipe explained that he wanted to see what she was made of and that the range had a paintball room. The thought of their last battle and the adrenaline rush made her grin. A week earlier she would have declined, but these people seemed different and more trustworthy. She shrugged, grabbed a water bottle she had brought, chugged some, and agreed to go, saying she would be on his tail again. Snipe chuckled and told her he would see about that, asking her to meet him outside when she was ready. He stepped out, his cape billowing behind him. Ayame watched it for a moment. She would never admit it aloud, but she thought Snipe was pretty cool. She headed to the showers to wash the sweat off, appreciating how good a warm shower felt and resolving not to miss one again. She grabbed another water bottle, slipped her phone into her pocket, a gift from Shota for obvious reasons, and left the gym. When she met Snipe outside, she told him they needed to head back to Shota's to grab her gun. Snipe replied that there was no need since he had plenty of spares she could borrow, and they headed to the shooting range together. People in the city stared and whispered as they passed. One woman speculated about their relationship while another suggested Ayame looked too young, but Snipe pulled Ayame along and reminded her that part of being a hero, and part of life, was having tough skin against other people's opinions. Ayame grumbled at his lecture but found his words making her think he was even cooler. When they arrived at the shooting range, Snipe proposed a friendly challenge. Whoever hit the most targets would decide where they ate. Both of them prepared their gear and began firing. Ayame hit each target with ace precision and won, though Snipe had deliberately slowed himself down. He stifled a chuckle at how happy she looked. She tried to hide it with a faux frown, but the sparkle in her eyes gave her joy away. He understood why she guarded herself. She did not want to get attached. They packed up and paid to use the paintball guns. The staff helped them set up and showed them how to reload. Once started, Ayame found Snipe easily and shot him with a red paintball while dodging his attempt. She smirked and moved through the obstacle-filled room, using cover and stealth, and for several minutes she consistently outmaneuvered him. Mid-game, Snipe found a clever hiding spot that left Ayame searching and confused. He emerged from around a corner and fired a yellow paintball that seemed to pass through her unexpectedly, leaving an unusual, cloud-like effect where it should have struck. Ayame laughed in disbelief at the strange visual. Later, Ayame happily sipped melon soda, the condensation making the cup drip and napkins necessary to keep her grip. Snipe watched and found her endearing. Despite an intimidating exterior, she was soft at heart. As they walked, Snipe told Ayame he had been thinking about training her. Surprised, she questioned why she would need training, reminding him that she had already beaten him multiple times. Snipe admitted she could still improve and asked again if she would let him train her. Remembering the lessons her mother had given her, Ayame sighed and agreed to let him train her, swallowing her pride. Snipe nodded and dropped her off at Aizawa's apartment building. Ayame thanked him quietly, then went upstairs and knocked on the apartment door. Aizawa opened it and asked how her outing had been, noting the paint on her clothes. Ayame told him that Snipe had convinced her to let him train her, adopting an annoyed pout for effect. Aizawa smiled and teased that she loved it, which made Ayame glare and insist that she did not. She slammed her cup down and ran to her room while Aizawa stifled a chuckle at her exaggerated display. He found her pretending adorable and was glad she had joined them that day. He knew Oboro would be relieved to learn that his little girl was somewhere safe, not living in the abandoned building off the alley. The thought turned to Ayame's mother. He knew she had fallen into a depression, but whether drags were involved he had no idea. He needed to find her mother, not only for closure but for Ayame. It clearly bothered her, though she hid it. Aizawa was good at reading people. He took Ayame's cup to the fridge, opened his laptop, and pulled up the UA registration forms, filling in the sections that required a guardian. Ayame wondered where her mother was as she sipped her orange juice. It was the morning of the UA entrance exam. Shoyuta, holding his coffee cup, asked if Ayame's mother had been jailed for drag abuse and child neglect. Ayame replied that she was not sure about the exact charges but that it was something along those lines. Shoyuta asked how she felt about living under a guardian and under a roof. Ayame set her glass down and, after a moment of thought, admitted that it was surely better than living in a dump and that her training equipment was much better now. She kept her feelings subtle, allowing only a small smile as she stared at her fried egg. Shoyuta nodded and said he was glad she was adjusting, then asked if she had everything ready for the day. Ayame confirmed she only needed her shoes. Shoyuta reminded her to get her shoes on because they needed to leave. He patted her head in reassurance and asked if she remembered what he had told her. Ayame repeated his warning not to hurt other students and then stuck her tongue out before heading toward the gathering of other applicants. She tightened her ponytail and smoothed her light blue hair, which was messy as usual. Over the past few weeks, under Shota's care, she had gained weight and strength, her bones were no longer prominent, and she felt more comfortable in her own body. Ayame entered the UA building and found the classroom for the written exam. After turning in her paper, she went to the auditorium and sat among the other hopefuls. President Mike stepped forward to explain the practical portion. They would face a variety of training robots, with bigger robots worth more points, and students should avoid the fourth type because it granted no points. After the explanation, the students were dismissed to change into their exam clothes. Ayame changed into a sleeveless black tank top and baggy pants and moved to her assigned section of the simulated city. When the massive gates opened, she ran for a nearby building, crouched, and used a gust of wind to propel herself to the roof. From there she launched again and landed in the street, preparing to assess the training robots. 3 robots turned their attention to Ayame, 2 moderate models and 1 light model. She clenched her fists, felt the storm gathering overhead, and relied on her quirk, the ability to influence emotions, to try an unconventional tactic. She decided to strike the light robot and focus her emotions on it, intending to make its systems fail and cause a chain reaction. She touched the robot, channeled her feeling into it, and pulled away just before it sparked and began to malfunction, sending a shock to the other 2 and causing them to stumble. Encouraged, Ayame moved through the city using the same trick on other robots. During one encounter, a larger robot's arm slammed her into the ground. She quickly recovered, used her technique, and watched the 2 robots collapse into inoperative heaps. She rubbed her shoulder, expecting a bruise, and continued to engage the machines until time ran out. At the end of the exercise, Recovery Girl circulated among the students, handing out a single gummy to each and tending to anyone who needed aid. Ayame reached for a gummy and felt a prod of playful attention from Recovery Girl, who insisted she be greeted properly and told Ayame to call her Chio. Chio then suggested Ayame go find Eraserhead, who was probably waiting. Ayame smiled faintly, accepted a few more gummies, and scanned the crowd. She made eye contact with a boy with red spiky hair who gave her a grin she did not recognize. She shrugged it off and exited the simulated city, heading toward the next step of the entrance process. Ayame woke when a thick sheet of paper slapped her face. She sat up, rubbed it off, and squinted toward the door. Shota was standing there casually sipping his coffee as if he had not just hit her with an envelope. Ayame examined the paper and noticed a UA symbol on the front. She wondered aloud what it was, and Shota signaled for her to hand it over so she would be awake when she opened it. He caught the envelope when she tossed it and left the room, closing the door behind him without another word. Ayame appreciated how Shota never felt the need to be excessive. She got out of bed, brushed her tangled hair into a loose tie, finished her morning routine, and changed into casual clothes. The kitchen and living room were connected, and when she entered she found Present Mike and Midnight already there. Ayame asked why they were present, and Shota simply grinned. Before she could finish, the same sheet of paper slapped her face again. The adults chuckled. Midnight guided Ayame to sit, and she tore the envelope open. A small disc projected a screen in front of her, and Present Mike appeared on it, speaking loudly to announce that her test results were ready. Ayame internally cringed at his manner, and Present Mike reacted to her lack of enthusiasm with mock heartbreak. He went on to say that she had not only passed the written test but had earned 38 practical points. He teased that he had seen her slacking and reminded her that the system also awarded rescue points. He announced that Ayame Shirakumo had earned 24 rescue points and welcomed her to Hero Academia. The screen shut off after the announcement. A hand patted her head, and someone called her Shirakumo, which made her hesitate for a moment. Present Mike stepped into the room and wrapped an arm around her shoulder, praising her for the accomplishment. Ayame said it had not been hard and admitted she had been slacking, trying to push him away, but he held on with a proud grin. Midnight squeezed her from the other side and cheerfully initiated a group hug. Ayame struggled briefly against them before relaxing. Her attention snapped to Shota when she heard a camera snap. She glared at him and demanded that he delete whatever he had taken, but Shota just mocked her and reached for his coffee, refusing to comply. After dinner, Ayame finished brushing her teeth and went to the bedroom, realizing she had used all of her clean clothes. She resigned herself to a worn set of casual clothes that would serve as pajamas. While she searched through the discarded clothes, Shota came in and offered to take them for washing, promising to get her more clothes over the weekend and remarking that many of her items needed replacing. Ayame tossed the pile of clothes at his head, but he dodged and the heap thudded against the wall. She flopped onto the bed, and Shota pulled the blanket over her. She protested, but he kept it there as they wrestled playfully. He suddenly tickled her sides, and she burst into laughter before he stopped and gently draped the blanket over her shoulders. He patted her head and said she reminded him of her father, even sharing the same ticklish spots. Ayame asked why he had enrolled her under the name Shirakumo. Shota explained that he assumed she would not want to use her mother's maiden name after so long and that using Shirakumo could serve as a new beginning. Ayame accepted the reasoning without objecting. He left the room, quietly closing the door and switching off the light. Ayame fell asleep in the comfortable bed she had come to appreciate. Ayame slid on her shoes as Shota asked if she was ready. She nodded with a hum. He sighed and adjusted her tie, already in his hero costume, and told her they should go. They began the walk to UA for her first day. As they walked, Ayame swung the bag he had gotten her back and forth until he told her to stop. She said the last time an adult had walked her to school was with her mother, and she could only remember a little of that day, the day before she had been taken and her mother arrested. Shota listened and they entered the UA campus together. Ayame looked around at the other students filing into the building. Some were her age, some older. She had not attended school in years. The orphanage had given only the minimum education, and at the commission they had not been allowed to socialize. The only reason she and Kiego had been close was that they had bunked in the same room. Shota asked if she was nervous. He had already told her she was assigned to Class 1A, the class he taught. Ayame scoffed and insisted she was not nervous, though inside she felt scared about socializing with peers again. Shota patted her head, gave her directions, and stopped to speak with present mic, leaving her to follow his instructions to a door marked Class 1A. Inside, a raspy, excited voice pointed her out. Ijiro Kirishima introduced himself enthusiastically and told Ayame that he had seen her during the practical exam and admired her moves. Mina Ishido, cheerful and animated with fluffy pink hair and small yellow horns, introduced herself and asked Ayame her name with obvious curiosity. Ayame froze for a moment, then cleared her throat, bowed slightly, and apologized quietly before taking a seat. Kirishima looked concerned when Mina nudged him about Ayame's frozen reaction, and both of them followed her to her desk, Mina leaning casually on it with a friendly smile. Kirishima asked for her name, and Ayame whispered that she preferred to be called Shirakumo, avoiding eye contact. Mina nodded eagerly to herself, about to say more, when Tsu Azui introduced herself and told Ayame she could just call her Tsu, punctuating the introduction with a small, frog-like sound. Ayame nodded in response. A familiar, groggy voice sounded from just outside the door. Shota Aizawa stepped in, unzipped his sleeping bag, and announced that this was UA's hero course. He put the students in their place about time and focus and then produced the gym uniforms for them to change into and head outside. Ayame watched as he handed out uniforms and instructed the class to change. Mina grabbed Ayame's arm and pulled her toward the changing area, teasing about horns as she yanked. Ayame protested briefly but allowed herself to be dragged. Shota grinned at her and received a glare in return. They changed and went outside with the rest of the class. Once outside, Shota launched into a long monologue about how he intended to run the class. His frustration with unfairness in the world, the need for harsh preparation, and the necessity of pushing students beyond their limits. He demonstrated the kind of raw, intense power he expected by making one of the students perform an exercise that produced a dramatic, explosive effect. Several students reacted with awe, which prompted Shota to continue his stern lecture. Ayame found the rant uninteresting and kept her attention elsewhere. Ayame idly played with a small rock, tossing it between her hands and pretending to pay attention while her mind drifted. When another student complained about fairness, Shota countered by pointing out that the world was full of greater injustices, natural disasters, power-hungry villains, and accidents that could destroy entire cities. His point slowly drew Ayame back in, stirring a complicated feeling she could not name. Shota explained that it was the role of heroes to confront that unfairness and that anyone who wanted to be a professional would have to push themselves to their limits. He warned that UA would place one difficult challenge after another over the next 3 years and urged the students to go beyond, invoking the Academy's motto. With that, he moved on to the practical portion of the day and let the exercises begin. Ayame stood beside a student with a bird-like head for the first speed test. She finished in 2.03 seconds, using clouds to glide faster and smoother as she ran. The second test was a grip test. Ayame hit 134.3 kilograms and smirked at the number. She told Kirishima that the manly girl had reached. Ishido appeared beside them with Kirishima. Kirishima admitted, rubbing his neck and looking disappointed, that he had only hit. Ishido complained that she had done worse. Ayame explained that she had been training since she was a child, which made the result expected. Ishido asked when she had started, and Ayame answered that she thought she had been around 5 or 6. Kirishima clenched his fist and praised her dedication, suggesting they train together sometime. Ishido eagerly volunteered to join as well, leaning an arm on Kirishima's shoulder while the two grinned like kids. Ayame felt a bead of sweat trickle down her temple as she reminded herself that she had been forced into training as a child. The sixth test was the ball throw. One girl had scored an infinite value. When it was Ayame's turn, she took the ball from Shoyuta and used clouds to lighten it and wind to send it high and far. Shoyuta announced that her throw registered as 789.9, prompting murmurs from the class. After her, a boy with green puffy hair prepared to throw, but Shoyuta interrupted him with his quirk and spoke to him privately. A short while later Shoyuta allowed him to try again, and the boy's second attempt resulted in a minor hand injury. Another student, the same explosive kid, sprinted forward yelling nonsense, but Shoyuta quickly wrapped him in his scarf to keep him from reaching anyone. Ayame whispered that she wondered what that had been about. Kirishima shrugged in shared curiosity. They finished the remaining tests and Shoyuta displayed the scoreboard. Ayame was not last and the green-haired boy was at the bottom. Shoyuta then admitted that his earlier claim about someone going home had been a deliberate lie to motivate them. He explained that it had been a rational deception to make sure everyone gave their best in the tests. He announced that testing for the day was over and instructed them to pick up a syllabus in the classroom and read it before the next morning. He handed a pass to the last-place student, Midoriya, and told him to go see the woman who would help with his hand. Then he used Ayame's nickname and motioned for her to follow. Ayame scowled at him for using that familiar name in front of people she barely knew and hesitated, not wanting to be known by it. Shoyuta repeated the nickname and urged her to come along. Ashido reacted with surprise and mock offense at the revelation of Ayame's name. Ayame avoided eye contact and hurried away, Shoyuta trailing behind her as she passed All Might, covering her face. They walked home in an uneasy quiet until Ayame asked why he had staged the deception. Shoyuta feigned ignorance at first, then grinned and said they both already knew the reason and that she only wanted confirmation. He added that he would not give her that confirmation. Ayame chuckled despite herself and looked up at the sunset. At the apartment, Ayame went to her room to review the syllabus. She worried that, since Shoyuta was her teacher, he would be strict about her assignments. Present Mike and Midnight arrived at the front door in casual clothes. Present Mike had his hair in a ponytail and Midnight kept hers down. Present Mike pointed at Ayame in a playful way, and she asked him to stop the gesture. He pouted while Midnight offered quiet words of encouragement to him, suggesting that Ayame would warm up in time. Ayame asked Shoyuta why Present Mike and Midnight were there. He shrugged and replied that she could call them by their names. Ayame then asked Present Mike to remind her of his name while noting that she already knew Ms. Kiyama's. Present Mike reacted as if he was about to explode from being teased. Shoyuta told Present Mike to relax and that Ayame was only joking. Present Mike flopped dramatically to the floor in exasperation. Ms. Kiyama shrugged and offered to order takeout for dinner. Ms. Kiyama told Ayame that she did not mind being called by her first name and suggested that Present Mike probably would not mind either, indicating him on the floor. Ayame wondered aloud if he was somewhat childish. Shoyuta confirmed that he was a little that way and that Ayame would grow used to it. While Ms. Kiyama began ordering food on her phone, she asked Ayame what she would like for dinner. Ayame considered the options and asked for tonkatsu. Ms. Kiyama finalized the order. Shoyuta remarked that Ayame was making friends, which drew Present Mike and Ms. Kiyama's attention. Ayame denied that she was making friends, pointing out that they had only just met and suggesting that Kirishima and Ashido had only been polite. Shoyuta sighed, patted her head, and insisted that they had not been merely polite. Before Ayame could answer, there was a knock at the door. We grabbed the food and ate. After I finished, I cleaned my plate and went to the bathroom to brush my teeth and shower before bed. As I reached for pajamas in my room, I overheard Hizashi asking quietly if they could tell her, and Shoyuta answering that she was still adjusting and they should wait. I blocked out the rest and jumped into the shower so I would not hear any more. What were they talking about? What did they mean? Without realizing it, I hugged myself with nerves and felt sick to my stomach, wondering if they did not want me anymore or if they regretted something. I took a deep breath and ran a hand through my wet hair, trying to force myself not to care. Tears mixed with the shower water before I wiped my face, turned off the water, dried and changed, then rushed back to my room and hid under the covers. A massive lump sat in my throat as I held back more tears and swallowed them down. My door cracked open and closed, and then I felt weight on the bed beside me. He told me they were gone now and asked what was wrong. I stayed quiet. He sighed and lay down next to me. He said I could stay under the blanket and to just tell him what was wrong. I swallowed again to keep my voice from cracking and turned to face him while still hidden under the covers. I asked him, hesitant, whether he still wanted me. He patted my head, the blanket keeping a barrier, and reminded me that of course he did and that he had told me so before. I repeated his earlier words about staying with me as long as he could control it, and he confirmed that he had promised. He turned onto his side to look at me and reassured me that he was not leaving, that he was right there and would not be going anywhere. I broke eye contact. He rested his surprisingly warm hand on the side of my head, and the warmth eased me until I dozed off. He whispered goodnight as he shifted closer to get comfortable and fell asleep with his chin resting gently on my head. Ayame's POV. The next day at school started with core classes, present Mike more hyped about English than anyone in the building. Lunch was in the main cafeteria shared with other courses at UA, and students could buy meals prepared by the lunch staff. After that came everyone's favorite part of the day, hero training. While the class waited, the door burst open and All Might entered with his usual boundless energy, announcing his arrival and moving to the front of the room in an exaggerated, heroic stride. Whispers swept through the students, expressing disbelief that All Might was truly there. Kirishima raised his fist and declared that having All Might as a teacher meant this year would be totally awesome. Azui asked if he was wearing his Silver Age costume, and Ayame hummed in agreement from where she sat behind her. All Might revealed a card labeled Battle and then explained that today's lesson would focus on pulling punches. He emphasized that looking the part mattered, pressed a button on the wall, and released a series of cases. He said the costumes had been designed for each student based on their quirk registration forms. The class cheered at the sight, and All Might instructed everyone to change and meet him at Training Ground Beta. Ashido dragged Ayame to the locker room and urged her to change into her costume immediately. Ayame asked for a moment, explaining it would be a process. After finishing the last touches to her hairstyle, Ayame showed her look. Ashido squealed that she looked cute. Ayame turned away, hiding her blush and denying it. A brunette girl who had spoken the previous day introduced herself as Ochako Uraraka and asked why Mr. Aizawa had told Ayame to follow him. A slightly taller girl with black hair commented that it sounded weird. Ayame casually mentioned that she lived with Mr. Aizawa while packing her uniform into her locker, which left the girls surprised. Uraraka nervously asked if that meant Ayame was his daughter. Ayame clarified that she was not his daughter, only someone who lived with him, and she shrugged. The group then introduced themselves further. Momo Yayarozu said her name and invited others to call her Momo. An invisible student introduced herself as Hakigure, and a girl with earphone jacks identified herself as Kyukajiro. Ayame nodded, feeling awkward and aware that her inexperience in social situations was showing. Silence fell briefly as the girls exchanged looks and seemed to come to a shared decision. Mina grabbed Ayame's arm and giggled while Uraraka took the other, and before Ayame could react, they guided her out the door, cheerful and insistent. At the training grounds, All Might stood with his hands on his hips and declared that clothes make the pro, calling the students heroes in training and expressing how excited he was. Ashido approached Ayame and reminded her that she preferred to be called Tsu, speaking in her characteristic frog-like manner. Ayame apologized for forgetting. Tsu pointed to the cloud-like markings on Ayame's stomach and asked if they were tattoos. Ayame explained that they were quirk marks that had appeared in childhood and multiplied over the years, indicating a newer mark on her forearm. Tsu suggested that the marks might grow when Ayame used her quirk more. Ayame agreed that it was a plausible explanation and felt quietly grateful for Tsu's kind, straightforward approach. Tsu observed that Ayame did not seem used to socializing, and Ayame admitted it with a small nod. All Might then announced that it was time for combat training. Ida raised his hand and asked whether they would be conducting urban battles again, referring to the fake city from the entrance exam. All Might explained that they would advance beyond that. While many villain encounters happen outdoors, most unfortunate run-ins and schemes occur indoors. For this exercise, he said, the students would be split into teams of good guys and bad guys to practice 2-on-2 indoor battles. Tsu asked if that level was a bit advanced, and All Might replied that the best training came on the battlefield, reminding them that they could not simply rely on punching robots this time. All Might reminded them that they were dealing with actual people now. Momo asked whether he would be deciding who won. Bakugo asked how much they were allowed to hurt the other team. Uraraka nervously asked if they needed to worry about losers getting expelled like before. Ida asked whether teams would be set up by chance or skill. A blonde boy held up his purple cape and asked if his cape was cool. All Might pulled out a small paper booklet and explained the situation. The villains had hidden a nuclear vessel somewhere in their hideout, and the heroes needed to foil their plans by either catching the villains or recovering the weapon. The villains would succeed by protecting their load or capturing the heroes. It produced a yellow box labeled lots and announced that teams would be chosen by drawing lots. I raised my hand before he could continue, and he pointed at me and asked who was speaking. I asked whether teams were of 2, and All Might confirmed that they were. I mentioned that with 21 students, the number was uneven. All Might snapped his fingers as if remembering something and thanked Shirakumo for the reminder. Since the number was uneven, he explained that he would choose one student who would then select their partner. Whether that chosen student's team would be a villain or a hero would depend on the lots drawn. He indicated me as the chosen student. I nodded without much reaction and was told to choose my partner. I asked Sue if she wanted to go twice, and she smiled and agreed that she did not mind. Relieved, I settled back as the rest of the class drew their lots. Ochako Uraraka and Izuku Midoriya were paired. Mizo Shoji and Shoto Todoroki were paired. Minoru Mineta and Momo Yayorozu were paired. Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ito were paired. Mina Ishido and Yuga Aoyama were paired. Kuda and Sato were paired. Denki Kaminari and Kyukajiro were paired. Tsuyu Azui and Fumikage Tokoyami were paired. Ojiro and Hagakure were paired. Hantasiro and Ijiro Kirishima were paired. A white-haired boy with part of his body covered in ice raised his hand and said he and Shoji did not mind going twice. All Might then drew 2 balls, a black one marked D and a white one marked A, and declared which teams would be the first to fight. Team A would be the heroes and Team D would be the villains. All Might sent them to the observation room. Sue walked off to discuss strategy with her partner Tokoyami. I leaned against the wall, crossed my arms, and closed my eyes to meditate. As I relaxed, I felt someone nearby staring. I murmured that he could ask his question if he wanted, eyes still closed. After a moment, a deep, emotionally reserved voice asked how I could tell he was staring when my eyes were closed. I told him to just ask the question and he asked why my eyes glowed. When I opened my eyes, I looked at the white-haired boy from earlier, half covered in ice. I lifted my head slightly, curious about his appearance, and explained that people often said clouds symbolized impermanence, change, and hope, and that clouds also resembled a calm, peaceful environment. I suggested that my eyes probably glowed when I felt calm or peaceful, though I did not know whether the glow had any practical use. I raised my arm and looked at it. He observed that they were still glowing and asked if I was at peace right now. I said I felt more calm than truly at peace, and that I had not felt peace since I was 4. He nodded and sat down beside me, staring at the floor. He said that ever since he had received his quirk, his life had been difficult. I agreed and asked whether he was Endeavor's son. He confirmed that he was Shoto Todoroki. By the time it was Ayame's turn, she and Sue had already arranged a plan. They would wait outside as the heroes while Shuji and Todoroki played the villains. Once the two were inside, they exchanged a nod and Sue climbed onto Ayame's back. Sue asked with a nervous croak if Ayame was sure she could do it. Ayame told her it was the only option and that she had it. When the buzzer started the round, Ayame counted herself down and leapt, using wind to keep herself aloft as a wall of ice swept through the area. She landed on the frozen surface with control while Sue clung to her back, shaking from the cold. Ayame noted that the environment created by the ice was probably far from ideal for someone with Sue's frog quirk. Sue apologized in a small, embarrassed croak. Ayame reassured her that everything was fine and moved cautiously across the ice, taking care not to slip. A memory of something Kiego had said earlier came to her. Kiego had once asked if she could make clouds, tilting his head with curiosity. Ayame had nodded and smiled. Kiego had suggested making a hot mist, saying it would be cool. Their conversation had been interrupted when a bulky man called them over for a one-on-one fight. That day, their instructors had paired them against each other. Ayame set Sue down and placed a hand on her shoulder, telling her she wanted to try something. She focused quickly, hoping to hurry because the villains might be searching for them now that they knew the pair had slipped away. Warmth spread from Ayame's hand into Sue, and the frog stopped shivering and opened her eyes. Tsu asked in surprise what had just happened. Ayame admitted she did not know, only that it had worked. She kept her hand on Tsu to maintain the warmth as they moved. Around a corner, several long limbs reached out for them. Tsu pointed out the tape they had been given to capture the other team. Ayame shouted for Tsu to dodge, and they slipped past the grasping limbs. They ran toward another corner and had to dodge again as more limbs lunged, a sign that Shuji had not expected them to press forward. Ayame observed that Todoroki seemed to be guarding the weapon. Tsu volunteered to handle Shuji while Ayame took Todoroki. Ayame slipped past Shuji. He tried to grab her, but his appendage passed through as she ran. She heard his footsteps follow, then stop, likely because Tsu had engaged him. She climbed the stairs to the next floor, moving carefully across the ice. As she passed a hallway, Todoroki appeared, an intimidating red light glowing in the eye half covered in ice as he approached. He said he had been surprised she hadn't been frozen by his ice and warned that she should not think victory was assured. Ayame thought he looked more silly than fearsome and replied that what she had done to avoid the ice was only a fraction of what she could do, and she suspected his ice was only a fraction of his quirk as well. Todoroki narrowed his eyes and stomped. A blast of ice shot toward Ayame, but she grinned and slipped around the corner, realizing he had trapped himself in a dead end. She called the move dumb as she ran down the hall, reasoning that Todoroki's position likely meant the weapon was nearby while Shuji covered a lower floor. She opened doors as she searched. Despite her initial surprise at how Todoroki had gotten out, she pushed harder and found the weapon in a room by chance. As she reached for it, a kick to her side sent her into the wall. Todoroki tried to tape her wrists, but she forced herself away. The rest of the class watched the standoff. Kaminari wondered aloud if the two villains had as much experience as the heroes. Jiro commented that they seemed evenly matched and that it was hard to tell who would win. In his own mind, one student murmured that he had been right about something, prompting Ayame to ask what he meant while keeping her distance from the weapon and ready to react. Todoroki answered that he was referring to her, speaking in a flat tone as he moved to charge. Ayame placed her hand on the ground and thick clouds gathered in the room. She stepped aside to mislead him and then reached the weapon. Ice attempted to trap her momentarily, but Todoroki was too late. Ayame secured the weapon. All Might announced over the intercom that the hero team had won. Steam rose as Todoroki approached and used his right hand to free Ayame from the remaining ice, wearing an expression that suggested disappointment. Ayame thanked him and stretched, pleased by the satisfying pop in her back. She noticed his lingering stare and asked why he was looking at her, but he walked off without answering. Ayame found his silence rude and followed, somewhat irritated. Outside, she separated from Todoroki and met Tsu, who gave her an enthusiastic high five and praised her as Shirakumo. Ayame smiled and nodded. Tsu returned the compliment, noting that Ayame had held back Shuji. They walked back to the observation room together, where the rest of the class was gathered. When All Might dismissed the class, everyone went to the lockers to change back into their regular uniforms. As they walked back to the classroom to finish the rest of their lessons, the girls talked about their matches and eventually about Ayame. Ashido excitedly recalled how Shirakumo had moved like a blur whenever Todoroki sent ice her way and mimicked the dodging with a flourish. Tsu smiled and mentioned that she wished she could have seen the fight because it sounded fun to watch. Jiro twirled her earjack and observed that the only problem was none of them knew what would happen next or who would win, and Uraraka nodded in agreement with a giggle. They finished their last classes, and Ayame gathered her things. Just as she was about to leave the room to find Shoyuta, Ashido moved her phone forward, insisting she needed Ayame's number. Ayame explained that she did not have a phone number and walked past, leaving Ashido surprised. Ayame found Shoyuta leaning against the wall by the double doors. He looked up as she approached, reached into his pocket, and handed her his keys, saying that she should head home because he had a meeting to attend. Ayame accepted the keys and left. At home, Ayame kicked off her shoes and nearly collapsed into a chair, trying to finish some English homework Mike had assigned. Halfway through, her eyes drooped and she rested her head, thinking a short nap would be fine. She immediately fell asleep. Later, Shoyuta and the others discussed a file they had seen. Hizashi whispered about it, and Shoyuta admitted he had seen the file and wondered why someone would possess it. Nemuri said she was more puzzled by the person's interest in Aya, noting that the photograph in the file appeared to be many years old. Shoyuta put his hands in his pockets and suggested that whether the person had meant for them to see the file or not, there was clearly something they knew that the others did not. Hizashi speculated that the person might have intended for them to see it, and Nemuri pointed out that Aya had never been clear about where she had gone after the orphanage. Shoyuta considered that possibility but thought it unlikely. He believed it had to be something more significant for Nizu to be interested and to have compiled what looked like a detailed document. Hizashi groaned at how secretive Aya could be, and Nemuri admitted she enjoyed the thrill of uncovering secrets. Shoyuta called them insufferable, and the two teachers laughed and slipped back into their usual banter, the earlier seriousness fading as they left the building. As they approached Shota's apartment, he asked if they were following him. Hizashi confirmed that they were, and Shoyuta did not protest, knowing they would not back down. He climbed the stairs and knocked at the door. When there was no response, he tried the knob and found it unlocked, making a mental note to tell Aya not to leave it that way. They entered, and Shota's expression softened at the sight of Aya sleeping at her desk. He leaned on the door frame, unsure whether to wake her to move her to the bed. Hizashi handed Shoyuta a cup of coffee and whispered that he had never seen her so peaceful, trailing off as he remembered their first encounter with her. Shoyuta reflected that Aya had seemed tough at first but clever, and that now he could see more of the lost child she sometimes hid beneath her independence. Nemuri said she wanted Aya to feel completely herself around them, and all three agreed that helping her feel safe and supported was important. Shoyuta gently picked Aya up to move her to the bed, careful not to wake her, and noted that she was lighter than he had expected. He asked Nemuri to change Aya since she was still unconscious. Nemuri agreed and took the lead, closing the door for privacy. When she reopened it, Aya was wearing a hoodie and shorts that Hizashi recognized as items she did not own. Aya cheerfully explained she had been prepared for moments like this and looked comfortable and at ease. Shoyuta smiled and mentioned that Aya tended to be especially affectionate while sleeping. The others reacted with surprise and curiosity. To avoid any misunderstanding about their care, Shoyuta added that their attention was simply focused on making sure Aya was comfortable and safe. Nemuri settled beside Aya on the bed and offered a quiet, comforting embrace. Shoyuta chuckled at the gentle scene and felt encouraged that they were making progress in helping Aya feel secure. As I and Shoyuta approached the UA gates, we noticed a crowd of interviewers. Shoyuta sighed, gently grabbed my wrist, and pushed through the throng toward the front door. We split up so I could get to class and he could head to the teacher's lounge for coffee. Once I entered the classroom, I plopped down and Ashido immediately bombarded me with questions, demanding to know why I did not have a phone and pleading that I must have one. Her expression was frantic and oddly layered. There was one kind of worry about the phone and another, subtler worry I couldn't place. I admitted that I had never had a phone, and Ashido reacted as if this confirmed her worst fears, slamming her forehead onto my desk in defeat. After a few seconds of silence, I asked if she was all right. Ashido sprang up and insisted they call her Mina, then rallied the other girls to assemble. She put her hand on her hip and urged me to ask Mr. Aizawa for a phone. I flatly refused and crossed my arms. The girls began pleading, each adding their reasons. Tsu tried to convince me with pleading eyes, Jiro argued they could hang out if I had a phone, Uraraka chimed in about sleepovers, and Momo offered her house as a possibility. I asked if they would leave me alone if I agreed to ask Aizawa, and after they nodded, I sighed and agreed. They cheered quietly and shifted their conversation to other topics while we waited for class to start. I would not have admitted it out loud, but they were growing on me, much like Shoyuta, and maybe Hizashi and Nemuri. It was something I could not quite control. Soon Shoyuta entered the room. He praised the class for decent work in yesterday's combat training and addressed individual performances. He told Bakugu not to sulk about his loss and warned Midoriya that his victory seemed to come at the cost of re-injuring his arm, insisting that excuses about lacking control over his quirk were growing thin. Then he announced that the first task would decide their future. My first thought was that it might be another quirk test. Shoyuta then explained that the class needed to pick a class representative. I let my head fall to the desk out of boredom and decided not to participate. The class erupted with candidates, everyone shouted to be picked. Ida began to speak passionately about something, and I tuned out the specifics. When they started writing names on the board, I finally paid attention. Midoriya had the most marks and Momo the second most. Shoyuta declared Midoriya the class representative and Yaoyorozu the deputy. Midoriya trembled with nerves and Momo looked conflicted. The bell for lunch was a relief. I took my food and sat with Mina and the other girls. Uraraka was elsewhere. As we ate, Momo asked why I lived with Mr. Aizawa. I told her it was a long story and pushed more food into my mouth. Mina pressed me for details, but I refused to share them. An alarm suddenly blared through the building, announcing a level 3 security breach and ordering everyone to evacuate in an orderly fashion. Mina grabbed my wrist and we ran out of the cafeteria into the crowded halls. The corridor became chaotic as people pushed and shuffled. Within moments I was separated from Mina and shoved against a wall. I narrowed my eyes and pushed back, annoyed. A massive slam drew everyone's attention. Ida had somehow climbed onto the exit sign and began addressing the students, calling for calm and reminding them that they were UA students who needed to remain composed and show they were the best of the best. His speech steadied the crowd, and people stopped pushing and regained their composure. After the commotion died down, we returned to our classrooms. Midoriya graciously gave up the class representative role to Ida, who accepted with pride. Once settled, Shoyuta climbed behind the podium to announce that today's training would be different. He explained that 3 instructors would oversee the session, himself, All Might, and another faculty member who would be keeping tabs on the students. Zero raised his hand to ask about the nature of the training. Shoyuta produced a card that read Rescue and explained that the lesson would focus on national disasters, shipwrecks, and similar scenarios. The class murmured with excitement. Tsu mentioned that she was eager to demonstrate her skills in water. Shoyuta reminded everyone that costume choices were up to them but warned that new costumes might limit abilities until people grew used to them. He added that this special training would take place at an off-campus facility and that they would be taking a bus to get there. Shoyuta announced that was all and told everyone to start getting ready, then left the classroom. After he dismissed them, they rose, grabbed their cases, and went to the locker rooms to change. Once changed, they headed outside to wait for the bus. While they waited, Azui and the narrator talked. Tsu asked what the narrator thought they would be best at, tapping her chin curiously. The narrator considered the clouds and said they did not know specifics but imagined a landscape where there was little property to damage so they could go all out. Tsu nodded in agreement and made her habitual frog-like sound. Ida blew a whistle to gather everyone's attention and instructed Class 1A to form 2 neat lines by student number so the bus could be loaded efficiently. Once on the bus with its more open layout, Ida pouted, lamenting that the layout had ruined his boarding strategy. Mina teased him to relax and sat beside him with a sly smile. Tsu turned toward Midoriya and mentioned that his power reminded her of All Might. Midoriya was surprised and admitted he had never thought about it that way, trailing off into a quiet musing. Kirishima pointed out that All Might did not hurt himself, which made a big difference, but he admitted it would still be cool to have a quirk like Midoriya's because it could be very flashy. Kirishima added that his own hardening quirk was powerful but perhaps not the flashiest in appearance. Midoriya received reassurance from others that his quirk was impressive and pro-material. He looked at his hardened arm and wondered aloud if something flashier would make it easier to be popular, but the narrator encouraged him not to sulk and to recognize how cool his quirk already was. Midoriya smiled and draped his arm over the narrator's shoulder, playfully punching them. The narrator groaned at the touch. Ayame boasted about the combination of panache and strength in his naval laser, and Mina gently reminded him that it would be lame if it caused stomach trouble. Kirishima noted that several classmates Todoroki, Bakugo, and the narrator already had pro-level quirks, and the narrator sighed at the attention. Tsu bluntly observed that Bakugo's constant anger would likely keep him from being popular. The narrator found Tsu's harsh honesty refreshing. Bakugo reacted angrily and threatened to retaliate, his outburst causing Jiro to lean away from him as she tried to avoid his temper. Tsu pointed the situation out to the narrator, who chuckled. Kaminari teased Bakugo about his personality, calling it a mix of flaming temper and garbage, which prompted Bakugo to begin shouting insults. Ida stepped in to try to calm him. Before the argument escalated further, Shoyuta finally called for quiet and announced that they had arrived, bringing the commotion to an end. Ayame's POV. Once the bus came to a stop, Ayame and the others got off and found the Space Hero 13 waiting for them. He welcomed them and led them inside. The building was impressive and strange, incorporating elements of shipwreck, earthquake, fire, windstorm, and landslide. 13 explained that he had created the facility to prepare them for different types of disasters and called it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, abbreviated as USJ. Shoyuta asked whether All Might should have been there already and suspected he had booked an interview. 13 quietly clarified that All Might had exerted himself on the way to school and used up too much power, so he was resting in the teacher's lounge. Shoyuta muttered that the man was the height of irresponsibility. 13 said that the clock was ticking and that they should begin. 13 then addressed the class with a measured speech. He warned them that his quirk, Black Hole, could SCK up anything and turn it to dust, and that while it had been used to save people, it could also be deadly. He reminded them that many quirks could be dangerous if used carelessly and that in their superhuman society quirks were certified and regulated for safety. He asked them not to forget that losing focus or making a wrong move could turn a rescue into a tragedy. He referenced Aizawa's fitness tests and All Might's combat training as lessons they should carry into the class. He emphasized that today they would learn to use quirks to save lives rather than to attack, and he closed by bowing and thanking them for listening. The class cheered in excitement, though a few, including Ayame, remained quiet. Shoyuta attempted to move on when the lights in the building flickered with electricity and shut off. The fountain flickered and an odd purple and black portal appeared in front of it. Shota's eyes widened. Ayame felt a cold knot of dread. The portal spread, revealing a sharp yellow eye and a human hand, followed slowly by a head with gray hair and hands all over him. More thugs emerged from other portals. Shoyuta ordered everyone to stay together and not to move, and he told 13 to protect the students. Kirishima asked aloud whether training had started already, thinking they had been there to rescue people. Ayame's fists clenched as she hesitated between stepping forward to help Shoyuta or staying where instructed. A few students began to step forward, but Shoyuta warned them to stay back. Ayame continued forward before stopping when he gave her a warning look. Shoyuta put on his yellow goggles and confirmed that the situation was real and that those before them were villains. The purple and black void shrank, its yellow eyes more visible, and it noted that according to the schedule they had retrieved from Yue, All Might should be present as well. The hand-wielding villain demanded to know where All Might was and complained that he had gone to the trouble of bringing many friends who were eager to meet him. He said they wanted All Might, the great symbol of peace, and expressed disbelief that he was not there, even suggesting that killing a few kids might draw him out. Shoyuta activated his quirk, causing his hair and scarf to float, and Ayame began to step closer before Kirishima gently tugged her back, sensing her frozen state. Kirishima expressed disbelief that so many villains could have breached a UA facility this secure. Momo questioned why the alarms were not going off. 13 admitted he was not sure. Todoroki analyzed the situation, proposing that if the alarm sensors were not being triggered, one of the villains likely had a quirk masking their presence and that the villains had carefully chosen the isolated facility and timing when a class was in session. He suggested they must have a concrete objective in mind. Ayame agreed inwardly and wondered aloud whether their target might be a person, likely All Might. Todoroki agreed that this was a reasonable assumption. Shoyuta prepared to intervene and instructed 13 to get the students out and alert the main campus. He noted that if the villains could block their sensors, they might also be jamming regular communications, and he told Kaminari to try using his quirk to contact the school. Kaminari acknowledged the order and began to try. A classmate warned Shoyuta that he could not fight the villains on his own because there were too many of them and that if he could nullify their quirks, his fighting style might not be suited to the situation. Tension rose as everyone braced for what would happen next. Midoriya warned that my power worked best in stealth and one-on-one fights and that it would not help against a group. 13 responded that I could not be a pro if I only had one trick and asked me to watch his back. I grinned and nodded and ran to his side. He told me he would leave it to me, then jumped into the air. I followed him, excited that he let me help. I knew he didn't need it, but I couldn't lose another person, and I suspected he understood my subtler clinginess. We glided through the air fast, and I cheered out, already enjoying the rush. Shota activated his quirk as we descended and caught the first 3 villains off guard, using his scarf to trap them and toss them so they collided with each other. I turned my back to his, ready to be his sidekick. A mutant with dark skin and icy blue markings charged at Shota, declaring that my power couldn't erase a mutant like him. Shota ducked his punch and countered with a solid strike, pointing out that a quirk like the mutant's only worked if he could get close, and that he had taken precautions to prevent that. He sent the mutant into the air. I used wind to slam the mutant into the ground while dodging a punch from a tan-skinned thug. I vaulted and kicked the thug square in the chest, sending him flying into 2 other attackers. Shota asked if I had guns on me. I confirmed I did. He urged me, with a warning look, to use them since I was already fighting, to render movement without killing anyone. I smirked as I took out my 2 pistols and spun them while we stood back to back, saying I was fine as long as I got to shoot people. 13 sighed and said I was insufferable. We jumped off again. Thugs targeted me too, but they didn't last long when bullets hit their legs and immobilized them. A massive guy swung at me. I leapt, rolled in midair, and put a round into his shoulder. To make him back off, I tossed 1 gun into the air, punched a girl who had gotten too close, then ran and grabbed a wrist while gliding along the ground, catching the gun in my mouth and slamming the opponent into the ground before retrieving the pistol with a grunt. Shota and I looked up and realized that the warp villain had blocked the class from leaving. More thugs were blocking our way. I muttered, wondering if the thugs were an endless supply as I went back to back with him. 13 said it was no time for jokes, addressing Ayame, and I laughed quietly before refocusing. The Void announced that they were the League of Villains and that they had invited themselves into this haven of justice to say hello, taunting that all might, the symbol of peace, was expected here and suggesting something had changed his plans. The voice sent a chill down my spine in a way I couldn't explain. Right after the Void finished speaking, Kirishima and Bakugo charged at him with powerful attacks that created a massive blast of dust. From within the dust cloud, the Void remarked that they lived up to their school's reputation and warned the students to be careful or someone might get hurt. As the smoke cleared, I saw his yellow eyes narrow and I gritted my teeth. 13 ordered what I assumed were Kirishima and Bakugo to get out of the way. The Void surrounded them, obscuring our view again, and threatened to scatter them across the facility to meet his comrades. I was suddenly tackled, distracted by the commotion. I cried out as I was knocked off balance and briefly heard a muffled, panicked shout of my name. I landed on my back, but my landing was the least of my concerns. A villain was on top of me, holding my guns and pinning me down with his weight. He kept my wrists trapped and aimed the weapons at me. I gasped for air and glared at him. The thug taunted that I had acted tough earlier and that now he would use my own weapons against me. He aimed to fire, preparing to take me out. A short neutral moment followed as the situation tightened. Shota's POV. Shota's heart sank when he saw Ayame being pulled into the portal. He cursed under his breath as he failed to grab her before it closed. Shota cried out for Ayame, but it was too late. He forced himself to stay calm, reminding himself that Ayame was strong and would be fine on her own. He could not forget how she had beaten him and Snipe. Ayame's POV. A gunman pulled the triggers at separate times, allowing Ayame to dodge one shot and only partially avoid the other. The second round grazed her shoulder, tearing her costume and leaving a painful scrape. She grunted and found the footing to kick him off. He fired again, but panic had ruined his aim. Once on her feet, she kicked his guns away. Ayame joked to herself about his aim, then closed in and landed a solid punch to his cheek that knocked him out. She retrieved her weapons from the ground and brushed them clean. The rain in the storm zone soaked her as she took stock of the situation. Tokoyami called Ayame by her surname, and she turned to see him approaching with Kota not far behind. She met them halfway. Tokoyami asked if she was all right and what had happened to her shoulder. Ayame assured him she was fine and asked about them. Tokoyami nodded and said they should move to get the other thugs under control, noting that Kota's quirk relied on animals, and there were none here. Ayame strapped her guns to her waist and fell into step with them. Tokoyami remarked that he had no idea she used firearms, and Ayame replied with a shrug and a calm smile that one learned new things every day. They encountered stronger villains further on. Ayame accidentally moved farther from Tokoyami and Koda than she had intended. When she tried to return, a warp opened beneath her and began to pull her in. Dark Shadow lunged to grab her but could not reach in time. As she was drawn through, the last thing she saw was Koda's terrified expression before everything went dark. Ayame opened her eyes to find herself on the ground and cried out when she noticed a massive mutant creature looming behind Shoyuta. Shoyuta stared at her with wide, panicked eyes and a visible injury to his elbow. The hand villain taunted that he was not the final boss. The creature grabbed Shuta's head and applied force, causing Shoyuta to cry out and stagger. Ayame's vision swam and tears stung her eyes as panic rose inside her. She berated herself for getting attached and for freezing in fear, forcing herself to move. She pushed to her feet, but the hand villain reached out, grabbed her wrist, and yanked her back down. The impact damaged her glove and left her wrist aching. She realized this was part of the villain's ability. The villain taunted Eraserhead, asking how he liked the creature and calling it the bioengineered symbol of peace, Nomu. The creature roared and struck Shoyuta again, severely injuring his arm and sending him into obvious pain. Shoyuta murmured that he was all right and told Ayame to breathe and that everything would be okay. She clenched her teeth at his calm, wishing reassurance felt stronger. The villain mocked Eraserhead's attempts to calm students and belittled anyone without quirk power. Ayame hissed at him to shut up, clutching her wrist. The villain laughed and taunted her further, then paused to look at Shoyuta. Shoyuta activated his quirk again, but the effect did not last long as the creature struck him and drove him down, preparing another heavy blow. Ayame forced herself out of the panic and charged the decay villain, landing a solid punch to his midsection. He stumbled but quickly recovered, closing in and grabbing her injured wrist. She kicked him away despite the pain and found herself more hurt for it. Frustration and fear sharpened her thinking. She told herself to stay calm and act, not react. A warp villain appeared nearby and identified himself as Tamura Shigaraki, a revelation Ayame noted with thinly veiled annoyance. Shigaraki asked Kurogyari if he had managed to take care of 13. Kurogyari reported that the rescue hero was out of commission but that some students had escaped, with one getting outside the facility. Shigaraki snarled that he would have torn Kurogyari apart if the other man were not a warp gate, then fell silent as he realized their situation. Shigaraki observed that if dozens of professional heroes arrived, their operation would be over, and he cursed that he had been looking forward to finishing things that day. Shigaraki said they should head home. After a moment of silence, Shigaraki added that before they left he wanted the symbol of peace to be broken and that they would wreck his pride. Shigaraki then turned to Tsu, who was watching from the water with Midoriya and Mineta, and appeared in front of her almost instantly. He touched her head, but nothing happened. Ayame nearly cried out as Shoyuta kept fighting. He had erased Shigaraki's quirk again, even though he knew his head would be slammed. When Shuta's head hit the ground a second time, Midoriya launched out of the water, ready to strike Shigaraki. Midoriya demanded that Shigaraki let her go and created a blast that kicked up a massive dust cloud. Once it cleared, Midoriya paused. Having hit the Nomu instead of Shigaraki, Ayame glanced at Shuta's unattended body and ran to him. She turned him onto his back. He was injured and unconscious. Tears fell as Ayame gently shook him and called for him to wake. A blast interrupted her, and she looked up to see a cloud of dust at the entrance. Relief washed over Ayame when All Might stepped out of the debris. She had never felt so relieved in years. All Might moved from the entrance to where Ayame and Shoyuta were, set Ayame on her feet, and lifted Shoyuta. He apologized to Aizawa for not being there earlier and told Ayame that her wrist injury looked severe and required immediate attention. He instructed them to apply pressure and get assistance to the stairs. Ayame tore off her red scarf and used it on her wrist, insisting she could manage. All Might guided Tsu, Midoriya, and Mineta to get everyone somewhere safe and then set them down. All Might ordered everyone back to the entrance and to get Aizawa help quickly, warning that he did not have much time. Mineta stammered his agreement. Midoriya went to the front and Mineta stayed at the back. Tsu supported Ayame, who realized she had been bleeding more than she first thought as blood seeped through the cloth on her wrist. As the five of them moved away, they could hear All Might striking the Nomu. The sounds made it clear his attacks were having little effect. A massive blast sent a cloud of dust into the air. Mineta exclaimed that the explosion was incredible and that All Might was on another level. Tsu noted that All Might still referred to his notes when teaching, and Ayame offered a weak smile despite growing dizziness. Tsu suggested getting someone stronger to carry Ayame, like Shoji, while Mineta commented on how pale she looked. Ayame insisted she would be fine. Midoriya asked whether Shigaraki had hit an artery, and Ayame confirmed the injury looked severe. Mineta urged someone to strike the villain's weak spot. Tsu tried to reassure Ayame that All Might could handle it and kept a steadying arm around her, supporting the injured wrist but careful not to tug it. When the dust cleared, they saw that Kurogyari had warped the Nomu into a position where it was pressing against All Might's sides and slipping slowly into the warp gate. Midoriya asked Azui to carry Ayame. Ayame told Tsu to take him instead, and Azui reluctantly agreed and took their place. Midoriya then turned and ran toward the fight. Mineta yelled that Midoriya was crazy when he did, and Ayame moved forward despite her compromised condition, knowing she did not have much time. She kept walking toward the entrance, stumbling slightly. They heard Uraraka and Sato call down from the massive flight of stairs. Sato came down and picked up Aizawa while Uraraka and Tsu supported Ayame so she could continue walking. At the top of the stairs they watched All Might send the Nomo flying out of the building with a blast that shook the structure. Ayame's vision blurred. Mina stepped in front of her to help keep her awake. Mina urged Ayame to focus and not fall asleep, patting the sides of her face. Ayame tried to stay conscious but could not hold on. Her head dipped and the last things she saw were the floor and the feet of those around her before she blacked out, the others' shouts muffled in her ears. Ayame's body jolted awake when a gunshot rang out nearby. She forced her eyes open, though her vision remained blurry. He turned his head and made out a figure he assumed was Uraraka by the color and shape of the clothing. He realized his head was resting in someone's lap. Mina's blurred face hovered above him and tears fell onto his cheeks. He thought it was ironic that earlier the attention had been on someone else, and now he was the one being cried over. On his other side, Tsu was holding his wrist and pressing his scarf to apply pressure. They were all crying, and he felt both grateful and uneasy that they cared so much. 2 more gunshots rang out in the distance. His vision remained too blurry to see beyond the people closest to him, so he let Mina gently ease his head back into her lap. Mina patted his face again and urgently called his name, trying to get a response. He managed to mutter that he was okay. Tsu sniffled, a shaky rib bit escaping her. He heard muffled voices and did his best to follow them despite a persistent ringing in his ears and growing dizziness from the injury. The principal apologized for being late and said that he had brought the teachers as quickly as he could. Uraraka exclaimed that it was Ida, and Ida's booming voice answered, though the ringing made it hard to catch everything. A loud, triumphant shout rang out somewhere nearby. He recognized the voice and felt a small surge of relief knowing those allies were present. He realized that if Mike was there, Midnight would be nearby as well. The cheer had not been aimed at their group, and judging from where it came from they were further behind. He relaxed a little, and then he lost consciousness again. Ayame's point of view. Nemuri asked Ayame how her wrist felt as she and Hizashi entered the hospital room. They had been visiting Shoyuta. Ayame glanced down at her wrist, heavily bandaged to keep it stable while the arteries healed. She had been taken into surgery as soon as she arrived and had only woken a few minutes before, the pain medication beginning to wear off. Ayame told them it felt achy, still staring at her wrist. The doctor entered with a clipboard and explained that Ayame had been lucky. He said she could have lost fingers, her whole hand, or worse the radial and ulnar arteries had been hit and she had lost a lot of blood, but a donor had been arranged. Ayame asked who the donor was. Hizashi stood and pointed at Nemuri, and Nemuri chuckled. The doctor indicated that their blood types had matched and that blood was already being transferred. To the right, he advised them to report any concerning throbbing as a possible sign of complications, handed Ayame papers to sign, and said that once the forms were completed she would be allowed to leave. After the doctor left, Ayame sat quiet for a moment and then thanked Namuri. Namuri reassured her that it had been no problem. The doctors said recovery would take time. After the paperwork was signed, Ayame changed into the outfit Namuri had bought while they waited for her to wake. Hizashi made a worried remark and suggested that she did not have to see Shota right away and that it could wait until he was better. Ayame interrupted him and told him there was no need to use that tone. She was not a child and did not need to be sheltered. Hizashi admitted he knew but hesitated. Namuri interjected that if Ayame said she could handle it, they should let her. Hizashi nodded, still looking uncertain. Ayame walked down the hall with Namuri and Hizashi close behind, scanning the room numbers as she searched for Shota. Her nerves tightened as she reminded herself that he was alive, not gone, just hurt. She wondered if he was awake. She paused and clenched her fist in her pocket to steady herself before entering room. Shota lay in the hospital bed wrapped in heavy bandages that hid the details of his injuries. Seeing him like that made Ayame stop for a moment, but she moved to stand at his bedside. He opened his eyes and looked at her. Ayame placed her hand on his bandaged arm and muttered that he looked silly. He seemed to accept the comment with a quiet hum. He looked at her wrist, and Ayame held up her bandaged hand to reassure him that it was all right and urged him to focus on his own recovery. He responded with a muffled chuckle. After a few minutes of companionable silence, Hizashi gently laid a hand on Ayame's shoulder and said they needed to let Shota rest and get Ayame home so she could rest as well. Ayame nodded, removed her hand from Shota's bandaged arm, and left the room without another word. She felt exhausted. Namuri and Hizashi said their goodbyes to Shota and followed her out. The walk to the car was quiet, the mood subdued despite the usual cheer of leaving the hospital. Hizashi offered Ayame the chance to talk to them if she needed to, saying that they could listen without saying anything. Ayame told them she was fine, though she did not truly feel that way, and settled into the back seat, buckling her seat belt with her good hand. Hizashi sighed, got into the driver's seat, and Namuri took the passenger seat as he started the car. At the apartment building, they climbed the stairs and used the spare key under the mat to enter. Namuri explained that Hizashi would stay there until Shota was discharged and that Namuri would visit, and Ayame nodded. She had already expected that arrangement. She yawned and loosened her messy ponytail. Namuri laughed and commented that Ayame looked like a big cloud, then asked Hizashi to help brush her hair. Hizashi agreed, and Ayame did not resist. It would be difficult to manage alone, especially with her injured wrist. Hizashi said they could brush her hair after dinner and asked what she wanted to eat. Ayame requested spicy chicken ramen. Hizashi nodded, put his phone on the counter, and began to change out of his hero gear. Ayame asked Namuri what Hizashi would change into. Namuri explained that he kept clothes at the apartment because he used to crash there a lot, though he had stayed away recently to give Ayame space. Namuri sat beside Ayame and gently patted her head, noting that Ayame looked exhausted. Hizashi burst back into the room, hair flowing as if he had let it down from its usual high post, and announced that the order had arrived. Aya groaned at the volume, and Hizashi paused, which drew a soft laugh from Namuri. He joined in and sat on Aya's other side, and she finally noticed the hair products in his hands: hairspray, a brush, and a spray bottle of water. Aya dropped off the couch onto the floor with her back to him while he began humming and lightly misting her tangled hair, doing his best not to pull as she pretended to watch TV. After a few minutes he chuckled, the sound carrying a trace of melancholy as he observed that she definitely had her father's hair. A knock sounded at the door. Namuri went to retrieve the food, paid the delivery person, and handed Aya a bowl of ramen with chopsticks. By the time Aya finished eating, Hizashi had untangled her hair. Hizashi announced that her hair looked much better and made a playful finger gun gesture. Aya nodded and thanked him. Namuri giggled while looking at her phone. Aya glared and demanded to know what she had done. Namuri turned her phone away so Aya could not see. It was a photo of Hizashi doing Aya's hair and Aya looking content. Aya shivered and demanded that Namuri delete the picture. Namuri refused and ruffled Aya's hair, then said she was heading out and told Aya to get a good rest. Aya protested that Namuri could not just walk off, and when she lunged to tackle her friend, Hizashi caught her by the waist and warned that he did not want her to risk hurting her wrist. Namuri laughed, gathered her things, slipped on her shoes, and left with a quick farewell. The door clicked shut, leaving Hizashi and Aya alone in the apartment. Aya watched TV quietly from the floor while Hizashi put the hair items away. Her mind drifted. The images on the screen blurred as she thought about Shoyuta and how bored he must be alone in a room, heavily bandaged. Hizashi noticed her spacing out and smiled. He said he was going to bed and told Aya not to stay up too late. Aya watched him disappear into the hall and listened to the bedroom door close, which made the following silence feel heavier. She turned off the TV and stepped out onto the balcony to look at the stars that managed to peek through the city lights. She leaned on the railing, resting her head on her hand as memories came back to her. When she was younger, she had groaned in frustration when sleep would not come, padded to her mother's room, and pushed open the creaking door. A familiar, strong smell met her and made her cringe. She ignored it and, with effort, climbed onto her mother's bed. Her small frame barely reached halfway up the mattress. Her soft whimpers woke her mother, who sighed wearily and pulled Ayame close, murmuring something that the child could not make out because her mother was drowsy and barely awake. Ayame could not sleep because of the smell, but she was comforted simply by being held. But in the present, Aya sighed, went inside, and prepared for bed. She slipped under the covers in the dark room and stared at the ceiling, unable to sleep. She rose again and checked the crack in Shota's door. Hizashi seemed to be asleep. She hoped he was a deep sleeper. Aya slipped into bed beside Hizashi, taking care not to wake him and mindful of her wrist. His back was turned, his long blonde hair spread across the pillow with a faint lavender scent. She picked up a single strand and admired its softness, running her fingers through it as the scent calmed her, and she slowly drifted off. Ayame slipped the classroom door open and stepped into the familiar room. Mina squealed with relief and tackled her into a tight hug, tears in her eyes as she said she was so glad Ayame was okay. Mina pressed against Ayame's shoulder and complained that Ayame had passed out twice and had been bleeding a lot. Sue wrapped one arm around Ayame on the other side and, in her usual frog-like tone, added that they had been really worried. Ayame, frozen and flustered, murmured that she appreciated their concern. Jiro, fidgeting with an ear-jack, asked about Ayame's wrist. Ayame glanced at the bandages and said the wrist was sore but the doctors had fixed it. With time it should fully recover, though she would have a scar. Mina rubbed her face against Ayame and reminded her that they had feared the worst. Yaoyorozu had explained earlier that if arteries were hit someone could bleed out quickly, and the others echoed how lucky Ayame was to be alive. Ayame admitted that if Mineta had not gotten help she might have bled out. Mineta called out from behind Uraraka with a confident grin, and then made an awkward comment. Jiro shocked him with her earjacks, and Kaminari dragged him away while muttering in annoyance. Sue watched him being led off and released Ayame, Mina still clinging happily despite everything. Uraraka suggested they sit down, and Ayame smiled and teased Mina, who complained that it wasn't fair. Uraraka gently pulled Mina away, and the group moved to their seats. They talked about the news, the fight, and All Might. Ayame found the conversation boring but endured it for their sake. Ida hurried to the front to call the class to order, then sat back down looking embarrassed and muttered that he felt silly. Uraraka smiled to reassure him. Mina leaned back and asked Sue who might teach class that day. Sue said she had no idea since Mr. Aizawa was supposed to be in the hospital recovering. The classroom door opened and Ayame recognized the mummified form of Aizawa walking in. The class erupted with surprise. Kaminari praised his dedication, while Ida expressed relief that he was okay. Uraraka looked disturbed by Aizawa's bandaged appearance and questioned whether he was all right. Aizawa strode to the front and told them that his own well-being was irrelevant. What mattered was that their fight was not over yet. Ayame rolled her eyes at his bluntness but watched as he announced that the UA Sports Festival was about to start. Kirishima cheered, eager for action. Kaminari tried to temper his excitement. Jiro asked whether it was wise to hold the festival so soon after the villain's intrusion. Ojiro agreed that the students could be vulnerable if attacked while gathered. Aizawa explained that the administration wanted to show the threat had been handled and that the school was safe, and that security would be increased. He emphasized that the event was a huge opportunity and could not simply be cancelled because of the incident. Mineta voiced fear about attending, and Midoriya reminded him how important the competition was. Shoyuta explained that the UA Sports Festival had become the premier event for hero scouting, describing how it had eclipsed traditional competitions. Yaoyorozu said the festival was where students could get noticed by top heroes and agencies. Mineta muttered that he did not want to die, and Kaminari and Jiro traded barbs about career prospects and sidekick paths, prompting Ayame to cover her mouth to hide a smile. Shoyuta concluded by stressing that the festival mattered for any aspiring hero and warned them not to slack off in training. The class dispersed as Aizawa dismissed them. Ayame asked to meet him during lunch, he thought, and Mina giggled, earning a glare from him. After finishing the morning classes, he stayed behind as the rest of the students left for lunch. Once the classroom was empty, Shoyuta leaned against a desk and explained that it was about his injury during training. He watched Shoyuta closely as Shoyuta continued, saying that normally he would be the one watching over him but, due to his own injuries, he would not be quick enough to stop him if he pushed himself too hard. Shoyuta relayed that Nizu wanted a teacher to make sure he did not put pressure on his wrist. Shoyuta had already explained why he could not do it himself, and he added that Nem's quirk would not reach him in time and that he did not expect him to be swayed by his voice or Snipe's gun. Since one teacher was free, Shoyuta told him that All Might would watch over him, announcing it with a solemnity that made him almost chuckle remembering Shota's disdain for All Might. He shrugged and thanked Shoyuta for letting him know. Shoyuta nodded and then paused to add that Nizu wanted to speak with him personally after school. He nodded in acknowledgement, and while Shoyuta left the classroom, he went the opposite way to the cafeteria to grab a bite and sat with the girls next to Mina. The rest of the classes passed quickly. When it was time for hero training, he changed into his gym uniform. All Might found him in the hall on the way to Gym Gamma and greeted him boisterously, calling him young Shirakumo and remarking that his wrists seemed taken care of and that he was lucky to be alive. He hummed in return, understanding a bit more why Shoyuta was not fond of All Might. He was not in the mood to socialize and intended to train and ignore him. All Might seemed awkward after the lack of response. They arrived at Gym Gamma, where a few others were assembling. He ignored All Might and went to a mat, tucking his injured wrist behind his back and letting himself fall forward, catching All Might off guard. All Might looked ready to intervene but stopped when he realized what he was doing. He began push-ups with his good arm, slapping his shoulder each time he came up, and felt some classmates' eyes on him but ignored them. All Might watched silently, likely understanding that he did not want to chat. After the first 100 push-ups, All Might spoke nervously, expressing admiration for his determination but insisting that he needed to give his muscles a break from time to time if he wanted to be a hero. He interrupted by explaining that he had done his first 100 one-arm push-ups when he was 9 and that he would be fine. All Might tried further attempts to intervene, and then hooked an arm under his waist and hoisted him up, apologizing and insisting it was his duty to ensure he did not push himself. He retorted that the duty was to make sure he did not aggravate his injury and reminded All Might that everyone pushed themselves. He also pointed out that All Might had once said that one needed to push limits to grow, which caused All Might to pause and then set him down. He rolled his eyes and declared that he was going outside to run, then walked to the track. After hero training, he changed back into his uniform and began gathering his things when an arm came over his neck. He sighed, already knowing it was Mina. She tried to bring up a phone again. He gently nudged her off and reminded her that he still hadn't been asked. Mina whined that he had promised but then slumped in defeat when he reminded her that his guardian had nearly died. She apologized and laughed nervously, saying she had forgotten. Later, as students returned to the classroom, Uraraka opened the door and shouted, perplexed to find a crowd of other students gathered instead of an empty hallway. Ida stepped forward and asked if the students had some business with their class, keeping his voice formal while making precise arm movements. Mineta misread the situation and screamed that he would not let them hold the class hostage. Bakuga dismissed the crowd as scouting the competition and walked up to the door where they were crowded, stopping in front of them and declaring that now they knew what a future pro looked like, then told them to move while calling them extras. He and others in Class 1A looked shocked at Bakugu's bold statement. He stepped forward and told Bakugu that just because someone was unknown did not mean they should be called extras, crossing his arms and narrowing his eyes at the back of Bakugu's neck. He reminded himself that while he had not always been nice, he did not go around insulting groups. Bakugo glared at him over his shoulder and started to speak, but another voice cut in. A young man with spiky purple hair and tired eyes pushed his way through the group and to the front, calling out that this was Class 1A and criticizing their attitude. He said he had heard they were impressive but that they were sounding arrogant now, questioning whether everyone in the hero course was delusional or only Bakugo. The newcomer explained that he had wanted to be in the hero course but had been forced to choose a different track after not making the cut the first time. He said he had another chance now. If anyone did well in the sports festival, teachers might transfer students into the hero course, and they would have to transfer others out to make room. He admitted that some people might be scouting the competition, but he was there to warn them that if they did not do their best he would take a spot in the hero course himself. The protagonist regarded the moment as a declaration of war. After a moment of silence, a student and Bakugo locked eyes in a tense stare. When someone from Class 1B began shouting nonsense, Bakugo started to walk away. The protagonist grabbed his elbow and told him not to leave, accusing him of making others assume they were all the same and insisting that they cared about how they were perceived, refusing to be seen as arrogant and inconsiderate, and asking if his ego was too big. Mina held back giggles, covering her mouth. Bakugo's jaw tightened. Embarrassed and furious, he erupted in his usual aggressive manner, demanding to know who the protagonist thought they were talking to and threatening to unleash an explosive attack. The protagonist grinned and pointed out that clouds did not explode but expanded. Bakugo's anger boiled over while Mina clung to a desk for balance. Mineta smirked and said that the protagonist had a point. Bakugo yelled in frustration and stomped off like a sulking child. Kirishima whimpered as he watched Bakugo leave, a tear in his eye. Sato nodded in agreement. Tokoyami closed his eyes and admitted that the protagonist had not been wrong and that he did not want to be seen that way either. Kaminari complained that Bakugo had made them everyone's enemies. Mineta agreed that now other students would likely come after them during the festival. The protagonist finished gathering their bags. Mina, Uraraka, and Tsuyu approached. Mina laughed that the protagonist had roasted Bakugo, giggling and linking arms with them. The protagonist explained that they had simply spoken their mind. Tsuyu croaked that Bakugo deserved it and had seemed embarrassed, and Uraraka, rubbing her neck, confessed she did not know how the protagonist had the courage because Bakugo was intimidating even if he had been rude. The protagonist walked down the hall toward Principal Nizu's office, paused at the door and knocked. A cheerful invitation to enter answered them. They opened the door, closed it behind them, and found the principal standing on his chair with a smile, holding a teacup with another cup set out. Nizu welcomed them to sit and indicated he would like to have a chat. Third POV after Shigaraki escaped. Snipe observed the chaos spread out before him from the spot just before the stairs. He noted aloud that he could not believe they had let the villains get away after everything that had happened. Midnight looked toward Principal Nizu, who was being set down, and reflected that the attack had taken them completely by surprise and that their priority now was to ensure all the students were safe. Nizu replied with a calm, measured tone, hands folded behind his back. A panicked cry from Uraraka cut through the scene. Uraraka called for Snipe and Vlad and asked if one of them could carry Shirakumo, explaining that she had passed out and appeared gravely hurt. Snipe and Midnight exchanged a look and rushed toward the group, with Nizu and Vlad close behind. Uraraka explained that they believed the decay villain had struck Shirakumo and caused a serious injury. Midnight checked Shirakumo quickly, then tied the scarf back and signaled to Snipe, who lifted her. The two heroes hurried out of the building with her while the trio of girls followed. Nizu watched with a slight frown and lamented how even the strongest among them could be injured. Vlad misunderstood and asked if Nizu meant Eraser. Nizu shook his head with a faint smile and declined to elaborate before climbing on Vlad and instructing him to leave the building. Ayame's POV. Ayame regained consciousness to Nemuri's voice. When she opened her eyes the light was bright, and she shot upright, looking around frantically until she saw Nemuri. Hizashi was beside her and looked equally worried. Ayame pressed her hand to her head and tried to orient herself. Nemuri told Ayame that she was in an ambulance. Ayame lifted her hand and saw her left wrist heavily bandaged and connected to monitoring equipment. A detective in a khaki coat and hat stood nearby and recognized her. He bowed, offered his wishes for her recovery, and explained that he had only come to check in. He nodded toward Hizashi and Namuri, excused himself, and left the ambulance, closing the door behind him. Hizashi told Ayame that she had given them a scare, and Namuri added that the paramedics had to revive her after her condition briefly worsened. The ambulance began to move. Ayame admitted that she had not realized how badly she had been hurt until All Might had said something. She glanced at her shoulder, where stitches had been placed while she was unconscious, then asked after Shoyuta. Namuri said that Shoyuta was already at the hospital. The paramedics had chosen to stabilize Ayame before transporting her. Hizashi gave a reassuring thumbs up and said Shoyuta would be all right. A short, quiet moment followed as the ambulance continued toward the hospital, everyone focused on recovery and the next steps. Ayame's POV. Ayame accepted the cup of tea Principal Nizu handed her and waited for him to get to the point as he chatted about trivial things, mentioning the way he groomed his fur. She wondered what he was waiting to tell her and felt a bead of sweat slide down her forehead as possibilities raced through her mind. She considered that she might be in trouble for attacking the villain ringleader, but she could not understand why she was the only student called in. Nizu mentioned that he liked that brand of tea because it added a special shine to his fur and took an occasional sip from his mug. Ayame asked Principal Nizu why she had been summoned to his office. Nizu laughed and admitted he had gotten sidetracked, then explained that he wanted to talk about her life before UA. Ayame hesitated for a moment and nodded. Nizu smiled and assured her he would not push for anything she did not want to tell, then added that he was terribly intelligent and would probably know her true answer anyway. Ayame wondered if his genius somehow included mind reading and reluctantly agreed to continue. Nizu took documents from a drawer and noted that she had been taken from her mother at 4 years old. Ayame, annoyed at being treated like a patient, leaned back and asked if he was her therapist. Nizu laughed again and said he would take that as a yes. He poured coffee, his tail swishing contentedly as he continued reading the file, and said that she had been in an orphanage for nearly a year before the Hero Public Safety Commission were called after she received her quirk at 5. Ayame's eyes widened and her breath caught. After a moment, Nizu asked if he had the details wrong. Ayame swallowed nervously, sat up straight, leaned closer to his desk, and told him that she had never told anyone that and only one other person knew, aside from him. Her voice hardened and she narrowed her eyes. Nizu named Hawks, Kigo Takami, as the one who knew, and explained that as principal he checked into any students who seemed more experienced than others. Ayame gritted her teeth as she realized he was toying with her and asked if he usually called such students into his office. Nizu folded his arms behind his back and admitted he did not normally summon them, but said it was not every day he had a student with prior commission involvement. Judging by her reaction, he said his research had been correct so far. Ayame started to ask about her age at the time of certain events, but Nizu finished for her, stating that she had been 11 the same day Hawks debuted. Ayame groaned in frustration and slammed her hands on his desk, demanding to know why she had been called in. Nizu apologized for triggering her and said he did not mean to bother her, only to make sure she knew and understood a few important things. Ayame insisted she understood her past well and crossed her arms. Nizu chuckled and asked for permission to continue. Ayame sighed, sat back, and sipped the now cold tea she had barely touched. Nizu noticed and took the mug, making fresh tea as he explained that the Hero Public Safety Commission had a policy due to their busy schedule. If a child in their custody had been missing for over a year, they were presumed dead. Nizu handed her the new, hot mug and said that technically the commission had no one to surrender her to, so she was considered safe at UA. He also informed her that because she had received advanced training prior to UA, her exams would be more difficult. Ayame nodded and took a sip. Nizu added that he understood her reluctance to put that information in public, but he had to inform her teachers so they would know to give her a greater challenge. Ayame's shoulders tightened and she asked if he really had to do that. Nizu said that if he could he would keep it secret, but it was better for her education. He offered to allow her to be present when he told the teachers. Ayame corrected him that she preferred to be called Ayame, and declined the offer, saying it would be awkward while expressing appreciation for his consideration. She stood, placed her cup down, bowed slightly, grabbed her bag and began to leave. Nizu called after her and reminded her to take care of her wrist. Ayame glanced over her shoulder, nodded, and left the office. In the hallway she found Shoyuta and asked if he was coming home. Shoyuta replied that he had received permission. Ayame teased him that he looked silly, and Shoyuta pointed out she had already said that. They traded more light insults, Ayame calling him stupid and Shoyuta shrugging it off. Ayame told him he is giddy and he accepted it without being bothered. They walked back to his apartment together, attracting some curious looks because of his unusual appearance at the moment. I sighed in relief as my cast was finally removed with the help of Shoyuta and Hizashi. I still had to keep it bandaged, but for the most part one could train with it. Shoyuta instructed me to be careful and to listen to my body, telling me to rest and ice it if it hurt. Namuri tossed the cast aside while Hizashi chuckled at my happy reaction as I waved my wrist around. Shoyuta sighed in a deadpan way and asked if I was even listening. I mumbled that I was listening, smiling as I let my head lean back on the couch. I said I was just glad I could get back to full training and that I had a lot of push-ups to catch up on. I stood up and tied my hair, deciding it was a good time to start. I put my uninjured wrist behind my back and paused when a firm voice from the couch told me not to do one-armed push-ups inside since the people on the floor below might hear. I said I could do them on the balcony, and Shoyuta agreed that would suffice. I grinned and opened the door, leaving it ajar for the fresh air. With my right wrist behind my back, I dropped down and began the one-armed push-ups, huffing each time I neared the ground and taking a breath as I slapped my shoulder between reps. Namuri leaned on the doorframe, watching with an impressed grin and calling the effort hardcore. I replied that I had done more grueling workouts, my voice slightly strained as I moved. The next day during hero training, everyone pushed themselves hard. I was especially driven now that both wrists were functional again and I could return to lifting. I was in the weight section of the gym, Kirishima nearby talking with Shuji. They noticed me as I began lifting dumbbells and approached. Kirishima excitedly pointed out that my cast was off and asked how it felt. Shuji expressed concern about whether I should be lifting so soon, given my wrist. I nodded and explained that it felt great and that the doctor had given me the green light. I added that without some help from Recovery Girl's quirk, the recovery might not have gone as well. Kirishima commented that it had looked rough and said he was glad I was back to training. He offered to be my punching bag to help with his endurance, his enthusiastic grin unmistakable. I said that sounded fun. Kirishima punched his fists together and hardened his arms, ready to go. We moved to a clearer area and stretched while Shuji watched. Mina and Tsu soon joined, and Mina called over Ida to act as referee and call out any unfair plays. Ida found a whistle and announced the rules sternly. Neither of us could receive assistance, and the first to pin the other for 3 seconds would win. We both nodded and Ida signaled the start. Kirishima crossed his arms and hardened them in a defensive pose as I ran forward. I feinted a mid-air kick with my left leg, twisted my body so my back faced him, and swept his feet, forcing him to catch himself. I followed by twisting again and delivering a precise kick to his midsection while he was off balance, sending him to the ground. I moved quickly, flipped him so his stomach faced down, secured his wrists, and placed my boot against the back of his head to keep him pinned. Ida began the count as Kirishima yelled and tried to unpin himself. The crowd of watchers grew, and some of them whispered that the move had been intense and a little frightening. One onlooker reacted nervously while another hid behind a friend with a wide grin. Ida completed the countdown and declared me the winner. I released Kirishima, who immediately shot up with a grin as if nothing had happened and cheered that it had been manly. He raised his fist for a bump, and I gently bumped my fist against his. Out of the corner of my eye I noticed Todoroki among the crowd of watchers. Unlike the others, his expression was unreadable. He blinked and then walked away silently, moving on with his day. I found the moment odd but shrugged and returned to my training. Ayame's POV. As Ayame packed her bag to leave the classroom and look for Shoyuta, she felt someone staring at her, a feeling that had followed her for days during departures and training. She slung her bag over her shoulder and glanced back to find Todoroki as the only person left in the room. She bit her lip to keep from speaking as she realized he was the one watching her. She turned to go, but a hand gripped her good wrist. Ayame noted that Todoroki had held her wrist with the hand on his fireside and asked what he wanted. After a long moment, Todoroki mumbled that he had been curious about something, his tone hitting a raw nerve because she still could not read him. His expression remained impassive. Ayame pulled her wrist free while asking what he was curious about. Todoroki pressed that she had been trained outside of UA, his voice carrying the suggestion of accusation. Ayame acknowledged that she had, and asked why it mattered, pushing her hands into her pockets and meeting his gaze up at him. Todoroki stared for a second without showing any emotion, then walked past her and left the room. Ayame watched him go, briefly frozen, then muttered to herself that he must have his own problems. She shook off the unease and headed out, looking for Shota. Her phone, the one Shota had given her, vibrated in her pocket. Ayame answered and heard Shota tell her to come to the meeting room at the end of the hall in his typically gruff tone, with something else underlying it she could not place. He ended the call abruptly. Ayame worried that he might be angry. As she walked toward the meeting room, a pinch of dread tightened in her chest. The realization that Nizu must have informed him of her background hit her hard. She shoved the phone into her pocket and ran down the hall to the meeting room, pausing in front of the door to steady herself before entering after the principal invited her in. She kept her head down as she closed the door and felt the tension in the room. Only Nizu, Vlad, and Snipe were looking at her. Neither Midnight nor Mike met her eyes. Her voice cracked when she asked if she was needed. Nizu directed a question to Vlad, who was holding what looked like wrist and ankle weights. Nizu explained that Ayame would be wearing the weights during the sports festival to even the playing field and asked if that was acceptable. Ayame nodded, the lump in her throat too large to form words. Nizu assured her they would be in her locker on the day and requested that she put them on quietly to avoid a ruckus. Ayame nodded again. Nizu dismissed the meeting. Shota rose abruptly, his chair scraping as he headed toward the door and told Ayame to go with him. His voice was stern, and Ayame flinched before following, keeping her head low. They walked in silence for a while, Shota seeming to wrestle with what to say. He stopped and took a deep breath, then he told Ayame that he had thought she could trust him. She tried to say that she did trust him, but Shota cut in and insisted that she did not. His voice conveyed hurt and frustration as he said that if she had trusted him, she would have told him sooner. He reminded her that she was the daughter of his best friend and that, with their friend gone, he felt a duty to protect her. Ayame kept her head down and clenched her eyes shut as the words pressed at her throat. Shota told her to get home so they could talk more there. She followed him, a few steps behind. The rest of the walk was painfully quiet. The sound of keys jingling when Shota unlocked the door felt unusually loud. Inside, they slid off their shoes and a heavy silence settled between them. Ayame tried to speak first, but Shota interrupted, asking why she had not told him. She did not look up. Shame pinned her gaze to the floor. Shota demanded an answer. Ayame admitted that she had not wanted sympathy and that she had been scared. Shota said he knew she did not want sympathy and that he had always thought of her as one of the strongest people he knew. He acknowledged that learning about her past and the challenges she had faced made sense in hindsight. He confessed that he had feared she might have been connected to a corporation, but he had pushed those thoughts away and believed she was simply strong-willed. Still, he trailed off and called her Aya, his tone softening. He apologized for bringing up Oboro earlier and said that Oboro would not have wanted what had happened to her. Shota reflected quietly that none of those difficult events would have occurred if Oboro had been more cautious. Ayame sat beside him in silence, careful with her words. The room felt quieter now, both of them carrying the weight of things unsaid as they began to find a way to speak about the past without making it worse. He told Aya that he was not blaming her father for how her life had turned out, but he blamed him for being reckless. His voice cracked as he took a deep breath and fought to hold back his tears. Aya sniffled and swallowed her own tears. He said they, as his friends, could have been there for the most important years of her life and that he had wanted that so badly. He said Hizashi had been excited for it, and he recalled that Nem had been practically begging for a girl to spoil because they had not known the baby's gender yet. Aya leaned her head on his shoulder. He promised that now that they had found her, they would not let her go. He insisted that they loved her and that even if the organization still wanted her, he would never give her up to them. She bit her lip as hot tears fell, and his head leaned against hers. He reassured Aya that nothing would change the way they saw her, that they only wanted to make sure she was safe and to protect her, and he asked if she understood. She sobbed and thanked him, tears flowing down her face like a river as the dam finally broke. Ayame's POV. Before she could blink, the day of the sports festival arrived. Nizu had decided it was best for Ayame to put on the ankle and wrist weights the morning before school. She had agreed to keep the wrist weights visible. She was fastening them as Hizashi fussed over her like a paranoid parent. Hizashi asked if they were on tight enough and reached to adjust them. Despite her annoyance, Ayame let him work carefully around the scarred wrist. He then called for the bandaged, grumpy Shota from her room. Shota responded with a groan and asked Hizashi to stop yelling, clearly more irritable than usual because of his difficulty drinking coffee. Hizashi pointed to Ayame's wrist and suggested she should be bandaged. Shota looked at Ayame and asked how it felt. Ayame shrugged and said it felt fine. Shota turned back to Hizashi and refused the bandage, saying she would be fine. Hizashi tried to argue, but Shota walked off, leaving Hizashi to sigh and check Ayame's backpack for gauze just in case. Ayame fixed her uniform while Hizashi rummaged through her bag. He handed her the backpack as she slid on her shoes, then hesitated and asked if she wanted her hair braided because it might get in the way. Shota interrupted, using a sharp tone to tell Hizashi to leave Ayame alone and hurry up. Ayame giggled, stuck her tongue out at Hizashi, and they left for school together with Hizashi pouting behind them. When they arrived, Shota sent Ayame to the locker room after dropping off her things in the classroom. As she changed into her gym uniform, some classmates had already noticed the weights. Mina asked if Ayame was wearing weights and Kirishima grinned, admiring them as something manly. Ida began to object, but Ayame explained that Principal Nizu had approved the weights and she was not breaking any rules. Mina raised a concern about whether the weights would give her an advantage, but then conceded that even if that were so, Ayame had permission. Jiro asked whether the weights would slow her down. Ayame admitted it was complicated and said she would be fine and could handle it. Tsu made a concerned croaking sound and went to her side, asking if she truly could perform at her best with the weights. Ayame nodded and thanked her for the concern. Mina threw an arm over Ayame's shoulder and encouraged everyone to try their hardest. Sato looked nervous and fidgety, while Tokoyami closed his eyes and reminded everyone to persevere. Shuji nodded in agreement. Ida called for everyone to get their game faces on as they prepared to enter the arena. Ayame stretched to ease her nerves while Tsu sat quietly watching. Present Mic's voice boomed over the stadium as the crowd cheered loudly. Ayame quietly noted how loud and excited the crowd was and hoped they would do well, admitting that Present Mic was certainly raising expectations. Mina laughed and told her to relax, saying she seemed unusually tense. Ayame exhaled without realizing she had been holding her breath and confessed that someone she had not seen in some time might be in the audience, which made things complicated. Tsu advised her to forget about that person for now and focus on the competition. Mina suggested that if it would help, Ayame could show off a little. Ayame decided she would try a bit of both. The sun blazed as they entered the stadium and the crowd erupted. Present Mic hyped the audience, introducing the Hero Corps students of Class 1A as a dazzling group with hearts of steel. Tsu murmured at the size of the crowd and tried to calm Ayame's nerves. Mina reassured Ayame that being honest about her feelings was progress. As the announcements continued for the other classes, Ayame chatted with the girls but kept noticing Todoroki watching. When she looked his way, he turned away quickly. Ayame told the girls she would be right back and walked toward Todoroki. She put a hand on his shoulder and asked about an odd question he had asked earlier that he would not explain. Todoroki turned to face her and nodded casually. Ayame sighed and rubbed the bridge of her nose, giving him permission to ask. Todoroki then directly asked what was with the weights. He demanded a serious answer, not, "It's complicated," his expression unchanged as always. I lied that I wanted to challenge myself, but he saw through me and narrowed his eyes, calling me a liar. I grinned, turned to walk away, and waved my hands to emphasize that my pants were not on fire, chuckling as he stood frozen. Mina prodded about what I had talked to Todoroki about, and I refused to answer, which earned her a pouty glare. The students all gathered as Midnight took the stage. Midnight announced the introductory speech, flipped her hair, asked everyone for silence, and introduced Bakugo Katsuki to deliver the student pledge. I tapped my forehead with my knuckles, bracing for how this would go. Bakugo stepped onto the stage with his hands in his pockets and declared that he was going to win. The crowd immediately started booing, and I felt a flush of secondhand embarrassment. Midnight rubbed the bridge of her nose, clearly fed up. Ida shouted that Bakugo was being disrespectful and reminded him that he was representing them all. Bakugo turned to face him and dismissed the remark, saying it was not his fault if others were merely stepping stones to his victory, and he gave a contemptuous thumbs down. Midnight announced that the festival games were about to begin and that the first event would be the obstacle course. She raised her arm, and a screen behind her displayed the game name, Obstacle Course. Midnight explained that all classes were competing on a 4-kilometer track around the stadium and that, for this game, contestants would not be restrained. She paused briefly before instructing everyone to take their places. We crowded toward the starting entrance, excitement buzzing through the air. I was still holding Tsu's hand. She was steady and warm in mine. I told Tsu that we had this. She mumbled that she was nervous, letting out her small trademark frog-like sound, and forced herself to let go of my hand. I shook out my nerves with deep breaths and a few shaky shakes of my hands. Midnight announced the start, and everyone surged forward into a tall, cramped hallway. The race began, and I moved with a plan already forming. Ayame slid beneath the crowd by concentrating and turning herself into a cloud-like form. She slipped through and around feet like mist, creating a fog that confused other students. Mina grunted when she was jostled, and Jairu, close behind, recognized what was happening and called out that Shirakumo was responsible. The hallway filled with fog, making sight difficult. Ayame stayed out of direct view and kept her form as discreet as she could so she would not draw attention. As she moved ahead, other students spread out as well. Todoroki used his ice to freeze parts of the course and to slow others down as he tried to pin down Ayame's position, even though she was barely visible to the eye. Bakugo's yelling and the sharp sounds of explosions echoed through the hall. Bakugo shouted that he would not let anyone get away so easily and unleashed a larger explosion to close the distance, not noticing that someone else was already far ahead. Ayame felt the urge to return to her physical form when she heard Mineta's shouting and other cries, but she held herself back, focusing on the race instead. Present Mike announced the sudden appearance of robotic obstacles, calling them Robo-Infernos. Ayame dodged narrowly to avoid being stepped on. One robot turned and its cameras zoomed in on the unusual cloud form. Before it could react, Todoroki had frozen the machine solid, stopping it in its tracks. Present Mike praised Todoroki as an impressive competitor and suggested he was someone to watch. Ayame allowed herself a quiet grin, inwardly pleased that she had not been widely noticed. Shoyuta commented that Todoroki's move had been both offensive and defensive. Present Mike added that it was no wonder Todoroki had been recommended, while Shoyuta noted that he still had a lot of catching up to do. Ayame nearly paused when she realized the commentators and cameramen were beginning to notice. The cameras zoomed in and captured what looked like living clouds racing across the course, already approaching the next segment. Present Mike urged viewers to look closer, identified the cloud as Ayame Shirakumo from Class 1A, and explained that she relied on stealth and brains. He announced that she had been unexpectedly in the lead by taking the quiet route, which meant Todoroki now had his work cut out for him. The crowd cheered louder at the surprising development, excited to see how the race would unfold and how Todoroki would try to catch up to someone who had slipped through the course so cleverly. Mike announced to the crowd that the first-year students were off to a strong start and that it was only the first round. He explained that the players were racing against each other on a chaotic obstacle course where anything went as long as they stayed on the track, and he hyped up the cameras recording every moment. Mike warned that the stakes were high and questioned whether the students could withstand the challenge posed by Robo Inferno. Shoyuta warned the competitors to be careful, and Ayame inwardly giggled at the warning. Mike continued to describe the event, and Ayame had to steady herself so she would not break her form. Shoyuta observed that Class 1A had learned not to hesitate, saying they had seen the real world, felt the fear of facing villains, and yet continued to fight and grow because they had to act quickly to survive. Ayame returned to her physical form at the ledge of the next obstacle, panting and wiping sweat from her forehead. The concentration required to shift in and out of clouds left her little energy for curiosity. Mike announced the second obstacle, calling it the fall, and explained that the students would have to be creative to pass it. Ayame took a steadying breath and melted into a thin trail of clouds as she dropped through the obstacle, emerging on the other side to catch her breath and see Todoroki approaching. She shifted again into a faint trail of clouds to widen the distance between herself and the others. As she moved, Mike asked Eraserhead rhetorically whether it was hard for flashy quirks to get popular in the world of heroes. Ayame nearly lost control of her form from amusement. Shoyuta responded gruffly, denying that he knew what Mike was talking about and dismissing the comment with his usual terse tone. The crowd continued to speculate about the race. Observers noted that the girl in first place and the boy in second were pulling ahead and agreed their quirks were powerful. One onlooker attributed the leader's position to sheer determination, while another pointed out that the second-place competitor relied on athletics and sharp judgment. A third voice mentioned the second-place student's famous parentage, identifying his father as the Flame Hero, and others wondered about the leader's training and background. Mike reported that the leader was increasing her lead and warned that there was no time to relax. He then announced the final obstacle, a minefield with small, hidden bumps marking the explosives, and urged the audience to watch carefully. Todoroki paused at the edge of the minefield and focused on Ayame, who was already halfway through the field in her physical form, shoulders trembling and panting from the added weights. He assumed the weights were affecting her more than she expected. Ayame, however, was lost in a flash of memories from her time with the Commission's strict training, harsh reprimands, and relentless discipline when she faltered. She drew on those recollections for resolve, stood up, and sprinted forward, the course reacting around her. She kept her transformation partial to conserve energy. She could no longer sustain a full cloud state without risking complete exhaustion because of the added weights. Using her clouds to lighten herself somewhat, she ran across the minefield with reckless speed. Mike called attention to her fearless dash across the traps, and the crowd reacted to the spectacle. Ayame also needed a brief moment to breathe, but catching sight of Todoroki spurred her on. She pushed through until she cleared the field, each step feeling heavier but steady. Mike announced that as Shirakumo approached the finish line, the question was whether the next two leaders could keep pace. Ayame looked back over her shoulder and noticed two familiar competitors pushing each other hard, their tactics obvious in the way one used explosive tricks and the other relied on ice. Mike declared that Todoroki and Bakugo were neck and neck, then quickly corrected himself to announce that Shirakumo had already crossed the finish line and become the champion. Confetti fell as Ayame entered the stadium, the crowd roaring. She stopped, doubled over to catch her breath, and leaned on her knees, drenched in sweat and surprised by how much the weights had worn her down. A loud blast drew her attention, and Mike remarked on Midoriya's progress past Todoroki and Bakugo as he raced toward the finish. The announcer praised Eraserhead students, asking what he was teaching them. Shoyuta downplayed it, crediting their personal drives and determination. Mike quipped that Eraserhead was a terrible teacher, and the crowd laughed at the banter. Ayame sat down and let out a raspy chuckle. Midnight approached with a bottle of water, having noticed the strain the cloud technique had put on her. Ayame took the bottle and drank gratefully, murmuring a brief thanks. Midnight ruffled her hair before taking the empty bottle and moving on. Not long after, Midoriya entered the field. Midoriya immediately approached her with admiration in his eyes, panting slightly and covered in sweat as Todoroki and Bakugo entered the field looking upset. He asked what had just happened. She mumbled that it had been just a little trick. Midoriya nodded and produced a notebook and pen as if from nowhere, then asked how she had carried it through the race. Midoriya sat down in front of her, crossing his legs and smiling as he asked how it worked, whether it hurt, and whether she felt anything. Caught off guard by the sudden interrogation, she hesitated but sensed no ill intent in his genuine curiosity. She explained that it did not hurt. She said she focused on changing the cells in her body to become less physical, which caused her quirk to take on a cloud-like form. She admitted that the transformation could be a bit of a strain afterward, and that the added weights during the trial had made maintaining that form more difficult. Midoriya nodded and jotted down notes. He asked whether her quirk had a name. She hummed and explained that the system called it environmental emotional calibration because her mood could affect the weather when it was strong enough, but she felt it was more than that and the system entry had never been updated. Midoriya asked whether turning into clouds caused dehydration. She admitted it could, though it did not happen often, and she watched his pen move as he made another note. Midoriya opened his mouth to ask more, but Todoroki interrupted and asked if they could talk. She looked up at Todoroki as his shadow fell over her and nodded, promising Midoriya she would return in a minute before following Todoroki to a more secluded spot. Silence fell between them as they faced one another. She crossed her arms and tilted her head, studying his face for a reason behind the interruption. Todoroki asked what had happened in the minefield and why she had paused. He had assumed the pause was due to the weights, but something about it felt different to him. Despite having trained against her only once, he knew she did not pause like that without cause. She said she had just needed a breather, a reply that was only partly true. Ayame's perspective shifted inward as Todoroki sarcastically asked whether Mr. Aizawa knew she lied so much. The sarcasm made her pause. She had expected he might have seen through another of her evasions, but the tone surprised her. She deadpanned that she would not tell him the truth because they were practically strangers, and if she did he would only spread it across the school. Todoroki clicked his tongue and asked what he would gain from spreading her business. She suggested popularity, teasing that it might help fix his social skills, and then turned and walked away without saying. Once she was out of earshot, Todoroki muttered that he did have social skills and then put a finger to his chin, considering whether he actually did and why she had said that. He felt a little offended, if he was honest with himself. An announcer called for contestants to begin arriving one after another and asked for applause for all the competitors as the results were prepared. Ayame's POV. Midnight announced that the first game for the first years was finally over and it had been quite a match. She smiled and shaded her eyes as the results appeared on the floating screen behind her. The screen showed Class 1A Shirakumo Ayame in first, Midoriya Izuku in second, Todoroki Shoto in third, Bakugo Katsuki in fourth, Class 1B Shizuki Ibara in fifth, Class 1B Hananuki Juzo in sixth, Class 1A Ida Tenya in seventh, Class 1A Tokoyami Fumikage in 8th, Class 1A Sirohanta in 9th, Class 1A Kirishima Ijiro in 10th, Class 1B Tetsutetsu in 11th, Class 1A Ojiro Mashireo in 12th, Class 1B Owaze Yosetsu in 13th, Class 1A Azui Tsuyu in 14th, Class 1A Sato Rikido in 15th, Class 1A Shoji Mizo in 16th, Class 1A Uraraka Ochako in 17th, Class 1A Yairozu Momo in 18th, Class 1A Mineta Minoru in 19th, and Class 1A Ashido Mina in 20th. The list continued down to 42, anyone below that was disqualified. Midnight reminded everyone that only the top 42 advanced to the next round and encouraged those who did not make the cut by saying other opportunities were prepared. She shaded her eyes again and added that the real fun was about to begin, then changed the screen with a flick of her wrist. Midnight announced the next event as a cavalry battle. Kaminari complained that he was terrible at those, and Tsu wondered aloud how teams would be split. Midnight explained that participants could form teams of 2 to 5 people but that each player had been assigned a point value based on the obstacle course results. Uraraka summarized that this meant each team would have a different point value depending on its members. Mina brightened at the idea. Midnight pressed on, clarifying that point assignments increased by 5 starting from the bottom. She gave the example that 42nd place would be worth 5 points and 41st would be worth 10. She then declared that the point value assigned to the first place contestant was 10 million. Ayame slumped, feeling the weight of everyone's attention. Mina whispered that Ayame had brought it on herself for laughing earlier. Ayame felt the eyes of the crowd and saw Midnight looking down with a smile that was pleasant but clearly enjoying the spectacle of the competition. Midnight announced that the exercise was survival of the fittest for those at the bottom trying to overthrow the top. She warned that top-ranked students would be targeted more and urged everyone to show what plus ultra meant. Midnight then pointed out that Shirakumo Ayame had placed first and would be worth 10 million points. Ayame groaned inwardly and looked down again as she felt everyone staring. Midnight explained the rules for the cavalry battle. Each game would last 15 minutes. Individual point values would be added together for team totals, and headbands would display each student's worth. Midnight stated that teams should try to swipe as many headbands as possible to raise their scores and reminded contestants that stolen headbands had to be worn from the neck up, making them harder to manage with each additional theft. She also clarified that even if a headband was stolen or a team fell, players could continue until time expired. Midnight warned that teams who made opponents fall on purpose would be disqualified and then gave everyone 15 minutes to form teams. Ayame pinched the bridge of her nose, wondering how she would build a team when so many people might want to target her. A hand on her shoulder turned out to be Midoriya, accompanied by Uraraka, Tokoyami, and Mei Hatsum, a girl with pink hair and goggles. Midoriya offered a spot on their team, and Ayame nodded her agreement. Uraraka encouraged her to accept, and Ayame agreed. Mei Hatsum then stepped forward with an enthusiastic display, introducing herself as being from the support course and offering access to her gadgets. Ayame glanced through the briefcase she produced and muttered a question about explosives, which made Midoriya and Uraraka uneasy. Mei assured them the devices were safe and effective for the competition. Ayame reached for several small tube-like devices with press buttons that Mei cheerfully handed over. Tokoyami observed without surprise. Uraraka noted that she had never seen Ayame grin like that and asked if she was all right. Ayame did not answer aloud. Midnight used the microphone to announce that the team selection time had ended and that 12 cavalry teams were ready to face off. She encouraged the crowd and declared the UA battlefield open. Ayame proposed keeping the headband she had been given close behind her to make it harder for others to grab. Midoriya nodded and handed the headband to her, and she wrapped it around her neck while she considered how to hide it. Midoriya and Uraraka confirmed they were ready, Mei giggled and nodded, and Tokoyami acknowledged his readiness. Ayame stayed close, holding Midoriya's shoulders. They prepared for the start of the match. The countdown reached its final beats and the competition began. Ayame's POV. Midnight shouted for the match to begin. Everyone immediately moved toward Ayame's group when Midnight ordered them to make their choice. Tokoyami narrowed his eyes at the advancing students while Dark Shadow prepared himself beside Midoriya. Midoriya shouted that they were running away, but before they could move they began to sink. Ayame recognized that as the result of a Class 1B quirk. Midoriya warned Uraraka and Hatsum to watch their faces, then activated the button on the jetpack he was wearing and shot them away, passing over the other students. As they rose into the air, Dark Shadow blocked an attack from Jiro. Tokoyami thanked Dark Shadow and instructed him to keep watch. Uraraka reported that they were landing and used the boots Hatsum had made to smooth their descent. Hatsum laughed and showed pride in her creations, and Midoriya smiled and praised the devices. Ayame turned to the left at the sound of Mineta and saw Shoji charging toward them, the cave-like formation of his arms revealing where Mineta must be, laughing. Tokoyami commented that they needed breathing room and could not stay trapped between multiple opponents. Uraraka grunted as she realized she was stuck because of Mineta's quirk. Ayame muttered that she could make lightning bolts, uncertain whether it was safe to hit someone with lightning. Uraraka asked how, and Ayame explained that if she focused and gathered her emotions she could create a brief lightning bolt. Tokoyami told her to make sure it did not hit anyone and to only use it nearby to catch opponents off guard. Ayame nodded, held Midoriya's shoulders, and closed her eyes. A bang sounded as a lightning bolt hit the ground dangerously close to Shoji's team, and a scream came from within the arm cave as Shoji stumbled. Their relief was short-lived when they had to dodge Tsu's tongue. Ayame realized that Tsu was in the same area. Tokoyami urged them to move quickly, and Midoriya pressed the jetpack button in a hurry. Hatsum cried out when one of Uraraka's boots broke, apparently damaged by Mineta's quirk. Midoriya apologized but noted that at least they had gotten away. An explosion drew Ayame's attention downward, and Bakugo was flying at them in his usual furious state, yelling that they would not be safe. He reached for Ayame, but she hummed, grabbed a bomb, and pressed its activation before reaching out. She pushed his shoulder and sent the bomb in his direction so it would not affect them. He paused, glanced at it, and yelled before the device detonated. Ayame took a small, private satisfaction from his reaction. The crowd reacted loudly, and Present Mike questioned whether Bakugo had been separated from his team. Midnight pointed out that Bakugo had not touched the ground, so it was technically within the rules. They landed a bit more roughly this time. Midoriya praised their effort, and Uraraka complained about the difficulty of controlling where they were going with a damaged boot. Midoriya acknowledged the problem. Present Mike commented on the mid-game standings and noted that apart from Midoriya, Class 1A was not doing well and that even Bakugo seemed to be losing. As they ran, they were forced to stop abruptly because Todoroki's team blocked their path. Midoriya muttered that he had thought they had it made but had been wrong. Todoroki stated that he would be taking the headband, and Ayame scoffed. From the corner of her eye, Ayame saw Shoji's team charging again, the cave open in what looked like attack mode. She noticed the missing headband on Mineta's head and grinned, recognizing the escalation. Tokoyami observed that he had not expected the confrontation so soon in the contest and suggested that Mineta seemed to have it out for Midoriya and Ayame. The situation felt personal for Midoriya. Midoriya reminded them that the game was only halfway over and that they could not stop now, looking determined despite the odds. Todoroki directed his team and called for Ida to act. Todoroki also spoke to Yaoyorozu about creating something to protect them, and Ayame read Kaminari's expression and understood what he planned. Ayame reluctantly decided to take a risk. She touched Midoriya's arm and asked Dark Shadow to touch her shoulder. Tokoyami encouraged Dark Shadow to comply, mentioning that Shirakumo's plan could help. Dark Shadow, slightly confused but obedient, touched Ayame's shoulder. Midoriya warned everyone to watch their surroundings since multiple teams were after them. Ayame braced herself as Todoroki's team pulled a protective covering over themselves. Denki unleashed his attack. The bolts hit their position but passed through harmlessly, forming clouds where they landed and leaving Denki surprised. The other teams reacted with shock. Midoriya praised Shirakumo's intervention for protecting him. Uraraka expressed amazement that Ayame could extend her ability to protect others. As Todoroki's team advanced, Todoroki used his quirk to freeze the other teams, determined to seize the headband. The jetpack on Midoriya's back faltered and malfunctioned, leaving them unable to move. Tokoyami instructed Dark Shadow to restrain the opponents, but Yaoyorozu blocked the attempt. Ayame checked her pocket and gripped a bomb, searching for the right moment to use it. She resolved that it would be wasteful to expend one now and decided to conserve her resources. Tokoyami warned that Kaminari's lightning was the real threat. If there had been more daylight, Kaminari's attack might have overwhelmed Dark Shadow. Midoriya acknowledged that Kaminari's lightning was their big problem, and Tokoyami added that as long as Kaminari kept using his quirk, it would be difficult for Dark Shadow to attack. Dark Shadow admitted that violence solved nothing. They found themselves cornered by Todoroki's team. Midoriya murmured that the plan would work and reminded them that they only needed to hold on to the 10 million points. An announcer reported that only 1 minute remained and that Todoroki had cornered the 10 million point holder and would claim those points immediately. Present Mike laughed, remarking that 5 minutes earlier he would have predicted something different, and noted in astonishment that Team Midoriya had managed to keep away from the ice pester for the last half of the game. Todoroki's team stepped closer while Midoriya warned them to stay back, and Dark Shadow positioned himself in front with narrowed eyes. The device in the narrator's pocket tightened under his grip as Ida shouted and dashed toward them with incredible speed. The narrator apologized and activated the device, moving it toward Todoroki. It erupted in a loud, smoky flash that forced Todoroki's outstretched hand to retreat. As the teams passed, both the narrator and Todoroki grunted from the impact while the narrator covered his face and clutched his headband with his free hand. Present Mike reacted in bewilderment, commenting on the blur and the sudden explosion and asking rhetorically why Ida had not shown that speed before. The narrator felt relief at the headband still resting on his neck, smoke from Ida's move swirling around them. The teammates seemed oblivious, Midoriya especially, who appeared baffled at Todoroki. Todoroki noticed his hand, and the narrator earned a sharp glare. Even then, it seemed only the narrator and Todoroki had truly noticed what had happened. Ida grinned and reminded Midoriya that he had done his best to beat him. Present Mike declared the match insane and turned on its head, pointing out that Todoroki's team had the lead and that Midoriya's team had been left with nothing. Midoriya urged them not to let the other team get away. Tokoyami countered that Kaminari's quirk would still be a problem and suggested aiming for other points, with Hatsum nodding in agreement. Midoriya protested that they could not, since they did not know who held the other headbands. The narrator muttered, wiping a bead of sweat, and assured them they did not have to worry about that. Midoriya began to ask what he meant, glanced over his shoulder toward Todoroki, and followed Todoroki's glare back to the narrator. Hatsum noticed too and then laughed maniacally. Midoriya exhaled in relief. Present Mike remarked that the last moments of the game had been full of hiccups and marveled at the chaos of youth. The narrator wondered quietly whether Present Mike still had not realized what had happened, and Tokoyami commented that he guessed not just as time expired. The narrator and Midoriya got back to their feet. Uraraka hugged the narrator in relief and thanked him for the save while rubbing their faces together. The narrator glanced at Todoroki's team. Todoroki continued to glare but his lips moved, and when he stopped speaking his teammates looked at the narrator in shock. Ida appeared especially stunned, which made sense given that he had used his best move and it had not worked out. Present Mike began to read the stats for the top 4 teams and, to everyone's surprise, announced that Midoriya's team had taken first place. The crowd erupted when they realized the headband across the narrator's neck, and Present Mike marveled at the twist that the narrator had never lost the headband. The crowd's cheer continued as Present Mike dismissed everyone for lunch and suggested grabbing food with Eraserhead. Eraserhead mentioned that he was going to take a nap, and Present Mike protested playfully. The narrator stretched and made his way to the staff room where they would be eating. Shoyuta had instructed him to stop by before lunch so he could check the narrator's wrist. Mina called for the narrator to come eat with them, with Tsu smiling beside her. The narrator waved back and smiled, promising to catch up, and Mina nodded before running off. Ayame opened the door to the staff lunchroom and was immediately greeted by Hizashi, who praised her performance enthusiastically. She smiled but covered her ears as she passed him and kept walking. She sat between Nemuri and Shoyuta. Shoyuta instructed her to remove the weights, and she complied, wiggling her wrist to shake off the odd sensation of the change. Nemuri reached for Ayame's scarred wrist, feeling and squeezing gently as she asked if there was any pain. Ayame replied that there was none and watched Nemuri examine her arm. Nemuri hummed, checked a little longer, cleared her, and handed Ayame several bottles of water. Ayame realized how dry her mouth had become from using her cloud power and laughed softly before grabbing a bottle and drinking quickly. Shoyuta told her to slow down, warning her not to overdo it. She wiped her mouth, content, and Nemuri ruffled her hair, advising her to take the bottles to lunch and to give herself a break from the weights for now, returning before the last game. Ayame nodded and struggled a bit with the number of bottles as she left, relieved to leave the weights behind. Shoyuta stopped her to speak, addressing her as Aya and telling her that her parents would be proud of her even if she did not win. Ayame's expression softened at the mention of her parents, and she let a small smile slip before heading to the cafeteria. At the cafeteria, Ayame looked for Tsuyu and moved toward her, but paused when she felt warm breath at her ear. Todoroki had leaned close and warned her not to spread whatever secret she had across the school. He walked away without another word. Ayame stood frozen for a moment, puzzled by his interest, then shook off the heat that had risen to her face and accepted that Todoroki would be harder to mislead. She sat next to Tsuyu and ate quietly while Tsuyu chatted with others and Uraraka sat on her other side. After finishing her meal, Ayame began to drink the water Nemuri had given her and heard Mina shout with concern. Uraraka laughed nervously and admitted that Ayame had been startling. Ayame explained that she had been very dehydrated and panted a little, trying not to think about Todoroki. Tsuyu asked if the exhaustion came from Ayame's last performance. Ayame confirmed that changing other people into clouds took a lot out of her and that she had not had much opportunity to practice. She then stood up, carrying the empty bottles and tray, and announced she was leaving. Tsuyu offered a friendly farewell, and Ayame walked away. After a quick bathroom break, Ayame returned to the stadium to learn her opponent for the finals. She almost laughed at the sight of some girls in cheer outfits. She stood beside Uraraka and asked if Uraraka would be fighting in that getup. Uraraka groaned and said she and the others had been tricked into wearing the costumes. Midnight asked the finalists to draw lots to determine opponents and mentioned recreational games available to conserve stamina. Ojiro and another student had withdrawn, saying they did not remember the first round and it would be wrong to advance. Their spot was filled by a student named Tetsu. Midnight pointed to the bracket and announced the matchups. Ayame looked at the board and was relieved to see she would face Kaminari, thinking it would be an easy win. Kaminari stood behind her with a grin and began to speak, but Ayame bumped his shoulder as she walked past. She warned him that he would regret lying to her friends for his own amusement. Kaminari stiffened at her words. While waiting for the final round, Ayame went into the woods and found a quiet clearing. She sat cross-legged, put her hands together, closed her eyes, and meditated, a ritual she kept most mornings that felt especially refreshing before a big event. Her eyes opened slightly when Dark Shadow complained, and Tokoyami sighed from a branch where he sat in the shadows, reminding his shadow companion to be quiet. Dark Shadow apologized and said he had only been observing. Ayame nodded and closed her eyes again, content with his silent presence. The silence between Ayame and Tokoyami was comfortable rather than awkward. When she lay back and watched the clouds, her thoughts drifted to Kigo. Ayame wondered what his reaction would have been, if he had even noticed or cared. They had not seen each other in years, and she told herself he probably carried on with his life while she remained a forgotten memory. When it was time for the first fight, Ayame picked up her weights, put them back on, and took a seat in the stadium between Yaoyorozu and Uraraka. The announcer rallied the crowd and spoke about the competitors relying on heart, skill, strength, wisdom, and courage. Yaoyorozu smiled and mentioned that she had seen Ayame advance to the finals, asking who her opponent was. Ayame indicated that it was Kaminari. Yaoyorozu asked what Ayame had said to him because he looked unnerved, but Ayame only said she had said nothing and looked ahead. The first fight began with Midoriya facing Shinso, the student with purple hair who had appeared a few days earlier. When Present Mic announced the beginning, the two combatants simply stood there, leaving the crowd confused. I leaned forward with my elbow on my knee and my chin resting on the back of my hand. Present Mic announced that the fight had just begun and noted that Izuku Midoriya seemed completely frozen, not moving a muscle, with an odd expression. He suggested it might be Hitoshi Shinso's quirk at work. I muttered that Midoriya was hypnotized, more to myself than anything, realizing Shinso's quirk could be affecting him. Ojiro stood up a few rows above us and said he had warned him not to say anything. After several seconds of stillness, Midoriya unexpectedly turned and began walking in the opposite direction as if directed to do so. Present Mic exclaimed that Midoriya was obeying him. Uraraka, looking extremely nervous, asked what Deku was doing, and Ida warned that he could not walk out of the ring or he would lose the match. I clutched my head and thought how frustrating the situation was, tugging at my hair as Midoriya approached the edge and risked disqualification. I grumbled that all he had to do was keep quiet. A sudden blast of air scattered through the arena, and when it settled, Midoriya appeared to snap out of the trance, panting heavily. Present Mic pointed out that Midoriya had stopped just in time. The crowd cheered. Ida and Uraraka looked relieved, with Ida voicing his relief. Ojiro sat down and let out a sigh, and I relaxed my grip on my hair, watching closely to see what would happen next. Midoriya turned back and charged toward Shinso. This time he could not be stopped. He forced Shinso back and continued pressing forward despite Shinso's attempts to strike him. After another push, Midoriya managed to slam Shinso past the boundary line and secure the win. Midnight raised her arm and announced that Shinso was out of bounds and that Midoriya would advance to the next match. Uraraka complained that the whole thing had been nerve-wracking, and I smiled. The next match was Todoroki against Zero. Zero was immediately caught in a major blast of ice that made the stadium rumble, and he lost the match. As Todoroki began melting the ice, I noticed that he looked sad. Whatever it was clearly not happiness. Mount Lady gushed that Ayame Shirakumo was cute and that she needed her, while Kamui Woods responded deadpan that he was not judging Ayame as a person but that she would not suit Mount Lady's brand and would be wasting her time. The crowd murmured that once she turned into that cloud, it had been over, there had been no way he could win. Another spectator observed that Kaminari's electric current could only travel through them and so he could not hurt her, praising the move as an excellent combination of offense and defense. A third person noted that the cloud trick had been impressive and that she had been transparent the whole time, tricking Kaminari into believing she was physical. I was walking back to my seat when a warm, heavy hand on my shoulder made me pause. I turned and saw Endeavor, and his bothered, uninterested expression made me question why he had come over. I pulled away and demanded to know what he wanted. Endeavor crossed his arms and asked whether my power included the elements. I scoffed and asked what it mattered to him. I did not really know whether I had any elemental ability. My mother's quirk let her influence reign, and I knew I had inherited much of my power from Oboro, which involved clouds. If I had elements, it confused me. Endeavor said that if I could create fire, he could train me, and with that training he might finally defeat All Might. I narrowed my eyes at him and he talked about his youngest son, saying the boy was in a rebellious phase but that competition might reignite the passion he needed to defeat All Might. I laughed, rubbed my eyes, and told him I thought he was pathetic for using me as bait to manipulate his son. I almost mentioned the odd bond we'd built over the past few weeks, but I held back, aware he might turn it against me. He ground his teeth as I walked away and did not follow. I felt his anger was pointless. I did not even have fire, so the whole conversation had been wasteful. Still, I wondered what Todoroki had to deal with at home and whether that was why he did not use his fire. Mina reached out and asked if I was all right, pressing close and gasping as she demanded whether Kaminari had said something. She vowed she would teach him a lesson. I covered her mouth and told her to be quiet, insisting that he had not said anything. Momo Yaoyorozu joined us and asked what had me down. She pointed out that I had advanced and should be happy. I sighed, let Mina go, and watched the staff prepare for the next round. I began to say Endeavor's name, paused, and glanced over my shoulder because I wondered whether Todoroki might have heard. He sat a few rows back and stared directly at me with parted lips and slightly wide eyes, curious, slightly unsettled. I mumbled that it was nothing and ignored Mina's whining about my evasiveness. Mike announced over the stadium that it was time for the fourth match. He introduced Tenya Ida, whom he described as the backbone of the hero course, versus Mei Hatsum from the support course. I ignored Mina's continued complaining and focused instead on why Ida was wearing a support item. I guessed Mina had given it to him. Midnight scolded Ida for wearing a support item without the proper paperwork, and Ida bowed and apologized in his usual formal way that I could not hear from afar. Midnight then allowed the match to proceed. I felt a sense of déjà vu as Ida rushed forward, and Mina whispered to me that she wondered who would win. I bluntly said that Hatsum would win. Mina looked at me in confusion and Yaoyorozu gasped, asking whether I was saying Hatsum would use the device on Ida to beat him. I explained that Ida had been fooled or perhaps used as a demonstration model for an advertisement. My prediction proved accurate. Hatsum spoke through a mic the entire time, giving detailed explanations of her inventions. After using Ida as a model for her products, she stepped out of bounds, leaving Ida stunned but technically the victor. The announcers moved on to the fifth match and introduced Yuga Oyama from the hero course against Mina Ishido from the same class. Mina's match was straightforward, and she won. Next came Tokoyami versus Yaoyorozu, a bout I had been eager to watch. Tokoyami won, but not necessarily for the reason I had hoped. Yaoyorozu had stepped out of bounds. Tetsutetsu and Kirishima's round was dragging on much longer than expected. A tap on my shoulder made me turn. It was Ida, who told me he was going to check on Uraraka in the locker room and asked if I wanted to come. I nodded and we both stood, stretching as we walked. When we arrived, I leaned against the door frame while Ida and Uraraka talked. She looked nervous, which was understandable. She was facing Bakugo. Uraraka admitted she was scared but said she felt a little better after seeing my match. Ida mumbled his confusion at that. Midoriya entered a moment later, and I found myself fiddling with my wrist weights before speaking up. I told her that if she went out there already thinking she couldn't do it, She would lose before the round even started. I reminded her of the USJ incident, where Eraserhead had faced a group of attackers with confidence, and warned that any hint of doubt could have led to them being overwhelmed before the villains escalated the threat. Midoriya agreed that I was right and reminded her that a lack of determination was a path to defeat. Uraraka muttered her thanks with a tiny smile. Ida tried to reassure her that Bakugo probably would not use his full power on a girl, but Midoriya disagreed. He thought Bakugo would use everything he had. I offered that, in the current climate, everyone seemed determined to use their full strength to climb the ranks, and Bakugo's identity didn't change that. Midoriya offered to help her plan a strategy, but Uraraka declined and left the locker room to face her match. The three of us returned to our seats and I noticed Todoroki was gone. Mina waved from our original spot and called out to get my attention, but I said I needed to do something and slipped away into the halls. I wandered the concourse looking for Todoroki. Something in me wanted to talk to him. Endeavor's offer still lingered at the back of my mind. I went into the larger public seating booth and saw Todoroki leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. He told me he had been looking for me. His eyes flashed interest for a moment before he returned to his usual blank expression. He opened his mouth to speak, but the announcer cut in, introducing the next match and explaining that Bakugo, who had been a hotshot in middle school, would face Ochako Uraraka from Class 1A. I looked back at the stadium and watched a nervous Uraraka opposite a determined Bakugo. Todoroki stepped closer and said we would talk later. I considered his request, then nodded and returned to our original seats between Mina and Yaoyorozu. I knew he would want to ask about what had happened in the first round and whether it involved his father's hero name, but I couldn't share that yet. I needed a way to handle the conversation later. The announcer declared the start of the 8th match. Uraraka charged forward with a nervous, determined look. Midoriya observed that she only needed to touch Bakugo once, while Ida reminded everyone that Bakugo would not let her get close easily. Midoriya added that Bakugo would likely focus on counterattacking rather than dodging. As Uraraka closed in, Bakugo grew visibly agitated and unleashed an explosion that shrouded her in smoke and debris. The blast obscured her from view. Bakugo continued to fire explosions, but Uraraka used movement and timing to avoid being caught directly, at one point anchoring herself behind him where she attempted to strike from an unexpected angle. She wasn't always quick enough, and several blasts sent her tumbling, though she stayed in bounds. Explosion after explosion lit the arena. Uraraka tried to attack from multiple directions but found Bakugo's reflexes and aggression difficult to overcome. From where I sat I thought he was exactly the kind of opponent I would need to be ready for, and I felt a pang of sympathy for Uraraka as the attacks intensified. Spectators called out their concern. Some could hardly watch as attacks kept coming. A voice stood up in the crowd and demanded that Bakugo stop toying with Uraraka and finish the match decisively if he could. Another spectator echoed that sentiment. Sho Yuta stood to respond to the criticism, arguing that it would be neither logical nor ethical to expect a fighter to deliberately hold back. He defended Bakugo by saying that Bakugo's intensity acknowledged the strength of his opponent, and that Bakugo was doing what he thought necessary to win. For a moment the arena settled. Uraraka panted and wiped sweat from her brow. She brought her fingertips together, and I realized she had levitated much of the debris caused by Bakugo's explosions. When she pressed her fingertips, the gathered debris tumbled down toward Bakugo, and I wondered whether her next move might change the course of the match. A spectator shouted that a meteor shower had started and another teased that she had only just noticed. Bakugo raised his arm with a scowl, not appearing shocked in the slightest. Uraraka's determined face fell when Bakugo unleashed his largest blast yet, sending debris and her tumbling. The wind from the explosion swept through the crowd, drawing displeased murmurs. As the smoke cleared, Uraraka struggled to sit up. Her resolve had drained away. She rose slowly, shaking, attempted to charge, then collapsed and ultimately lost the round. The support robots rolled her out of the ring after Midnight announced her defeat. Bakugo left in the opposite direction. When he entered our booth, Siro greeted him with a grin and teased that he was playing the villain and that it must have been tough. Tsu tapped her chin and remarked that even given who he had been up against, he had made a convincing bad guy. Kaminari crossed his arms and admitted he did not know how Bakugo could aim such a powerful blast at a girl and confessed he had been holding back against Shirakumo. I gritted my teeth as Tsu added that she had completely overpowered Kaminari. I seethed that I had beaten her fair and square, and Kaminari whined, obviously humiliated as he asked to be allowed that one thing. Mike introduced the next match, Todoroki vs Midoriya, a round the crowd had been anticipating. The two determined teens faced each other, waiting for the signal. When the match began, Todoroki sent ice toward Midoriya. Midoriya redirected it but took an injury to his hand. The move was repeated several times, each redirection causing more strain and damage to his hands. Todoroki pressed the attack, forcing Midoriya to dodge and counter, and the confrontation sent cold gusts through the arena. At one point, Midoriya managed a powerful full fist blast that met a larger ice attack from Todoroki, and both were tossed by the impact. Midoriya suffered multiple injuries to his hands and arm as the fight continued. They paused briefly while Midoriya gathered himself and spoke a few words that reached only faintly from where I sat. Todoroki sprinted in for close combat. Midoriya landed a punch that sent Todoroki flying. The exchange went on, and then Midoriya shouted something that made Todoroki hesitate. The pause was followed by a burst of fire that showed Midoriya had found renewed resolve. Endeavor, watching, shouted encouragement. To prevent further escalation, Cementos formed a concrete barrier between them, and Midnight spread her influence to help maintain order as both charged with everything they had. The clash produced a blinding flash that sent volunteers stumbling. When the smoke settled, Todoroki was declared the victor after Midoriya passed out and went out of bounds. The crowd buzzed with excited conversation as the smoke dispersed. I stood and so did Ida. We prepared to face each other next. Ida asked if I was nervous. I replied calmly that I knew I would win. He sighed and admitted that he was unsure how he would beat me but promised to give it his all. When the match began, Ida surged forward at high speed and tried to grab my shoulders, his momentum carrying him through the motion. I saw panic cross his face, and I turned, catching him with a hard elbow that sent him flying out of bounds. Midnight announced Shirakumo as the winner. Ida rose, startled, and muttered in disbelief, questioning how an elbow could carry so much power. I grinned and walked back to our seating booth. The next match pitted Tokoyami against Mina. Mina panicked and launched a risky attack against Dark Shadow, which he dodged easily. Her panic left her vulnerable and she was sent out of bounds, conceding the round. Kirishima put up a strong fight against Bakugo, but the match dragged. Uraraka tapped my shoulder and pointed nervously toward a row of seats, indicating that someone had been staring. The person was Todoroki. I sighed and left the seating area. Todoroki followed without a word. As we walked into the quieter hallways, I asked whether this was a good time. He nodded that it was. He stopped and leaned against the wall, arms crossed, and said he had several questions. I told him to speak, annoyed. He nodded again and asked whether my father had spoken to me earlier. Ayame told him it did not matter, neither denying nor confirming. Todoroki narrowed his eyes and asked what the other person had said to make her avoid the question. He remarked that, judging by her responses so far, if it had been nothing she would have told him, and he found the evasiveness irritating. Ayame froze, feeling suddenly exposed. Todoroki pressed the matter further, proposing a trade. Tell him what happened at the minefield and he would tell her about his last match. She sighed, realizing she could not keep avoiding the truth. He was standing close enough to block any escape. Ayame lowered her gaze, crossed her arms, and nervously scratched at her skin. She told Todoroki to go first. Todoroki explained that ever since he had developed his quirk, his father had trained him relentlessly. His mother had tried to persuade his father to be gentler because Todoroki was still young, but her pleas were met with punishment instead. His fists clenched as he himself recalled the memory. Ayame remembered a scene from her childhood. A younger version of herself lay shivering on the ground, short hair clinging to her face. A familiar figure stood protectively before her, wings spread as he pleaded for her safety. A harsh strike landed and the protector fell, struggling to sit up, cheek reddened but smiling to reassure her. Agents pulled them apart and Ayame sobbed as the protector called her his younger sister. Todoroki continued, voice low, and placed a fingertip against the left side of his face where a long-ago injury remained. He said the woman had come to hate that side so much that she scalded it, and afterward she had been placed in a mental hospital. He admitted that the memory made him avoid using his fire side, but that Midoriya had changed that during their match. For once his thoughts had not been on the man who had tormented his family, and it felt like a relief. After a moment of silence, Todoroki asked Ayame to share her own story. Ayame admitted that her experience had been similar. She had also been subjected to relentless training from a very young age. Their methods included severe punishments and deprivation when children stopped or gave up. Like Todoroki, she had a friend who had tried to protect her but had failed. During an obstacle course she had wanted to give up because her body was exhausted, but haunting flashbacks would not let her. She pressed a hand to her forehead, remembering the ache, and then finished explaining. Todoroki bowed his head and thanked her for her honesty. She winced at his formal phrasing but managed a dry remark. He asked whether she was still connected to the people who had trained her. Ayame shook her head and said she had escaped at 10, spending some years without a home until Aizawa took her in, though not formally adopting her. When Todoroki inquired about her parents, the commentator announced Bakugo as the winner, interrupting the moment. Ayame smiled and said that would be a story for another time, then walked away while Todoroki watched her back. She let out a breath and tried to tell herself the conversation felt good for having gotten it out of the way. She hoped Todoroki would leave her be now, though his revelations had made her wonder what else they might have in common. Ayame sat and breathed out again. Relieved. The announcer declared the final four, and the faces of Ayame, Todoroki, Bakugo, and Tokoyami appeared on the big screen. Ayame stood and headed to the locker room to prepare for her semi-final match against Todoroki. When she stepped back into the arena, Todoroki was already there as the announcer introduced the semi-final pairing. Ayame Shirakumo from the Hero Course versus her classmate Shoto Todoroki. Ayame narrowed her eyes and began planning. Knowing they had been trained in similar ways, she expected he might predict her moves. She reminded herself she could turn into clouds, but that would be tiring, so she considered pinning him to the ground rather than trying to push him out of bounds. At the start signal, Todoroki launched a quick ice attack. Ayame transformed into clouds and charged through the ice, arms shivering from the cold. The height of his ice formations probably hid her from his sight. As she neared, she burst from the clouds, landing with a spring that carried her toward him. Todoroki braced himself and noted that he had expected her to take that approach. Ayame created more clouds to obscure her movement and spread them along the ground to make detection harder. Todoroki scanned the area, then stomped to raise an ice slab that blocked her path. She changed back to physical form and cracked her knuckles. The arena's layout left Ayame surrounded. The initial ice formation closed off escape routes. She sat low and watched for Todoroki's next move, puzzling over why he kept sending larger ice slabs if he knew they would not stop her. Perhaps he had a larger strategy, or perhaps he was desperate. She launched herself into the air, propelled by her clouds, and wondered why he still had not used his fire side. The match continued with quick, dynamic exchanges of elemental maneuvers, each adjusting and testing the other's limits in an intense but non-graphic, anime-style display of skill and determination. Ayame wondered why it had to be only the last round. She landed on the slab that had been meant to finish her and sprang back into the fight. She tried to kick for his neck but he ducked. Resetting her stance on the ground, she charged again and threw a punch he would expect, then drove a knee into his stomach. When his breath left him, she seized his collar and pulled him forward as he stumbled. She leapt and drove her shin into his back. His body hit the ground with a heavy thud. Todoroki grunted in pain, face first on the floor. The crowd reacted. Shiro and the others gasped. Kaminari wiped a bead of sweat from his temple and wondered aloud whether she had any weak spots. A certain flame hero watching in the stands wore an expression that was both nervous and furious. He could not believe the student he had trained for years might lose to this girl, especially after she had the nerve to turn him down. Ayame gripped Todoroki's uniform at the back, stepped closer to the boundary and slammed his body so his head landed right outside the red line. Todoroki rose to get up but froze, his eyes widening as he looked down and realized he had lost. The announcer Midnight declared that Todoroki was out of bounds and that Shirakumo advanced. Ayame let out a soft gasp when she realized how close the call had been. Down on the mat, Todoroki still held part of her frozen arm. He gritted his teeth and melted the ice away, then helped her to her feet. Ayame narrowed her eyes and asked him why he had not used his fire when it would have given him a better chance. He looked tense and avoided the question, muttering that he did not know. Ayame pressed him, telling him to stop lying. They had practically the same amount of training, and he must have expected her to use certain moves. Todoroki let a small smile slip and said the explanation would have to wait for another time. Ayame sighed, rubbed her neck and allowed a brief smile in response. As they walked back into the hallway, Ayame asked if he was all right. Todoroki nodded and said he would go find his father while she went ahead. She agreed and took her usual seat in the stands. Mina squealed beside her, thrilled by how suddenly the match had turned. Midoriya, bandaged but serious, noted that because Ayame had advanced she was likely to face Bakugo for first place. Ayame told herself that she had this. The commentators announced Bakugo versus Tokoyami. During that fight Ayame felt sympathy for Tokoyami, who was clearly struggling against Bakugo's relentless offense. Dark Shadow showed obvious strain as explosions struck repeatedly, and Ayame's heart went out to the creature. Mina demanded why Tokoyami was fighting so differently from earlier, recalling that he had attacked hard when they faced him. Yaoyorozu and others suggested there must be a reason. Uraraka reminded them that Tokoyami had said before the cavalry battle that more light weakened Dark Shadow. That meant Tokoyami could not go on the offensive under the bright conditions, and the matchup could not have been worse. Bakugo dodged an attack from Dark Shadow and countered with a massive explosion. The fear of the commentators was audible as the smoke cleared, revealing Tokoyami pinned and Dark Shadow faltering. Tokoyami closed his eyes and conceded the match. Midnight announced that Tokoyami had given up and that Bakugo was the winner. The announcer then declared that the final fight would be between Shirakumo and Bakugo. Bakugo rose and immediately glared up into the stands, and Ayame returned the look. Shiro admitted he had expected the bird to win, and Kaminari observed that Tokoyami's quirk was not invincible after all. Kirishima commented that Bakugo would be the type to exploit such weaknesses. Ayame left the stands and walked down the hall in silence until she reached the locker room. She sat at the table, interlacing her fingers and resting her elbows as she tried to calm her nerves, covering her mouth. Mina, Tsu, and Uraraka entered. Mina immediately slapped the back of Ayame's head and chided her for becoming more timid than she had been at the start of the year. Ayame winced and protested in pain. Mina chastised her for letting the USJ incident or whatever had shaken her change who she was and urged her to pull herself together, declaring that this was not the Ayame they knew. Uraraka flinched at the commotion, and Tsu reached to hold Mina back before another slap could land. Tsu then offered quiet reassurance with her customary affirmative chirp, telling Ayame that Mina was right and that even if she did not win, making it this far was already an achievement. After they left to give her space, Ayame sighed and looked down at her hands. A sharp voice from the doorway demanded to know what she was doing in the locker room. Bakugo stormed into the room and stopped when he saw the number on the door, frustrated that he had the wrong room. Ayame watched him coolly, swallowing a smile. Bakugo made a show of being intimidating, insisting out loud that even if he had walked into the wrong room he would still be at the top of his game. He slammed his hand down on the table and demanded that she bring everything she had to the match. Ayame replied with a confident grin that it would not take much for her to win. Bakugo took offense, shouted that she would regret it, and more heated than before, kicked the table toward the wall and ordered her to focus on the match and not hold back. He turned to leave, declaring that he wanted everyone to know he had beaten her at her best, and slammed the door behind him. Ayame stood and went to her final match, determined to turn her nerves into strength. Fire erupted from the four corners of the concrete slab as Bakugo gave her a fierce look. The announcer declared the final battle of the UA Sports Festival and the crowd reacted as both their faces were shown on the stadium screens. The announcer identified Ayame Shirakumo from the hero course against her classmate Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo lunged first, sparks already forming on his hands. Ayame kept a calm smirk and moved according to a plan. She sprang up from a crouch and ran toward him while he let out an aggressive explosion aimed at her face. She dodged, deliberately letting part of the blast graze her cheek so that the heat stung but did not stop her. Bakugo barked that she had better bring her all and demanded to know what she thought she was doing. She told herself to get him angrier. She closed the distance again with her fists clenched to make it look like a straight punch. When he sidestepped and struck with an explosion that swept across her side, the heat singed the weights on her wrist and forced her to stumble on purpose, provoking him further. Bakugo shouted at her not to hold back. He unleashed another full explosion that engulfed her, knocking the wind out of her and sending her stumbling. She let herself fall to the ground and pretended to struggle to rise. Bakugo readied another attack, but Midnight signaled him to wait and hurried over. Her heels clicked across the floor before she crouched and placed a reassuring hand on Ayame's shoulder. From the stands, Mina shouted in alarm and explanation while Midoriya tried to piece together Ayame's plan. Sue nodded, relieved that Ayame was acting intentionally. Ayame looked up slowly at Bakugo. Despite the scowl, she caught a flicker of curiosity in his eyes and asked him, quietly, if he had ever seen a tornado up close. He replied angrily that he had not and ordered her to get up and fight. Ayame seized Midnight's arm, planted a foot, and launched into her move, shouting as she summoned a fierce gust. Midnight flinched and drew closer in support. Cementos remained uninjured nearby. What began as a casual wind grew rapidly into a full-fledged tornado that sent the crowd into a mix of awe and alarm. Glass in the broadcast booth cracked and shattered, and the stadium lights and screens were battered by the swirling winds. Bakugo fought to keep himself within the bounds using his explosions, but the gusts intensified, briefly disrupting his control and forcing him into the wall and out of bounds. Ayame strained, guiding the tornado and then calming it carefully until it dispersed. The stadium fell silent as pieces of debris drifted down from above. Ayame put herself between Midnight and the falling debris, shielding the teacher. The impact staggered her but did not stop her. Bakugo leaned heavily against the wall, stunned and furious. He had told her to bring her best, and she had answered with a technique he had not expected. In the broadcast booth, Hizashi and Shota stood frozen in surprise. Then the crowd erupted, Mina cheering with everyone else. Kirishima clenched his fist in respect, Midoriya smiled, and many of their classmates looked on in astonishment. Midnight raised her whip and announced into her microphone that Bakugo was out of bounds and that Shirakumo had won the sports festival. Confetti filled the air while Ayame stood panting, her right arm aching and her cheeks stinging from the earlier blast. Midnight stepped closer with a soft smile and clicked the clasps on Ayame's wrist weights so that they fell away. All the events had been completed and the last match was over. The announcer declared the first-year champion in the UA Sports Festival, Ayame Shirakumo from Class 1A. The students who had participated in the sports festival were called back down to the field for the awards ceremony. Midnight stood on her podium with a confident grin and announced that the first-year students had finished all the events and it was time to relax and enjoy the ceremony. Fireworks filled the air, and confetti appeared behind Midnight as the victory stand slowly rose. Bakugo had been heavily restrained due to his unwillingness to cooperate, straining and banging against his restraints in visible frustration. Todoroki stood in third place, Bakugo in second still restrained, and Ayame stood on the top step holding her bandaged right arm. Recovery Girl had treated her injuries before the ceremony, removing debris and dressing her wounds. Midnight pointed skyward to introduce the award presenter. The crowd cheered as All Might descended in his usual heroic fashion, calling out his signature phrase before landing behind Midnight in front of the victory stand. All Might began with Todoroki, offering advice and a supportive hug. Then he moved to Bakugo, releasing the restraint around his mouth before attempting to place the silver medal around his neck, and he was taken aback when Bakugo bit the medal instead, eyes blazing with fury. All Might then turned to Ayame. Ayame bowed as he placed the gold medal around her neck and rested one of his calloused hands on her shoulder. All Might told Ayame that he was proud of her hard work, that winning against the odds was essential for a hero, and that the medal was proof of her dedication. He encouraged her to keep improving and advised her to calculate quirk use more carefully to become unstoppable. He patted her shoulder and stepped down from the stairs, continuing his speech as the crowd applauded. Ayame felt the weight of the golden medal and stared at its intricate design, unaware of the admiring look directed her way. Mina giggled as she watched the narrator get up to go to the locker room to prepare for the next match and told them good luck. The narrator gave her a thumbs up with a grin and replied that they would not need it but thanked her. They entered the locker room and waited until the round began. It took a little longer because of the ice. As the narrator was about to go back up, they left the room and waited in the tunnel, stretching. The announcer mic declared that the ice from the last round had finally been cleared and introduced the new competitors as Ayame Shirakumo from Class 1A of the Hero course and Denki Kaminari. Mike hyped up the match, wanting a flashy battle, and signaled for it to begin. Kaminari grinned and, trying to throw off his opponent, teased that he would treat her after the match because he expected to win easily. Ayame sighed with a tilted head and reminded him that he might be forgetting what she was capable of, asserting that she did not plan to lose and that he should not underestimate her tricks. Kaminari activated his quirk, declaring a massive burst of electricity. The bolts passed through Ayame as if she were intangible in places, the air around where they would have struck briefly clouded. Ayame took advantage of that moment, charging at Kaminari with a look of mild confusion before making her fist solid again and delivering a swift, precise strike that sent him tumbling out of bounds. The announcers declared Kaminari out of bounds and announced Ayame Shirakumo as the winner, advancing to the next round. Later, the class gathered in the classroom. Aizawa, wrapped in his usual attire, stood behind the podium and commended them for their performance. He informed them that they had the next 2 days off to recuperate, noted that professional scouts from the festival might want to recruit some students, and said the school would review draft forms and update them when they returned. He reminded them to rest and to continue training, then dismissed the class. The medal in Ayame's left hand gleamed as the sunset reflected off it. Hizashi carried her bag, draping an arm over her shoulder with a grin and praising her performance. Ayame glanced at the bandage on his cheek and apologized for not anticipating how powerful the tornado had been. Hizashi laughed it off, saying it only showed she still had things to work on, which was fine. Aizawa, speaking in his usual flat tone, warned that the move she had used was dangerous and needed to be monitored. He instructed that she was not to use such moves without his approval and that any use should be under his supervision in case she lost control. He admitted he had assumed she had control over her quirk and that this incident had shown otherwise. Ayame nodded in understanding. She and Hizashi shared a short, relieved chuckle before Hizashi ruffled her hair and they climbed the stairs to Shota's apartment. They entered the quiet apartment, slipped off their shoes, and Ayame felt the exhaustion of the day hit her. After changing into pajamas, she stepped out of her room to find Namuri casually dressed with her hair tied up and both Shoyuta and Hizashi in their relaxed clothes. Namuri greeted Ayame with an exuberant hug, expressing how proud she was. Ayame protested playfully but allowed the warmth and comfort. Namuri stroked her hair as Hizashi happily photographed the moment and encouraged her that many offers would come. Shoyuta called for them to calm down, but Namuri continued with affectionate teasing, grabbed her bag, and plopped onto the couch. She motioned for Ayame to come sit and began brushing through her hair. The gentle attention made Ayame sleepy, and she dozed off before she could stop herself. Namuri chuckled at Ayame's relaxed sleep while Hizashi quietly took pictures. Namuri whispered that Ayame had become much more comfortable with them, and Shoyuta, lounging in his sleeping bag, joked that she was just tired. After finishing Ayame's hair, Hizashi carefully carried her to her bedroom while Namuri followed. Namuri helped tuck Ayame in and placed a gentle kiss on her temple before they returned to the living room. Hizashi and Namuri watched television while Shoyuta reflected on earlier moments with the recovery professional. Earlier, the recovery professional had finished removing the last of the glass shards, bandaged the girl's burned right arm, and stitched the cut on her cheek. She applied the final bandage to Ayame's hand and lectured her sternly about the recklessness of putting herself and others in danger. Ayame listened and nodded, accepting the admonition. Shoyuta deadpanned that the lecture did not belong to anyone in particular, but the recovery professional ignored him, quietly tucking some gummies into Ayame's hand before sending her on her way. In truth, the recovery professional cared deeply for Ayame. She had been there when Ayame's mother gave birth to her, and now that Ayame had returned, she would not let her disappear again. Todoroki's POV. Shoto. Shoto's elder sister asked why he was going now and why he wanted to see her after so much time as he slid open the front door. He did not answer her question and told her he would be back before closing the door. As he walked down the street, Shoto heard a little boy excitedly telling his mother about the park. The mother's soft replies and chuckles reminded him of the words his own mother had spoken on that fateful day. His mother had confessed that she felt like she was going crazy, that she could not take it anymore, that every day the children seemed to become more like his father. She had said that Shoto's left side sometimes looked unbearable, that all she could see was his father, and that she could no longer raise him and wanted to run away. Those memories tightened his chest as he stood before the plain, tall hospital building where his mother was being kept. He had avoided visiting because he had believed that side of him would only bring her pain. He walked in, headed straight for the receptionist, and thought that they would always be bound to each other by blood and by their shared history with their father. If he was going to use his body and his powers to become a good hero, he would give everything he had. His hand paused at the door he had been led to. He closed his eyes, breathing shakily as his mother's kinder words filled his mind, the ones that had reminded him it was okay to use his left side and that he could still become a good hero. He opened the door and found her staring out the window in a gown. He told himself he needed to see her and talk to her. There was so much they needed to say. Shoto closed the door behind him and thought about telling her about Shirakumo, how they had grown up similarly and how maybe their parents were in similar situations. He noticed that his mother avoided talking about their parents, and he wondered why. He stood in silence for a moment, gathering courage, and then greeted her. His mother gasped when she turned and saw him, her gray eyes on him in the sunlight. Shoto vowed that rescuing her from this place would be his first step toward getting back on track. Ayame's POV. The days passed and everyone recovered from their injuries. They were back at school sooner than expected. Ayame noticed a few stares as she and Shoto walked to school, and she saw that he warded off attention with a cold glare that dared anyone to approach. She held the umbrella over them in the rain, and Shoto asked if she was feeling all right. Ayame smiled and said she was fine, reminding him he would be able to tell if her emotions were off. Shoto nodded in understanding and then looked forward. Ayame commented that she was glad he was out of his bandages and that he looked normal again, more or less, referring to the new scar under his right eye. After they entered the building, Shoto went to the teacher's lounge for coffee while Ayame put up the umbrella and put her shoes in her locker, then slipped on her school shoes. She yawned and was about to stretch when Mina hugged her tightly. Mina praised Ayame for her fight and excitedly imitated the tornado move, asking since when Ayame could do that. Ayame smirked and said she had always been able to do it, hiding her surprise at discovering a new ability. In class, Ayame sat by Mina as Mina chatted with others and mentioned how strange it was that people recognized them from TV. Many had wanted to talk to them on the way to school. Kirishima agreed that people had approached him as well. Ayame drifted into thought, realizing why people had stared earlier and why Shoto had been so defensive he disliked unwanted attention. The classroom door slid open and their teacher, Mr. Aizawa, arrived. The class greeted him, and Tsuyu made a small ribbit while commenting that Mr. Aizawa no longer had bandages. Aizawa replied that the old doctor had gone a little far with the treatment and then announced they had a big class that day, Hero Informatics. Aizawa explained that the lesson would be about code names and picking hero identities. Shoto mentioned that this related to the pro-hero draft offers he had discussed previously. He explained that although students usually did not need to worry about the draft until their second or third year, their class was different. By extending offers to first years, pro-heroes were investing in potential, and offers could be rescinded if interest waned before graduation. Hagakure asked whether recruits still had to prove themselves after being recruited, and Shoto confirmed that they did. He then displayed the totals of who had received offers. Ayame saw that she was at the top with the most offers, Shoto was under her, and Bakugo followed. There was a wider gap in offers this year than in past years. Ayame bit her lip, unsure where to begin in choosing who to go with. A new, anxious thought occurred to her. She wondered whether Shoto had sent an offer. If he had, she thought, he wanted to see her again. If he had not, she wondered what that would mean. And why hadn't she considered this sooner? If he hadn't sent an offer, she told herself, he must have moved on from the broken little sister he used to call that. She shook her head to chase away the dark thoughts, resisting the hot tears that threatened to fall. She swallowed, fighting the lump in her throat. She glanced at Tokoyami sitting to the side and told herself that he must have received an offer too. It would make sense. Tokoyami caught her stare, and she quickly looked away, grimacing at how the tables had turned and imagining he might be wondering about the reason she'd been looking. Shota reminded the class that despite the exam results, everyone would be interning with professional heroes, including those who hadn't received offers. He explained that the experience of seeing pros at work in the field would be valuable and that the hero names they were choosing today might be temporary but should be taken seriously. The door slid open and Midnight entered with her usual confidence, warning the students that they would regret careless name choices later and advising them to be careful because a name could stay with them. Shota agreed and added that Midnight would have final approval over their names, and that a code name helped reinforce image and identity, giving the example of All Might. Shota then settled in the corner with his sleeping bag as Midnight handed out dry erase markers and boards. The narrator thought over the name she wanted to carry, feeling nerves in her stomach but knowing it was the right choice. After a moment, Midnight called on students to share their selections. Ayame went first, smirking as he held up a board that read "I cannot stop twinkling" and introduced himself as Mon Ami, boasting about his sparkle. Midnight edited the board slightly and changed the phrasing to "can't stop twinkling." Mina bounded forward next with enthusiasm and presented Alien Queen, but Midnight reacted with concern, pointing out that the name evoked a dangerous, monstrous image. Mina returned to her seat, pouting. Sue brought her board forward as Froppy, which Midnight approved of, and Kirishima revealed Red Riot, explaining that he was honoring a chivalrous hero he admired. Midnight noted that bearing the name of someone admired meant having more to live up to, and Kirishima accepted that with a confident grin. Jiro presented Earphone Jack and it was accepted without issue. The narrator stared at her board, erasing and rewriting the names several times. Midnight urged someone to step up next, and the narrator found herself standing suddenly, walking to the front with her heart pounding. Behind the podium, she turned the board around to reveal the name Loud Cloud. Midnight read it, smiled gently, and accepted the choice. The narrator returned to her seat as the next students continued. When Midnight stretched and woke Shota, he explained that the upcoming internships would last a week and that students on the board would pick from the offers they had received while others would get a different list. He told them that around 40 agencies nationwide had agreed to take their class and that each agency focused on different specialties, advising them to think carefully. Midnight suggested choosing a place that emphasized rescue rather than direct villain confrontation, asking them to imagine themselves at 13 choosing wisely. Shota finished by instructing the class to turn in their choices before the weekend and dismissed them. Most of the class stayed in the room during lunch to decide. Mina slumped over her desk going through her offers and asked about everyone's choices. Mineta announced that MT Lady was his top pick, prompting a playful rebuke from a classmate about his typical tendencies. He responded awkwardly and quickly backed down. Mina turned to the narrator and asked who she was considering. The narrator looked up briefly and then down at her paper, saying that Edge Shot seemed like a solid option. Mina gasped with excitement and insisted that the narrator take Edge Shot's offer. Ojiro agreed, noting how significant that opportunity would be. The narrator admitted that Ryukyu had also made an offer. Mina snatched the paper and laughed, pointing out that Endeavor had extended an offer as well. The narrator muttered in annoyance at Endeavor's persistence in trying to make her a rival to his son. A short silence settled as everyone considered their options and the weight of the upcoming decisions. Sue ribbited that it made sense. She had gotten first place and everyone must be interested in her. Tokoyami joined in, looking curious and slightly hopeful, and asked whether Hawks had sent an offer. Aya looked at him and smiled nervously, asking if Hawks had sent him one. Tokoyami nodded and waited patiently. A nauseous feeling returned, and Aya told him no, he had not. Ojiro hummed and tilted his head, suggesting it made sense Hawks might be looking for people with avian quirks. Aya agreed, stood, bowed her head, and said she needed to use the restroom quickly. Before anyone could respond, She left and locked herself in a stall. She sat with her knees to her chest and wondered why he had not made an offer, worrying that he no longer cared for her or wanted her, and whether he had decided life without her was better. She swallowed back sobs and tried to force herself not to cry there. Footsteps entered the bathroom and stopped at her stall. Mina spoke softly, sensing that it was deeper than just not getting an offer. Aya replied weakly that nothing had happened, her voice nearly cracking. Mina said Aya did not have to explain everything but asked to be allowed to comfort her. Aya refused and wiped her tears roughly with her scarred wrist. Mina sighed, stepped out for a few minutes, and returned with Midnight nearby. Midnight dismissed Mina and then asked if Aya wanted to talk about it. Aya said not here and admitted it was partly because of Oboro, her voice breaking with embarrassment. Midnight suggested they go to the lounge and said Shota would likely be there. Aya unlocked the door and walked out with her head low. Midnight placed a gentle hand on her back and led her to the lounge. Aya muttered that this was humiliating, and Midnight laughed, telling her she did not have to bottle things up and that she was not alone. Midnight closed the lounge door for privacy. Shota immediately noticed something was wrong and sat up, ready to help. At that point Aya broke down, rambling that she had thought he would still want her, that after all these years he would miss her, and that she had been wrong. She asked why she was acting like this. Shota pulled her against his chest, stroked her hair, and told her to breathe and slow down before asking who she meant by he. Aya said it was Hawks. Shota sighed, exchanged a look with Midnight, and explained that Hawks worked with the Hero Commission and that Aya must have known him. He guessed that perhaps they had been separated somehow, and that because Hawks had not made her an offer she assumed he did not want her anymore. Aya nodded into his chest and admitted she felt foolish. Shota, blunt but kind, told her she was overthinking it and that it probably did not mean what she feared. He noted that Midnight's example earlier in class showed that 13 had no business going to an agency that fights villains, and that Hawks likely understood he would not be a suitable mentor for her. Aya sniffled, sat up, and said she hoped that was the explanation. Midnight ruffled her hair and urged her to cheer up. This was not the Aya they knew. Aya chuckled, apologized, and began to calm down. Shota confirmed that everyone had their costumes as they stood in the train station awaiting their first day of internships. He reminded them that they did not have permission to wear the costumes out in public and warned them not to lose anything. Mina shouted that she had it and placed Ayame's hand on her shoulder, telling her to calm down. Shota lectured Mina to speak properly, and Mina meekly complied. He told the group to mind their manners with the other heroes during their internships and dismissed them. As everyone else shuffled off, Ayame stayed and hugged Shota while laughing. Shota patted her head and told her not to be rude to Shota. Ayame nodded and promised she would not, admitting that she was eager to learn from him and that she thought he was cool. Shota deadpanned and asked what about him, and Ayame teased him, asking if he was jealous. Shota scoffed and denied it. Ayame smirked and teased him a moment more before realizing her train had arrived. Shota hugged her quickly and told her to come back alive. Ayame chuckled and said she would. Ayame grabbed her things and climbed onto the train, with Bakugo following for some reason and plopping down, spreading his legs. He immediately scowled and demanded to know why she was there. Ayame explained that she was interning with Shota. Bakugo went silent for a moment, then said he was interning with Best Jeanist. When Ayame asked why, Bakugo snapped that it was none of her business. She pulled out the new phone Shota had given her and checked Mina's messages. About 20 minutes passed with Bakugo staring at her. Ayame resisted asking him about it and let him continue. When the train reached their stop, Ayame stood and hurried off. She pulled out a small note with Shota's agency address, entered it into her phone, and followed the GPS, not noticing Bakugo close behind. Mizudafu was neither busy nor empty, which felt nearly perfect as Ayame put in her earbuds for music. She paused the music when she saw the genius office, and then noticed Bakugo standing next to her. When she asked why he was there, he replied with annoyance that Best Jeanist and Shota shared an agency. Ayame gritted her teeth at the insult, then grinned and called him a fanboy to tease him. Bakugo flustered and denied it, and Ayame laughed, calling him a fanboy again before dodging an explosion and running into the agency, Bakugu's heavy footsteps not far behind. They reached the receptionist desk where a woman asked if they were interns with a knowing smile. Ayame gave her name as Ayame Shirakumo and introduced Katsuki Baku. The receptionist typed briefly and pointed to an elevator, explaining that Edge Shot and Best Jeanist were waiting on the top floor. Ayame thanked her and rode the elevator, Bakugu growling at her for being calm. When the elevator doors opened, Bakugu walked in slouched and casual, and Ayame followed after a moment's hesitation. Her excitement raced as she finally saw one of her favorite heroes, Edge Shot, but she kept her composure. Edge Shot and Best Jeanist paused their conversation to look at them. Ayame and Bakugu stood side by side, Ayame maintaining a stoic expression despite her excitement while Bakugu remained slouched and unconcerned. Best Jeanist struck a dramatic pose, smoothing his styled bangs and noting that Ayame had gotten the more respectful in turn. Edge Shot's eye creased as if smiling under his mask, and he let out a small chuckle. Edge Shot welcomed Ayame Shirakumo and said he was honored that the UA Sports Festival winner had chosen him, noting that her quirk was peculiar. He offered to head to the training room for privacy. Ayame followed him, carrying her hero suit briefcase, and he asked her what her hero name was. Ayame replied that her name was Loud Cloud. They entered the massive training room with its punching bag, sparring area, weights, and a section filled with target dummies that resembled a shooting range. Ayame's eyes roamed in awe, and Edge Shot said he had a feeling she would be in the room a lot. Suddenly Edge Shot used his quirk and appeared behind Ayame, back in his usual form and holding her gun. He asked to see what she was made of first. Ayame gently took the gun from him and almost tripped when he dipped low and attempted to swipe at her feet. She hopped up just in time and jumped back to gain distance. Edge Shot adopted a ninja-like pose and explained that she would have to spar him while shooting the dummies' heads. Ayame grinned and began dodging his attacks, flipping skillfully and knocking one dummy down with a bullet. When she landed, Edge Shot was already in front of her and kicked her hard in the stomach, sending her flying. She hit the wall, coughed, and wiped her mouth, realizing this might be harder than she thought. Despite the shock, she felt excited by the challenge. She stood slowly and realized her guns had been knocked away. Edge Shot stood between them with a mocking air, noting that the bad guys held the weapons she relied on most and asking what she would do now. Ayame scoffed and insisted she was not reliant on the guns. Edge Shot chuckled and asked why she had been so eager to use them first, suggesting she was wasting her potential. Edge Shot observed that, unlike Snipe, he could tell just by looking that I did not need those weapons full-time. They might be useful occasionally, but that was about it. He noted that my movements showed flexibility and experience in training and first-hand combat, and he urged me to put that to use. I thought in disbelief that he could tell that from only a few seconds and grinned, feeling he was really cool. After he completed a few more basic checks on my progress, he led me to the room where I would be staying for the night and left me alone to settle in. I yawned, cracked my knuckles, and checked my phone, noticing a few missed calls from Hizashi. I called him back and held the phone away from my ear. Hizashi answered loudly, asking how I was, whether I was doing okay, and telling me to come home. The phone was taken from him briefly, and after a moment of shuffling and silence, Shota's voice came on to explain that Hizashi was just worried and to ask how I was doing. I told them that I was doing well and already improving, and that I thought I had made the right internship choice since Edge Shot seemed to see right through me. Shoyuta replied that I could learn a lot from him and advised me to be nice, and I hummed in agreement as I plopped onto the bed. After a bit more conversation, they let me hang up. I placed my phone on the bedside table, sat up, crossed my legs, and began to meditate. When I opened my eyes a few moments later, I noticed that more cloud-like markings had formed over the past few days, confirming my suspicion. The more I used my quirk, the more they appeared, and they always showed up only on my left side, never my right. I brushed my teeth and then allowed myself to fall asleep on the comfortable bed, bundled up in the covers. Ayame's point of view. Edge Shot told Best Jeanist to leave his intern alone as Ayame hid behind him. Best Jeanist stood in front of them holding a comb that threatened her hair while Edge Shot pointed out that, unlike Bakugu, Ayame actually styled her hair. Ayame pouted that it would be improper to touch a lady's hair. Best Jeanist huffed, gave her a sidelong look, and said he would let her pass for now. For what felt like the millionth time, Shot had pinned Ayame to the ground. He immediately loosened his grip, rose, and chuckled at her groan as she sat up. Ayame mumbled that she would never get it right. Shot replied that she had lasted longer that time and should stop being so hard on herself. She was still new, and that was okay. He told her to stretch while he spoke with Best Jeanist. Only then did Ayame notice Best Jeanist had entered with a more solemn expression than usual. Shot moved to speak with him while Ayame stretched, feeling the satisfying pops in her back. As she reached for a big sip of water, Shot interrupted with a different tone and instructed her to change quickly and meet him outside the agency, promising to explain on the way. His tone left no room for argument, so Ayame nodded, rushed to her room, grabbed her briefcase with her hero costume, secured her goggles, tied her bootlaces, and took the elevator down to the first floor. She followed Shot in a sprint, confused but aware that something serious was happening. When Ayame asked what was going on, Shot only said they were heading to Hosu. They boarded a speeding train and rode on top of it through the wind. When they arrived, the city was in panic. The crackle of fire filled the air and warmth pressed against her skin. What made the situation more dangerous than a few wildfires were the Nomu, many of them, some with wings and none of them able to form proper words. Ayame asked Shot what she should do. He assessed the scene, closed his eyes for a moment, and then handed her a mask similar to his, explaining it was for protection. He instructed her to go into buildings, get citizens out, and evacuate them from the city. Ayame hesitated, but Shot told her not to worry about the details and that he would handle it later, ordering her to go. She slipped on the mask, pulled down her goggles, and barged into a smoke-filled building, calling out for anyone inside. A tug at her ankle made her look down to see a dirty hand gripping for dear life. The person attached to it was trapped beneath rubble. Ayame crouched, pushing smoke aside as she tried to assess the best way to free them. She told the person to speak to her and that she was there. Only a pained groan answered, nearly drowned out by the surrounding fire. From the sound and the way the person held on, Ayame judged that they were badly hurt and could not move freely. She thought there might be more injuries, but this assessment was enough to decide on a course of action. Finding a workable angle, she slowly shifted the rubble away and carefully lifted the injured person free. Ayame rushed out of the building, looking for a safe spot. She spotted a group of civilians being cornered by a tall, lanky Nomu and sprinted toward them. She launched herself into the air to gain momentum, delivered a powerful kick to the creature's back, and landed while holding its attention. She handed the injured person, who was hurt but alive, to one of the civilians and urged them to take the person somewhere safe. The civilian nodded gravely and ran. As Ayame turned to continue her rescue efforts, her pocket buzzed. She checked and saw a message from Midoriya, and she wondered why he was in Hosu. Ayame's POV. Ayame discovered Midoriya had sent her his location, his message causing her phone to buzz. Normally, she would have ignored it, especially during the Nomu attacks, but something in her gut told her this was important. She abandoned Shot's instructions and ran, checking her phone occasionally to stay on course. She muttered to herself that this better be serious as she sprinted through a maze of dark, unusually quiet alleys, a stark contrast to the brighter parts of the city. Third-person POV. Midoriya kept his teeth clenched as he watched the irritated hero killer. Ida lay nearby, injured and unable to move, and Midoriya's thoughts raced about what to do while they awaited help. Ida urged Midoriya to stand down and told him to run away, insisting that the fight had nothing to do with Midoriya. Midoriya replied that if Ida believed that, then why was he training to be a hero at all, and he reminded himself of All Might's warning that meddling where one did not need to was part of being a hero. Midoriya charged the hero killer Stain again, aiming to get in close as Stain swung his sword. Midoriya ducked under the blade, launched into the air, and struck Stain on the back of the head. The move left Midoriya suddenly immobilized when Stain's blade grazed him and disrupted his movement. Stain stood beside Midoriya and commented that Midoriya was not powerful enough, suggesting Midoriya's attempt had relied on breaking the opponent's field of vision rather than true skill. Stain advanced toward Ida and indicated that while there were many false heroes, Ida was worthy of being spared because he was different from others in the area. A voice called out from the alley, announcing a late arrival and sounding amused. Stain paused, scanning for the source of the voice as Midoriya relaxed slightly. Ayame's POV. Ayame landed above the group and then on Stain's shoulders, surprising him. She pushed off, flipped through the air, and landed in front of Midoriya. She told Midoriya that he was lucky she had been in Hosu and that he should avoid letting Stain's blade touch him, explaining briefly that contact was dangerous. She teased Stain about carrying 6 swords, asking why he needed so many. Stain demanded to know who she was, and Ayame replied that that question was equally irrelevant. They held a tense stare until Stain twirled his blades and charged, tired of waiting for Ayame to make the first move. Ayame matched his grin and attacked. Stain swung his blade and Ayame vaulted into the air, kicking him in the chest. He attempted to slice at her legs, but his attack met nothing solid. The blade cut through air where her legs had been, and he looked up to find she had vanished. Annoyed, Stain readied himself again. Ida called out urgently for Shirakumo to get out of there and warned that Aizawa would be furious. Ayame scoffed and crossed her arms, insisting she would be fine. Stain recognized Ayame from the sports festival and charged once more, only to be interrupted by Todoroki's arrival. Flames erupted and blocked Stain's path, and Ayame noted the relief of having another ally who could move. Todoroki explained that he had followed the shared location notification and had been almost too late. Ayame rolled her eyes and insisted she would have handled it herself and gotten Ida to safety. Todoroki asked how Midoriya had sent the message and noted he had used his left side as well. He calmed the flames and then stomped, causing ice to spread toward Stain. Stain leapt above the ice to avoid being trapped, and Todoroki criticized Stain and declared that he would not be allowed to take any more lives. Midoriya, still immobilized, relayed the situation to Todoroki as best he could. Todoroki pressed forward, confident that the pro-heroes would arrive any minute. Stain launched himself from the wall again. Ayame followed and kicked him hard enough that he crashed into the ice and it shattered. He recovered quickly and gained distance. Ayame landed beside Todoroki, feeling a bit disappointed by the constant lecturing. She had come to fight rather than listen to speeches. As Midoriya prepared himself to keep his distance and contribute where he could, Ayame unexpectedly leaped and intercepted a blade thrown toward Midoriya, catching it just before it reached his face. A brief neutral moment followed as the group readied for the next exchange. Todoroki nodded toward me and complimented my reflexes. I observed that Ingenium had good friends. We looked up to see Stain towering over us. He swung a separate blade in an assault that Todoroki's ice promptly blocked. Stain tossed a sword into the air hoping to hit us, so I leapt, caught it, and landed. Stain lunged at me, but Todoroki kept him at bay with his fire. I grinned, angled the sword on the ground, and stomped it until it snapped in two. Ahead, Todoroki was beginning to struggle as he held the killer back with his ice. I noted that Stain was strong. The ice block grew large, but Stain cut through it easily and taunted that Todoroki had blocked his own field of vision. Todoroki erupted into flame and challenged Stain to come at him, but 2 knives struck his left forearm and interrupted his attack. Stain praised me as the better fighter and dismissed Todoroki. He leapt into the air again, preparing to attack the only adult present a hero I had not noticed until then. My feet moved before my mind. I jumped and aimed a kick to stop him. He grunted as the kick connected, and I adjusted my angle so his blade did not reach me. It quickly became clear that I had not planned how to get out of the situation. Todoroki shouted for Shirakumo. I braced for what would happen next. Ayame's POV. Agony flared across Ayame's back as a blade struck her, and Todoroki shouted her name as she swallowed the lump in her throat, burning to escape. She tried to move, to put distance between herself and her attacker, but she could not. Stain had paralyzed her, and her plan had failed as she fell through the air. Todoroki caught her, and he immediately scolded her for rushing in like that. Ayame returned a strained agreement and trembled from the effort to move. Midoriya recovered from his attack and called out that he could move again. Ayame explained that her movement returned depending on blood type, which earned a sharp look from both Todoroki and Midoriya. She downplayed the wound, noting the cut had not been deep. Stain sneered at her discovery and praised Ayame sarcastically. Midoriya landed beside Todoroki and asked what her blood type was. Ayame answered that it was type O. Midoriya then concluded that she should be able to regain movement again soon, but he noted that understanding how Stain's quirk worked would not be enough on its own. Todoroki assessed the situation and decided their best option was to hold position until professional help arrived and avoid close combat, because Shirakumo was hurt and too fast to reliably help. Midoriya argued they had lost too much ground and suggested a risky plan. He would distract Stain while Todoroki supported him from behind. Todoroki accepted the risk and agreed they could protect the wounded. Midoriya launched the first move, using his quirk aggressively while Todoroki provided defensive ice. Ayame watched from the sidelines, guilt pooling in her stomach for having been hit and for rushing forward. The thoughts crowded her mind, pressing in memories of her mother's crying face, of her smile, of another memory of her passed out on a bed. She jostled her head to snap out of it and forced herself back to the present. Green flashes and fire danced across the alley. She had to do something. She managed to stand beside Todoroki without leaning on the wall and asked how she could help. Todoroki, still worried about her wound, urged her to rest but told her to keep an eye on Midoriya if she insisted. Ayame nodded, pulled out her guns, and began to watch Stain closely. When Midoriya started to struggle because Stain was changing his attack pattern, Ayame took a shot and disabled one of Stain's shoulders, rendering one arm less useful. Stain lunged toward Midoriya, trying to ignore the injury, but Todoroki intensified his flames to interrupt him. Stain then reappeared on Todoroki's other side and somehow paralyzed Midoriya again, bringing his blade perilously close to Todoroki's left arm. Ayame shoved Todoroki out of the way, preventing the blade from reaching him, and they both hit the ground. Stain moved to strike again, but Ida intervened with a burst of speed and force, kicking Stain away and breaking one of his swords. Ida's intervention came at a good moment. Ayame felt the pain in her back intensify as a reminder of how close things had been. Todoroki sat up slightly and realized Ayame was on his chest. She apologized that she could not move, and he understood, holding her shoulder gently to keep her steady and telling her to stay down until the professionals arrived. Ida, feeling responsible, insisted that this was not Todoroki's fault and apologized, but Midoriya reacted with exasperation at the continued apologies. Ida then said he would not let the others risk more for him. Ayame heard Stain speaking but could not make out the words. The sounds blurred and rang around her. She recognized the symptoms of losing consciousness from previous experience. Her head dropped to Todoroki's chest, her vision blurring as sounds grew distant. She murmured her mother's name once more before blacking out. Third person. After the group succeeded in knocking Stain out, they took his weapons away and the alley fell into a tense silence. Todoroki secured Stain with careful knots and laid Ayame down with caution. The hero who had just regained feeling carried Midoriya on his back, mindful of Midoriya's leg injury. Midoriya offered to help the one carrying him despite noticing the other's injured leg, but the other hero thanked him and accepted the situation. Ida suggested he could drag Midoriya from there after they finished restraining Stain, but Todoroki pointed out that his own arms were injured and then gently picked Ayame up, being careful of her back while managing to drag Stain along with the group. As they began to leave the alley, the group discussed what had happened and the events that had led to Stain's downfall. As they exited the alleyway, Gran Torino appeared across the street and demanded to know what Midoriya was doing there. He scolded the boy and gave him a sharp shove that knocked him off balance before Midoriya could apologize. Midoriya landed and explained who he was to the gathered group. Gran Torino remained fuming. Midoriya expressed confusion about how they had been found. Gran Torino calmed himself, hands on his hips, and said he had been told to come by someone else. He admitted he did not know what was happening but was relieved they were alive. Midoriya replied that he felt the same and apologized. Gran Torino scoffed as more heroes arrived. One explained that Endeavor had reported a request for help here, another wondered if children were involved, and a third judged that the injuries looked severe and moved to call an ambulance. A hero used his quirk to slide through the crowd and return to normal when he reached the intern he had expected, Edgeshot. Edgeshot approached Todoroki and offered to carry the injured intern. Todoroki nodded and gently transferred her into Edgeshot's arms, reminding him to be careful of her back. Edgeshot stepped aside from the crowd, leaned the intern against the wall, crouched beside her, and produced gauze to wrap her torso and stabilize her. One of the heroes then realized who had been tied up and reacted in shock. Another moved to call the police. Ayame's POV. When Ayame opened her eyes, she squinted against the bright hospital lights and smelled disinfectant. She grunted and sat up, pushing past the soreness in her back. Hizashi grabbed her shoulders hard enough to make her gasp, his green eyes wide with tears as he scolded her for being reckless. He held her head gently and told her she had to be more careful. Ayame noticed he was still in his hero costume. He pulled away when Shota gently guided him back, and he told her that, although it could have been said more gently, she knew better than to act so rashly. Shota entered the room with his arms crossed, his expression clearly disappointed. He walked over to the bed while Ayame avoided his gaze, feeling awkward. He told her there was no need to look so miserable and patted her head, then explained that someone else needed to speak with her. The chief of Hosu's police, a tall man with dog-like features, came in next. Shota kept Ayame seated out of respect. The chief asked if she was the 4th UA student who had helped bring down the hero killer. Ayame introduced herself as Ayame Shirakumo and asked where the others were. The chief explained that the boys had been placed in a separate room since they were male and she needed privacy. The chief told her that Stain had been badly injured and was under strict guard at the hospital. He went on to explain the police department's long-standing position on quirks. When quirks became common, the police chose not to use them as weapons and relied on licensed heroes to perform dangerous duties. As a result, it remained illegal for uncertified people to use their quirks to cause injury, even when facing a villain. The chief warned that, because Ayame and the others had used their powers against Stain, they, their supervisors, and the involved heroes would likely face harsh punishment for abusing their abilities. Ayame opened her mouth to protest, but the chief spoke before she could, acknowledging that she and Shota might feel the punishment was unfair. He noted that many would argue it was a hero's duty to save people and that without Midoriya's assistance, Ida and Native might have died. He emphasized that Ayame was not yet a full professional and still had much to learn, and he criticized UA and Shota for not preparing her properly. The chief said that any formal punishment would be necessary only if the incident became public. If publicity followed, the public might applaud their actions, but disciplinary measures would still be unavoidable. He offered an alternative. The department could attribute the rescue solely to Endeavor so the students' involvement would remain unknown, sparing their careers but costing them any recognition. He said the boys had already chosen to accept that option, awaiting Ayame's input, and added that Shota would face consequences as their supervisor regardless. Ayame apologized for the trouble she had caused and admitted she had run off against instructions. Shota accepted the apology and reminded her that what mattered was that she had survived. The chief, as head of the police, thanked her for her role in stopping the threat. In the days that followed, people in Hosu discussed the incident, the Nomu, and the confrontation with Stain, but the teens received no public credit for their actions. There was also talk at the Genius office, but Best Jeanist had kept Loud Cloud's involvement secret, so even Bakugo remained unaware. All Might stood before the class and announced that he was back and that it was time to return to their lessons. He explained that today's hero basic training would be a race and instructed them to apply everything they had learned during their internships to a rescue training exercise. He described the field gamma simulation, an area of factories forming an intricate maze. Students would compete in groups of 5, each starting from different points on the outskirts of the model city. He said he would send a distress signal and they were to do what was necessary to rescue him. The first team to reach him would win, but he asked them to keep property damage to a minimum. Bakugo scoffed at the reminder. Ida raised his hand and objected that, if it was rescue training, they should be at the USJ. All Might replied that the facility specialized in disasters, but this exercise was a race. He told them to prepare. All Might called the first group to their positions. The group consisted of the narrator, Ojiro, Ida, Siro, and Mina. Kaminari observed that Ida had not fully recovered and suggested he should sit this one out. Kirishima added that everyone in the group had strong mobility. Momo, sitting on her knees, remarked that the narrator would be at a heavy disadvantage against the others. Jiro agreed that moving quickly was not the narrator's strength and that the narrator often ended up injured after using their power. As the others placed bets on possible winners, the narrator walked over to Tokoyami. The narrator apologized for interrupting and asked what he needed to talk about. Tokoyami glanced up, swallowed, and then said that Hawks had told him something. The narrator, puzzled, asked who he meant and felt a hint of dread at the name. After a moment, the narrator swallowed and muttered a quiet "oh." Tokoyami studied the reaction without judgment, then smirked slightly and reached into his cape. He handed the narrator a letter tied with a string and a red feather attached. Tokoyami explained that Hawks had wanted him to deliver it. The narrator took the letter and stared at it, noting the feather's size and how Hawks's wings had clearly matured compared to an older, smaller feather the narrator had been given before. The narrator asked if Hawks had told Tokoyami everything. Tokoyami confirmed that he had and that looking back at the narrator's origin explained a lot, but that it was not his secret to share. The narrator thanked him and both turned back to the screen to watch the race begin. Despite the quiet of the watching class, the narrator could not focus on the race. Thoughts tumbled over each other while the narrator kept glancing at the letter, trying to guess why Hawks had written and why he had bothered to write it all. When it was the narrator's turn, the team with Tokoyami, Momo, Uraraka, and Kirishima set off. All Might sent out the distress signal and they raced toward it, using techniques refined during their internships. The narrator took an early lead by gliding on clouds across rooftops and metal piping. Tokoyami followed closely. Momo struggled and slipped off a pipe despite trying to use her quirk. In the end, Tokoyami reached the signal first. After training, the narrator walked away without saying more, eager to get home and read the letter. Mina tried to call after the narrator but got caught up with Uraraka, sparing the narrator from more questions. The narrator's mind felt like a tornado, overwhelmed and heat-rushed, not romantically flustered but anxious and distracted. When school ended, the narrator and Shoyuta walked home. The narrator moved ahead in a rush without realizing it. Shoyuta did not ask questions, letting the narrator be absorbed by their thoughts. The narrator reached the apartment first and tapped their foot while waiting for Shoyuta to unlock the door so they could get to their room and read the letter burning in their pocket. Shoyuta let the narrator rush inside without comment. In the narrator's room, they closed the door, set their bag on the floor, and sat on the bed. They hesitated before opening the envelope, fingers lingering on the red feather. When they compared it to the old feather Hawks had given them, the difference in size and condition was clear. The narrator unfolded the letter and read slowly, heart pounding. The letter began by saying that Hawks hated writing and asked not to mock his handwriting. It went on to explain that after he left, he thought about the narrator every day and wondered how they were doing and how the commission treated them, but the commission had not provided answers when he asked. He described his surprise at seeing the narrator at the sports festival and his pride at how much the narrator and their quirk had grown. He suggested meeting at his favorite tower, the one he always pointed out from the commission's top floor, and said he would answer any questions the narrator might have. The narrator checked the time and realized the sun was setting. They would have to sneak out to meet him, though they suspected Shoyuta would notice. She got off the bed and walked to the living room where Shoyuta was watching TV wrapped in a yellow sleeping bag. She smiled at him and told him she was heading to bed. Shoyuta questioned how she could go to bed so early, and she nodded, faking a yawn and a stretch while explaining that the math test had really worn her out. He grumbled good night, probably sensing she was up to something but not having the energy to press further. She went to her room, changed out of her uniform into more comfortable clothes, and put on her father's jacket. Then she realized she needed her shoes, which were by the door. She worried Shoyuta would ask why she needed them, so she left the room and casually put them on. Hearing her shuffling, Shoyuta grumbled and asked what she was doing. She said she was getting the mail, and he hummed in response, since she had done it several times before and it seemed normal. She almost felt guilty, especially remembering how her father had ended up. She reminded herself to be careful and make it home before anyone noticed. She closed the apartment door behind her and descended the stairs. She zipped up the jacket against the cold and wind and kept a steady pace rather than running to avoid drawing attention from any heroes on patrol. At the train station, she boarded a train heading into the city where the commission's headquarters was located. The trip was short and saved time compared to walking. When she exited the train, it was fully dark and the street lights illuminated the sidewalks. She told herself she had to be observant and scanned for the tall tower she remembered as Red, a place people sometimes went for the view. After a bit more walking, the tower came into view and she broke into a sprint. The tower grew larger as she approached. She stopped in front of it to catch her breath and began climbing the stairs that seemed to go on forever before she finally reached the top. He was not there. She sighed, leaned against the railing, and stared out at the city covered in lights. She rested her chin on her arms and waited. Minutes passed and then more minutes. She wondered if he was even coming. Dread spread through her at the thought that he might bail. She was afraid he would not show up, or that, if he did, it would be awkward and he might think she had changed and leave for real. Ayame spent the rest of the internship keeping out of Bakugu's way while continuing her training. When she was near him, she made sure her bandages stayed out of sight, because if he saw them he would start asking too many questions. Shot took her on relaxed patrols, explaining why those sorties mattered and teaching her some ninja-style techniques that suited their quirks. Best Jeanist and Bakugu sometimes joined those patrols. Ayame laughed and draped an arm over Bakugu's shoulders, complimenting his hair. Bakugu growled that he would make her regret saying it. Best Jeanist chided Bakugu, telling him not to act on his temper. Ayame teased that she liked his jeans too, which only made Bakugu more irritated. Best Jeanist sighed and rubbed his forehead, muttering that this generation could try anyone's patience. Before leaving the agency, Ayame bowed to the two heroes and thanked them for their hospitality and the lessons she had learned. Shot nodded and wished her well, asking her to stay safe. Ayame left the agency with Bakugu trailing close behind as they headed for the train station. On the train, Ayame asked whether Bakugu lived in Mizudafu, wondering why he would be on the train instead of walking home. Bakugu ignored her at first, focused on his phone, and then snapped that it was none of her business. His voice was calmer than usual, which surprised Ayame. Tried to bring up the strange behavior since the Hosu incident, then cut herself off, unsure how to explain without revealing a lie. Bakugu commented that she had been walking oddly, tapping his temple to emphasize it. Ayame challenged him about why it should matter, and he muttered for her to be quiet while taking up space on the seat. Ayame called him a comb head in jest because of his hairstyle, which only set him off further. Bakugu stormed and promised he'd make her pay for the teasing. His threats were fierce but carried the heat of a rival more than a literal promise of harm. Ayame reminded him of previous failures in their back and forth, and Bakugu continued to blaze angrily, vowing to win the next time. The next day at school was lively. Shiro and Kirishima laughed about Bakugu's hair, still frozen in the style Best Jeanist had forced. Bakugu was obvious in his frustration. Ayame chatted with Jiro, Tsu, and Mina about internships. Jiro had helped evacuate hostages, and Tsu had stopped a drag smuggling operation, which left Mina and Jiro playfully envious. When Tsu asked Ayame about her week, she beamed and said that Shot had taught her a lot about stealth and technique and that he was very skilled. Tokoyami approached Ayame looking nervous and opened his mouth to speak, but Midoriya called Ayame over before Tokoyami could say anything. Tokoyami mouthed that he would talk to her later and nodded quietly. Ayame then joined Ida, Midoriya, and Todoroki. Todoroki asked how she was healing, and Ida mentioned that the nurses had insisted she get serious rest. Ayame reassured them that she was doing better and asked how they were. Midoriya said he felt better than ever. Todoroki took a moment to thank Ayame for watching out for him during the incident. Todoroki acknowledged that without her intervention he might have lost the use of his left arm. Ayame nodded and reminded him that he had helped her just as much. Ida announced that class was about to begin, and everyone took their seats. Ayame felt grateful to be back to a normal routine. A single red feather drifted down and touched Ayame's nose, dropping slowly as if directed. The feather stayed in its position, letting her grab it. Warm, big hands covered her eyes, and Kigo told her to guess who it was. She stayed quiet for a moment and answered that it was Kigo. He removed his hands, hugged her from behind, and leaned his head on her shoulder, telling her that he had missed her. She turned in his arms, stared at his face, and smiled, returning the hug around his neck while his arms wrapped around her bag. They stood like that for a few moments. He had the warmth she had missed for the past few years. One of her hands tangled in his hair, which had grown fluffier like hers. They pulled away reluctantly. She grinned and patted his face, noting that he had grown a scruff. He chuckled and touched the hair on his chin, saying it looked good. She gave him a look and shrugged, teasing that whatever helped him sleep at night was fine. He pouted and asked what she meant, and she laughed, slapping his shoulder as he laughed with her. She realized she had missed his laugh much more than she had understood. He leaned against the railing beside her and asked how she had escaped. She explained that she had packed her things right after he left and jumped out the same window he had used. He froze and, with wide yellow eyes, exclaimed that they could have escaped together and shook her shoulders, upset. She protested, laughed, and soon he calmed down and asked where she had gone after that. She said she had found a shelter that had lasted for a few years. Recently, a few heroes had found her training inside it. They had known her father from school and had even been there for her birth but had lost track of her when her mother disappeared. Now she was staying with one of them. His expression softened as he asked their names, and she listed Present Mike, Midnight, and Eraserhead, explaining that she was staying at Eraserhead's apartment. Kigo nodded and remarked that he had heard of that underground hero, asking if they were teachers at UA. She confirmed they were. He then asked if they patrolled at night, and she agreed, adding that she would have to be careful returning home. They both looked out over the city, higher up where the wind was stronger and chillier. She was glad she had remembered her jacket. The leather was good and warm inside. Kigo turned to ask who she had interned with. She smirked and said she had worked with Ed Shot. He grinned widely, congratulating her on getting an offer from her favorite hero in her first year, and she admitted she had been shocked but had learned a lot. Her phone suddenly buzzed with notifications, and her heart dropped. She pulled it out and answered. It was Shota Aizawa. He ordered Ayame Shirakumo to get home immediately and warned that he would come get her himself if she did not return in 3 minutes. She acknowledged him and told him she was on her way. He hung up after reiterating the 3-minute warning. Kigo burst into laughter at the sight of her expression, earning a glare. He asked who had called and why they had sounded angry. She sighed and told him it was Eraserhead and that she had to go. Kigo offered to take her quickly, but she declined, saying that she did not want to face Shota Aizawa's wrath. She hugged Kigo briefly and rushed down the stairs, waving a quick goodbye as she realized she only had 2 minutes left. She did not stop to catch her breath and sprinted down the street. Her time ran out before she noticed. A familiar black figure dropped from a roof, intercepted her midair, and immobilized her as he landed in front of her. He was fuming and tightened his hold, scolding her for the trouble she had caused and for how scared he had been when she did not return. He reminded her that the League of Villains had seen her before and that her relation to Oboro could put her at risk. He accused her of making him fear she had been taken. She offered a quiet, apologetic response as he continued to lecture her, his voice rough with stress and anger. He scooped her up and carried her home at a brisk pace. Once inside, he removed their shoes, took hold of her phone, and instructed her to sit on the couch. She complied, knowing she was in serious trouble. He crouched in front of her with his fingers interlocked and apologized for yelling, then explained that she needed to understand how dangerous the situation could have been. He told her he could not lose her too, reminding her that he had sworn to Oboro to keep her safe when her mother became P-Arginine and that he would not break that promise. She nodded in understanding. He declared that she was grounded and not to leave the house except for school. He forced her to stand, hugged her, and repeated that he could not lose her. She asked what their father had been like, wanting to hear it aloud even though she knew much of the answer. He led her to her room and helped her get comfortable while speaking calmly. He described their father as energetic, even more so than Present Mike, someone who loved cats and attracted strays, and someone who thought of others before himself. He said their father had pushed him out of his shell and had encouraged both him and Mike to keep going so that one day they could open an agency together. She asked if they would have an agency if their father were still alive. He nodded and added that their father would have been proud to have his daughter, that he would have been a great father who would have spoiled her and kept her spirits up about being a hero. He said their parents would have remained in love and maybe had more children. She giggled at the thought, and he chuckled back, noting that life was unpredictable and she would understand that in time. He turned off the light and told her to get some sleep. The bells rang throughout the school as Shota gathered his things and arranged a stack of papers. He reminded the class that there was only 1 week left before the final exams, urged them to keep studying and training, and warned that the written exam was only one element, with a practical course to prepare for as well. He slid the door closed and left them in the room. Others immediately began worrying aloud about how little they had studied and how poorly they had done in the midterms. Aya said she had done pretty well during the midterms and was not so worried, glancing at her nails as she leaned her head against her hand. Sue made a small frog-like noise and told her she was lucky, praising her as a good writer and a good hero. Aya smiled and told Sue she was pretty good too. Sue thanked her and asked how Aya thought the final exam would go. Aya shrugged and admitted she did not know. Mina interrupted to report that a second year had said their final had been similar to the entrance exam and declared confidence that they could handle it. Aya disagreed, predicting that UA would switch things up, and Sue considered that possibility, wondering aloud what they would do. Later, as they ate, Uraraka, Ida, Sue, Todoroki, and Midoriya continued talking about the final exams. Aya sat between Todoroki and Midoriya but did not pay much attention, lost in her own thoughts and barely touching her food. When she stood to discard her tray, Uraraka noticed and pointed out that she had barely eaten. Aya admitted she was not very hungry. Todoroki suggested she should eat to have energy for training, and Aya thanked him for his concern before walking away to throw her tray into the bin. She felt his eyes on her back as she left the cafeteria but chose to ignore it. Aya climbed the stairs to the roof and settled into a comfortable position, leaning on her left side. She did not notice the roof door open until footsteps approached. It was not a secret who it was. He sat on her left, their arms almost touching, and they watched the campus in comfortable silence. Aya asked about his soba, assuming he had not finished it. He said he had eaten most of it and reiterated that he had been worried about her, insisting that skipping meals was not a good idea with finals approaching. Aya admitted that it was hard for her to eat when she was stressed. He pointed out that earlier she had claimed not to be worried about the exams and asked if that had been a lie. Aya clarified that the exams were not what troubled her. When asked directly if he could help, Aya confessed that she was worried about her mother and wanted to find her but did not know where to start. He grew quiet for a few minutes, rubbing his chin and murmuring to himself that Aya's mother could explain things better. When Aya asked what he meant, he said it would be better if her mother spoke to her directly and that he could not explain it as well himself. Aya demanded to know what he knew and sat up, heart pounding. He said he had told her what he could and promised to take her to the hospital that weekend, explaining that they had been more lenient about visits lately. Aya reacted with frustration, blocking her face with her hand and standing up, telling him to forget it. She left the roof without another word. He did not follow, understanding she needed a moment. Aya felt it was unfair that he seemed to know more about her mother's situation than she did, and the hint of knowledge without explanation felt cruel. The next training session focused on the final exam. Aya stretched in a black sleeveless shirt and shorts with tight knee pads, then cracked her knuckles and took out her frustration on a heavy punching bag. She worked through several combinations that included kicks, occasionally yelling as she pushed herself, too immersed in her own world to notice how hard she hit the bag. Sue and Mina watched Aya from the pool area, the gym with equipment in a separate room behind glass windows. Mina asked what was wrong with Aya, and Sue suggested that she seemed emotional but uncertain of the exact word. Mina agreed that it was better to let Aya blow off steam than to bottle everything up. Sue nodded in agreement. Later that night she was on the couch working on some English homework. After staring at the pages for a while, Hizashi came from the kitchen and leaned over the back of the couch, close enough to see the papers. He asked if she was all right and said the assignment should be easy, offering to give her a break from the advanced English class. He rubbed his neck nervously, worrying he might be pushing her too hard, a teacherly consideration she appreciated. The Hero Commission had made her practically fluent, and she liked that he never drove them to exhaustion. She sighed, set the papers on the coffee table, and said it was just something on her mind, that she was spacing out. Hizashi tried to coax her into saying more, whining a little when she kept quiet, but she remained firm. She ignored his pouting, finished the homework, brushed her teeth, and went to bed. As the days passed, They all studied and trained hard for the finals. She was grateful to be living with a math teacher. Math was not one of her strong suits. Academically, she still had to focus most on the writing portion. The busy stretch made the weekend arrive quickly. She was sleeping when Shota opened her door and yanked off her blanket to wake her. She sat up with a sigh, scratched her head, glared at him, and asked what his deal was. He pointed toward her door, where Todoroki stood, keeping the promise he had made a few days earlier. She gave a small, surprised sound and covered her lower half with the nearest blanket, since she was only wearing a long t-shirt. Shota reminded her that she was grounded but explained that this was important and told her to get dressed. He said he and Todoroki would speak with her when she returned. They left her to change. As she dressed, she wondered what Todoroki's mother might tell her. She decided it was no use worrying and focused on getting ready, brushing her hair into a half ponytail, slipping on their father's jacket, and leaving the room after brushing her teeth. At the front door she bent down to slip on her shoes. The soft thud of her heel echoed as Todoroki crouched to pull on his own shoes with calm, deliberate movements. When he straightened, he adjusted the cuff of his sleeve and glanced at her, his mismatched eyes asking silently if she was ready. She nodded, glanced at Shota, and left the apartment as Todoroki opened the door for her. He followed, bowed briefly to Shota, and closed the door. They descended the stairs of the quiet apartment building into the crisp air. She admitted that she had not expected him to come, and he acknowledged that he had kept his word. He said it was about her mother and that she deserved to know. He added that his mother could organize everything better than he could. The thought that he did not want to confuse her any further brought a small smile to her face, and she thanked him for it. He hummed in response, fiddled with something in his pocket, and asked if she wanted to stop for a drink first to relax. She tilted her head at the suggestion, and he explained that they did not have to, but he thought it might help her calm down. After a few seconds she accepted, feeling a warm moment of gratitude toward him. They walked to a cafe, ordered warm drinks, and waited. As they waited she found herself worrying that whatever Todoroki's mother planned to tell her might be bad news. The idea made her uneasy, and she tried to push the thought away while sipping the drink to steady herself. They continued walking up a hill, and the massive hospital came into view. The sight made her uneasy. She dreaded what might be behind those doors. She asked if he was sure they would let her see her mother. Todoroki confirmed that he had called the hospital to make sure non-family visitors could enter and said his mother would be waiting for them. She took a shaky breath and tried to steady her nerves. Standing directly in front of the hospital, she noticed a window that was broken and cordoned off with caution tape. We entered the bright light of the hospital, the sterile smell nearly burning my nose as nurses and doctors hurried past. The waiting area was visible from the entrance, with only a few people scattered around. We approached the front desk, and one of the receptionists looked up and smiled as we stopped. The receptionist asked if we were there to see someone. Todoroki told her they had come to see Rei Todoroki, his mother. The receptionist nodded and typed for a moment before asking which ward. Todoroki answered that it was the psychiatric ward, and the receptionist pointed them toward the elevator, indicating floor 6 and room. They gave a brief bow and headed for the elevator. Todoroki pressed the button for the 6th floor and the doors closed. I fidgeted with my sleeves, my heart racing as the truth drew nearer. After what felt like a quick ride, the thick metal doors opened, and my legs followed Todoroki mechanically despite a desperate urge to run. Todoroki stopped suddenly and I stopped with him. Forcing myself to look up, I saw the number 2113 on a plate next to a door. Todoroki asked if I was ready. After a few seconds I took a steadying breath and said that I thought I was. He reached out and knocked on the door. A soft voice invited them to enter, and Todoroki opened it. He motioned for me to go first. When I walked in, I raised my head and saw a woman sitting on the edge of her bed. She had medium-length white hair and small bags under her eyes, the result of long stress rather than lack of sleep. Despite that, she was beautiful when she smiled. Todoroki closed the door behind us and stood beside me. He introduced me as Shirakumo to his mother. Rei told me to call her Rei and waved away the formalities, inviting us to sit and saying there was a lot to explain. I hesitated a moment, then slowly sat down beside her. Rei took a deep breath and searched for the right words. She explained that she had known the woman I had been asking about. She said that after the woman's prison sentence, she had come to the hospital for rehabilitation. For a time she had been kept in confinement, and then, after about a year, she had been moved to that ward under strict supervision. I asked how long ago the transfer had been. Rei estimated 3 or 4 years. She said the woman had gradually been given more freedom, and their friendship had grown quickly. The woman had told her she had a daughter she was waiting to be reunited with me, and she had been worried about how I was growing up and where I was. She had been determined to return to her child. Rei continued that about 5 weeks earlier the woman had been allowed visitors and had tried to find me. She had told the nurses everything she knew: my name, my father's name, how old I should be, everything. The hospital staff believed they had located me through the Hero Commission, but they were told that I was dead. I covered my face and fought back tears as Rei watched me closely and offered comfort. She reached out and gently rubbed my back while Todoroki looked unsure of how to help. I asked what had happened. Rei struggled with the words, then told me that the woman had taken her own life. Rei moved closer and pulled me into a comforting embrace as I let out a broken sob. She apologized quietly for having to tell me. After a few minutes that felt like hours, I managed to catch my breath. Todoroki handed me some tissues to wipe my face. When I seemed steadier, Rei reached into her bedside drawer and pulled out a small stack of photographs, handing them to me while still rubbing my back. She told me that the woman had always carried these with her and that they had been found with her. The first photo was medium-sized, about the size of my palm. It showed a 3-year-old version of me laughing, holding an edge-shot plushie and wearing my hair in low pigtails. Someone had tried to wipe at a stain on the photo, but it had not fully come out. The second was a small Polaroid of me and my mother when I was younger, holding a lollipop and staring in fascination. The third and largest was a picture of my father wearing the jacket I now owned, standing between Hizashi and Shota, both with shorter hair, holding a string of sonogram-like photos from a past time. That picture also bore a faint stain. I thanked Rei for giving them to me, my eyes shining but my throat dry from crying. Todoroki walked me home, watching to make sure I was all right. When we stopped in front of my apartment building, he rubbed his neck nervously and asked if I would be okay. I put my hand in my pocket and nodded that I would be. Aya thanked Todoroki for taking her to the other girl. Todoroki said she could call him Shoto and offered to be there if she needed to talk. He dropped his arm, unaware of the quiet warmth that came with the memory of his kindness. Aya replied that she always would and that she would see him at school, though saying his first name felt odd on her tongue. After they stared at each other in silence, Aya cleared her throat and began to climb the stairs to the apartment. She knocked because the front door was locked. Shota opened it, and Aya realized Namuri and Hizashi were there. Namuri asked how the other girl was, holding her hands to her chest curiously. The apartment was dead silent, the quiet louder than any words as they waited for an answer. Aya's fists clenched and she sniffled, rubbing her nose as she fought back tears. Hizashi grimaced and asked what had happened. Aya fumbled with her sleeves and blurted that the girl had taken her own life. Shota gently pulled Aya to his chest, wrapping his arms around her and expressing how sorry he was. The three of them stayed by Aya's side for the rest of the night, even when she fell asleep on the couch. They made sure she was okay. Ayame's POV. Finals arrived the following week. The first few days focused on written exams, and all the studying I had done paid off. The material was familiar enough that I didn't struggle, only needing to be careful with details to pass. On the third day we moved on to the practical portion, where we had to bring together everything from internships and hero training. The only problem was none of us knew how the exam would be conducted. Some classmates guessed they would reuse the robots from the entrance exam, but something told me the school would change things to prevent older students from tipping off the younger ones. On a bright morning we stood in our hero costumes in the central square, facing the first-year teachers. Shota looked as grumpy as usual. He announced calmly that it was time to begin the last test and warned that it was possible to fail. Anyone who wanted to go to camp should avoid making mistakes. Jiro asked why so many teachers were present. Shota explained that many students had gathered information and thought they knew what they would face, but the school had prepared something different. Kaminari burst out that we would be fighting big metal robots, and Mina added enthusiastically about fireworks and esmores, but Shoyuta remained deadpan. Then Nizu's voice rang out from inside Shota's scarf. Nizu appeared, smiling and gently nudging Shoyuta as he explained that the test would be completely different this year. Nizu outlined the new focus. There would be hero work, teamwork, and combat between people. Students would work in pairs and face one of the UA teachers as opponents. Uraraka reacted with wide eyes and several others shared her surprise. My heart tightened at the thought. I knew they would change the format, but the idea of facing one of the teachers worried me. It wasn't that I doubted my ability to defend myself, it was the mental strain. My mother's words, smile, and tears replayed in my head. I found myself unable to imagine her aging or a peaceful future for her. I kept telling myself she wasn't gone, refusing to picture what had happened, and now there was a chance I'd have to face one of her close friends in a test. Shoyuta continued that partners and opponents had already been chosen, determined at his discretion based on factors like fighting style, grades, and personal relationships. He named the student teams and their opponents, and when he finished my name had not been called. The uneven number of students meant I had been singled out, likely because of my experience. Even so, I had no idea which teacher I might face. Nizu explained the rules. We would have 30 minutes. He produced a pair of H&D CFFs and said that victory would come from cuffing the teacher or from one of the pair escaping the combat stage. Tsu raised her hand and asked about Shirakumo. Uraraka echoed the concern. Nizu told the class that Ayame Shirakumo's test would be adjusted for various reasons and that she should speak to him privately after the first round began. Everyone's attention felt like a weight on me, even if they weren't actually looking. My hearing dulled under the pressure. When we were dismissed, I hurried to the bathroom to pull myself together. I leaned against the counter and tried to steady my breath. Closing my eyes only brought my mother's face to mind, and my hands trembled. I splashed water on my face and rubbed my temples, running my fingers through my hair to calm my racing heart. I muttered to myself that this wasn't helping. Tears welled up and a tremor marked my hand as I whispered that I didn't know what was happening to me. Ayame's breathing grew shaky. She tried not to breathe with her mouth open because it hurt the thick lump inside it. Swallowing also hurt. She splashed her face with water and blinked rapidly, trying to steady herself. She told herself to just breathe, clenching and unclenching her fists. The bathroom door opened and she gasped, hurriedly grabbing a tissue to wipe away any trace of tears. She did not look up. If she did, the others would see her eyes and know she had been crying, and crying felt like weakness. Nemuri approached, her heels making quiet clacks as she placed warm hands on Ayame's shoulders and urged her to go to Nizu. Ayame took a deep breath and nodded. Nemuri kissed Ayame's temple and did not press further, but when she noticed Ayame's trembling hands, she sighed with concern. Ayame tried to explain that the lump in her throat would not stop and that she did not know what to do. Nemuri fell silent for a moment, biting her lip as she thought, unwilling to push. Ayame pulled away and ran out while Nemuri called after her. She shoved past Mike and Shoyuta despite their attempts to stop her. Ayame told them she was going to Nizu and ordered them not to follow. Hizashi flinched and pleaded with her, but Ayame told him to stop calling her that and asked him not to bring it up then. Her heart pounded against her ribs as she forced herself to walk toward Nizu, the man who had publicly singled her out. The others did not follow, having understood that they needed to give her space. Ayame barged into Principal Nizu's office and sat down without a word. Nizu looked up from his papers, a little startled, and offered her tea because she looked tense. He handed her a cup and Ayame took a small sip. Nizu told her she would go last in the practical exam, that she would face 3 opponents instead of 1, and that she would have no teammate. He said 2 of her opponents would be UA staff and that she could choose either Edge Shot or Best Jeanist for the 3rd, with one of them agreeing to face her if she chose by the 9th round. He also explained that the opponents would be weighted to make things fair. Ayame set the cup down and left the office quietly. She walked the halls trying to clear her head and focus on her quirk, but her thoughts kept wandering. Standing by a window, she looked out at the campus and considered strategy. She thought it would be smart to choose Best Jeanist because her quirk could counter his, while choosing edge shot would be risky since their quirks were similar and he could spot her weaknesses quickly. She worried about who to pick for the other two staff opponents and fidgeted with her sleeves as she worked through the possibilities. Shota appeared beside her, and she noticed his dark clothing from the corner of her eye. He asked what had happened with Hizashi and warned that if she carried this turmoil into the exam, if she stayed snappy and trembling, she would fail before it began. Ayame struggled for words and admitted she felt mad. She listed the things fueling her anger: the Hero Commission's lies, her mother's death because her mother believed she was dead, Kigo leaving, and the missed chance to meet the man everyone said she resembled. She also confessed she was angry at herself. Shota listened and said he understood most of it, but he asked gently why she was angry at herself. Ayame could not bring herself to answer and pulled away. Shota sighed and decided not to press further, promising they would talk later. He patted her shoulder and walked off, leaving Ayame in a heavy silence. She sat down and leaned her head against the glass, disappointed with herself and wondering why she had to be like this. Principal Nizu told me he would call Best Jeanist and let him know, and he wished me the best of luck. I bowed briefly before walking away, my legs moving before my mind caught up. I stepped out onto the roof, the wind ruffling my hair as I lay down and stared at the clouds and the birds racing through them. It was peaceful compared to the fog in my head. Earlier my thoughts had been clogged, now they felt lost. Shota had been right. If I did not get my head in the game, I would lose. I needed to calm my thoughts and focus. I took deep breaths, watched the slow-moving clouds and felt the wind on my skin. After a final breath, I went to the observation room to watch my classmates fight their rounds. Most worked together impressively, some struggled but eventually got it, and a few failed. Before I realized it, it was my turn for the practical final. While ground gamma was being prepared, I adjusted my hero costume and tightened the goggles on my head. Mina, who had failed her exams earlier, and Uraraka, who had passed, approached and Mina called my name to get my attention. Uraraka said they had just wanted to wish me good luck and mentioned that mine sounded like it would be difficult. I put my hands in my pockets and allowed a small smile, telling them I would be fine and that I would see them afterward. The moment I stepped into the bounds of ground gamma, my heart pounded and the clock started at 30 minutes. If I could choose, I would have dealt with Best Jeanist first. It was only a matter of who found whom. Mike, because of the nature of his quirk, did not need to keep me in sight, so he probably would not search as hard. I decided to play it smart and travel along the pipes to gain an advantage over Best Jeanist, who would likely stay on the ground. I jumped and glided, scanning every crevice for the tall man obsessed with hair and denim. He stood out in this terrain, which worked to my favor since I could weave into tighter spots. Even with my caution, I was ambushed as I landed on a pipe. The fabric of my clothes tightened for a split second before I turned myself into clouds. From the corner of my vision, I watched him move back into position, taking in his surroundings carefully. He carried the bearing of someone who had sparred with edge shot many times and knew what to expect. I called out, asking how many times he had beaten edge shot during sparring. He replied that he had beaten him a couple of times, though he noted edge shot could not entirely disappear from the human eye and could still speak, and he addressed me by my hero name, Loud Cloud. He added that this did not mean he would not try to beat me. I smirked inwardly and challenged him to try. I appeared behind him and cuffed his wrist with ease, taking advantage of his momentary guard lapse. He turned and realized his predicament as I walked away, leaving him to watch. 1 down, 2 to go. Snipe would be a concern next. I could not be reckless with him. He had bullets and had been given permission to fire to disable. As the minutes ticked by, finding any of the 3 men became a struggle. Then I remembered the exit. I had been wasting time searching when I could simply leave. Using the untraceable men to my advantage, I began moving toward the exit. As I neared it, I found Mike standing in front of the doorway, snapping his fingers and whistling in obvious boredom. I turned into clouds and moved quietly toward the exit. Suddenly, gunshots rang out, aimed in my direction. Snipe had been positioned where I had failed to look. Mike looked around frantically and noticed the tiny clouds on the ground, bracing as if to block me. I slipped under his legs and crossed the finish line, passing the exam. To tease them, I returned to my physical form, stuck my tongue out at Mike, and walked away with playful hand gestures. When the announcement declared that I had passed, Mike caught up with me while Snipe remained behind. I put my hands in my pockets, feeling awkward as I remembered how I had treated them earlier. I cleared my throat and took a deep breath, apologizing for my rudeness and explaining that I had been upset and had taken it out on him and Nem. Mike threw his long arm over my shoulder and grinned, saying he did not take it personally and had suspected something was wrong. He asked whether I had come across Genist or avoided them all. I said I had beaten Genist and that my quirk had made his abilities nearly useless. He chuckled and leaned casually on his hip. Later at home, I stood under the shower and washed my hair, replaying the earlier events before my match. I wondered what had happened to me, a panic attack, perhaps, and resolved to make sure it did not happen again. It had almost cost me the match. For seemingly the 1000th time that day, I took a deep breath and tried to calm myself as my mother's face came to mind. I told myself to stop and to give myself a break. I leaned against the shower wall and ran a hand through my wet hair. I slid down and sat with my knees drawn to my chest, forehead resting on them. I stayed there for a long time, forcing myself to accept that my mother was gone. Ever since I had been taken from her, I had kept going because I believed we would be reunited. I had clung to the fairy tale hope of a happy ending, but now that she was gone, the only question left was what my purpose was. Why was I still fighting? My parents were gone. My biological family was gone. Well, now, I wondered why. Ayame eventually got out of the shower, dried off, and put on warm clothes. She brushed her teeth, unknotted her hair, and slipped under the covers of her bed, preparing to fall asleep. When her door opened and a thin slit of light from the hall caught her attention, she opened her eyes. Shota walked in and sat on the edge of her bed and asked if she wanted to talk. Ayame sat up and told him she did not want to. She had been emotional but was fine now. He looked her over carefully, as if checking whether she was lying. She was telling the truth. She felt better than earlier, if not entirely whole. Because she had been honest, Shota ruffled her hair, tucked her back in, and gave a gentle kiss on her forehead. He wished her good night and left to grade papers. Going through her emotions had been tiring, and Ayame fell asleep easily that night. The next day at school, Midoriya did his best to calm those who had lost, which included Kaminari, Mina, Kirishima, Sato, and Siro, who believed he had failed because of Mineta. The classroom quieted when Shota entered and reminded everyone that they should be in their seats when the bell rang. He then began his usual morning summary. Shota announced that, unfortunately, a few students had not passed their final exams and that the training camp in the woods would involve everyone. He offered a mischievous grin and confirmed that no one would be left out. The students who had clearly lost cheered with relief, and Mina looked close to tears. Shota explained that nobody had failed the written exam, but 5 students had failed the practical, and Siro was among them. Shota clarified that during the practical battles the teachers had ensured there was a way for the students to win, otherwise they would never have stood a chance. The teachers had been interested in observing how each student would work together and approach the task. When Ojiro asked about the teachers not holding back, Shota admitted that the warning had been meant to put them on edge and that the camp would focus on building strength. He emphasized that those who failed would need the lessons the most and that they had never planned to separate the class. Ida stood up to criticize the trustworthiness of an instructor who used such tactics. Shota conceded that Ida had a point and said he would keep it in mind for the future, but he also noted that failure was failure. He then announced that extra lessons had been prepared for the 5 who failed, adding that those lessons would be far tougher than what they would face at summer school. He handed out the slips containing information about the summer camp. At lunch, Ayame approached Mina, who slumped against her and complained that it was not fair. Ayame smiled and said that it seemed fair to her. Mina accused Ayame of not having the right to judge because Ayame had won easily against 3 pro heroes. Ayame reminded her that Mr. Aizawa had said the teachers were told to go easy on them. She explained that the teachers had deliberately allowed the students opportunities to win. Ayame added that she had not approached her match cockily the way Mina and Kaminari had. She had felt confident, but not overconfident. Mina continued to grumble quietly as they walked to the cafeteria. After they grabbed food and settled down, Ayame read through the slip about the training camp. A few others joined them, and Todoroki sat next to Ayame, slurping on his soba. He asked if she was excited for the trip. Ayame shrugged and said that training felt the same to her, so she was not overly enthusiastic. He stared at her for a few seconds while eating in silence. When she noticed his attention, she told him he was staring, and he said he had been wondering how she had been holding up. Ayame looked down at her food and, touched by his consideration, told him she was fine and thanked him, using his first name, Shoto. Saying his first name felt odd on her tongue, but if he was okay with it, she saw no harm in it. Using his given name felt similar to how she used Mina and Sue's names, yet her heart had skipped a beat when she said his. She decided to let the sensation pass and sipped her green tea. Mina decided that Ayame would join the class shopping trip that weekend since everyone needed supplies. Ayame did not argue. It sounded like it could be fun. The only complication was that she did not have her own money, so she would have to ask for some. The rest of the school day passed more quickly than Ayame expected. That night Namuri and Hizashi came over just to hang out. During dinner, Shoyuta mentioned that classmates were planning to go to the mall to pick up things and asked if Ayame wanted to go. Ayame declined, saying she did not need to go and had no money. Shoyuta sighed and gave her an exasperated look. Namuri pouted and pointed out that it was sad that Ayame had 3 pro-hero adults present who would gladly give her money if she asked. Ayame insisted that she did not need the money. Suddenly a wallet hit her face. She caught it before it fell into her food. Mike raised his hands with a grin and denied throwing it. Namuri, grinning unapologetically, told Ayame she could use her money on one condition. Ayame had to get herself some kind of wardrobe. Namuri explained that Ayame had clothes but they lacked character, and she wanted Ayame to pick something that better suited her. Ayame thought for a moment and agreed to the idea. Ayame's point of view. The next day at the mall, the students split into groups and agreed to meet at the food court in about 2 hours. Mina immediately took charge of Ayame and Sue. Ayame's eyes roamed the spacious mall, bathed in natural light. She felt amazed by the architecture and the variety of stores as Mina gripped her shoulders in surprise and demanded to know if she had ever been to a mall before. Ayame explained that she simply had not had the time, and Mina excitedly decided they should show her everything. Sue made a small, nervous noise and tried to follow whatever Mina had planned. An hour later, they were in their 5th store. Ayame carried several shopping bags filled with camping necessities and clothes she had promised Namuri she would try. The Hero Commission uniform had stripped most of her casual wardrobe away, so she was open to changes. While browsing boots, Mina produced a pair of short denim shorts and shoved them into Ayame's hands, insisting she try them on. Ayame knew better than to argue with Mina and went to the dressing room while Mina and Sue waited. When Ayame stepped out, Mina declared that the shorts were perfect and that they showed her patterns well. Mina wrapped an arm over Ayame's shoulders and said the outfit should catch someone's attention. Ayame asked whose attention Mina meant, and Mina replied that she was thinking of Todoroki. Ayame pulled back, startled, and insisted she did not like Todoroki in a romantic way, adding that it was mutual and that he would never see her that way. She hurried back into the dressing room to calm herself, pressing cold hands against her hot face and reminding herself that she thought of him more like a brother. Ayame changed back into her usual clothes, purchased the shorts, and let the conversation drop as they continued shopping. Mina also persuaded her to get some more clothing and a few cute hair clips. 2 hours passed quickly, and the class gathered at the food court as planned. Ayame found a good table and watched the sky visible through the wide opening in the ceiling while Mina and Sue went to get food. Shoto sat down across from her and placed a tray of yakisoba in front of her. He explained that he had heard she preferred yakisoba to regular soba and wanted to cheer her up after the finals. Ayame promised that she would pay next time, and Shoto nodded with his usual composed expression. Their meal was quiet but peaceful, and Ayame told herself that Mina was prone to gossip and exaggeration about ships. He was just a friend. After they cleared the table, Ayame turned back to Shoto to thank him again for the food. He mentioned that her recent exam stress had seemed off and thought a small gesture might help. Shoto then reached into one of his bags and produced an edge-shot plush. He said he had seen a photo of Ayame and her mother where Ayame had been holding a similar plush and thought Ayame might have wanted one after she was separated from her mother. He apologized if he had been mistaken and offered to get rid of it if she did not want it. Ayame immediately refused the offer and thanked him, calling the gift perfect and appreciating his thoughtfulness. She took the plush gently, and they shared a brief, small smile. Their conversation turned to family. Shoto said his mother was doing well and had been asking about Ayame. He told Ayame that he had been telling his mother Ayame was healing, and Ayame found that a comforting way to put it. When everyone finished eating, they decided to head home. Shoto walked with Ayame as he had become accustomed to doing. Their walk consisted of occasional small comments and long stretches of peaceful silence that Ayame found unexpectedly comforting. At her apartment building, Ayame told him he could call her Ayame or Aya if he preferred. Shoto nodded, and Ayame waved him away before going inside with several shopping bags in hand. Vlad King and Eraserhead were in the office while their classes were at lunch, discussing lesson plans for the upcoming camping trip. Eraserhead began by reading aloud the quirks and names of his students at Vlad's request. Eraserhead recited that Yuga Aoyama's quirk was a navel laser, essentially a laser that emitted from his navel. Mina Ishido's quirk was acid, allowing her to create a corrosive substance. Tsu Ajui's quirk resembled a frog, granting her many frog-like abilities. Tenya Ida, the class representative, had an engine quirk. Engines in his calves granted him great speed. Ochako Uraraka's quirk was zero gravity, enabling her to make anything she touched weightless. Mashareo Ojiro's quirk was tail, which he could manipulate like an extra limb. Denki Kaminari had electrification and could discharge stored electricity from his body. Idru Kirishima's quirk, hardening, allowed him to harden his body like stone. Kuji Kuda, quieter by nature, had Ani voice and could influence animals and insects but not humans. Rikido Sato's sugar rush turned stored sugar into bursts of strength. Mizo Shuji's dupla arms let him manifest additional appendages on tentacle-like extensions. Kyukajire's earphone jack used retractable plugs on her earlobes to pick up the faintest sounds and speakers on her legs to unleash powerful sonic bursts. Hantasiro's tape quirk let him shoot sticky tape from his elbows for capture or movement. Fumikage Tokoyami commanded Dark Shadow, a bird-like shadow that grew wilder in darkness. Eraserhead continued with Shoto Todoroki, whose quirk was half cold, half hot, allowing him to emit ice from one side of his body and flames from the other. Toru Hagakure's quirk was invisibility. Katsuki Bakugu's explosion quirk caused him to produce an explosive substance through his sweat. Izuku Midoriya's quirk, One for All, let him dramatically amplify his physical power in parts of his body or his whole body. Minoru Mineta's pop-off produced sticky ball from his head that could adhere to surfaces while he bounced off them. Momo Yaoyorozu's creation allowed her to make non-living objects from her body. Eraserhead finished with Ayame Shirakumo, the sports festival winner. Her quirk, Environmental Emotional Calibration, meant her emotions could influence weather and she could deliberately manipulate weather from a light drizzle to severe conditions. She could also teleport using clouds and travel as a cloud, making her a particularly difficult opponent for certain hero tactics. Aizawa paused, relieved to be finished with the list, and suggested they should also review Class B's quirks later. Just as Vlad was about to begin his own class list, Denki Kaminari, Izuku Midoriya, and Minoru Mineta entered in casual clothes to check on pool permission forms they had submitted. Eraserhead informed them that permission had been granted, but the students had to leave by 5 o'clock. The boys claimed they wanted to use the pool for training. In truth, Denki and Mineta had submitted the forms after overhearing the girls discussing the pool, and they had persuaded Ayame to join them despite her initial reluctance. Ayame forced herself out of the changing room in the school swimsuit, grateful that the school's regulations prevented excessively revealing outfits. Mina slipped an arm over Ayame with a grin that made Ayame nervous. Mina asked whether they were friends. Ayame hesitated and nodded uncertainly. Mina celebrated that response and then pushed Ayame into the water, prompting laughter from the other girls as Ayame surfaced, accusing Mina and promising to get even. Mina smiled, complimented Ayame's wet hair, and cannonballed back into the pool. Uraraka immediately produced a volleyball and served, and the girls began to play, calling and coordinating as they kept the ball aloft. For the first time in a long while, Ayame found herself genuinely enjoying the moment, laughing and smiling as they splashed and played. The atmosphere was energetic and familiar in a way that made Ayame appreciate these friendships. After a while, the boys organized a contest that doubled as training, and the girls acted as referees to keep things fair. Yaoyorozu took charge, allowing the others to relax and enjoy drinks that Ida had brought. The boys were absurdly serious about the competition, clearly motivated by bragging rights. Before a final winner could be declared, Shoto Todoroki interrupted and reminded everyone about the 5 o'clock rule, urging them to hurry. Ayame changed back into her regular clothes and walked home with Shoto. Somehow I was still walking despite my legs feeling like jelly, and despite my attempts to ignore them, yawns kept slipping out. Shoyuta asked if I had had fun as we entered the apartment. I yawned again and nodded that it had been fun. We slid our shoes off. Shoyuta ruffled my hair and told me to go take a shower. The bus ride to camp had been loud and chaotic. Shota's attempts to calm everyone went unheard, and he eventually gave up, letting the restless teens have their last hour of freedom. The bus stopped at an overlook above the forest, and my classmates and I were relieved to be able to stretch our legs. Mineta, however, rushed off because he needed the restroom. Shoyuta, looking as unimpressed as ever, asked rhetorically if they had really stopped just so everyone could stretch. The question stopped us in our tracks when 2 figures jumped out of a black car, followed by a smaller, even more unamused person. They were Mandalay and Pixie Bob of the Wild Wild Pussycats. Midoriya immediately began explaining the group's specialties and history, and Pixie Bob covered her face while claiming she was 18 at heart, which made me cringe with embarrassment on her behalf. Mandalay informed everyone that the Wild Wild Pussycats owned the whole stretch of land, pointing out that the summer camp and the face of the mountain were part of their property. Uraraka asked why they had stopped so far up, though it seemed like she already suspected the answer. Sato and Siro reacted nervously and urged everyone to get back on the bus quickly. Kaminari agreed, and the group began to turn toward the bus just as Mandalay's tail swished and her voice took on a harsher tone. Mandalay stated the time was 9:30 in the morning and said that, if they hurried, they might make it to the camp by noon. Her grin and rasping voice made the comment feel ominous. Kirishima muttered disbelief while Mina cried out in alarm. Everyone started sprinting for the bus, panicked, except me. I suspected this was an obvious exercise from the Hero Commission and that we would be forced into it regardless. Habit took over and my legs moved before my brain. I planted a foot on the wooden fence railing, used my quirk to propel myself into the air, pulled my knees to my chest, then pushed my legs against the rushing air to fall faster, landing crouched on my toes. My classmates' screams drew my eyes upward. Their running proved futile when Pixie Bob's quirk sent them over the edge, triggering a wave of loose earth that swept down the slope. I ran through the forest, calling out apologies to my friends as I dodged falling debris and moving obstacles. Not far in, a small animated clump of dirt blocked my path, just another obstacle on the course. I focused and sent strong winds at the dirt clump, which scattered into harmless, loose soil. Similar animated dirt clods appeared throughout the forest. Some could move quickly, some skittered on 4 legs, and a few even leapt. I continued clearing the path, and other classmates caught up to help. Some struggled, but others like Bakugu pressed forward without trouble. We teamed up and spent hours pushing through the hazards, combining quirks to keep the path clear. The work was tiring, and the tasks varied. Some clods could fly, others were grounded, but we managed together. Instead of making it back by lunch, we returned by dinner time. The sun hung low, bathing the trees in orange light. Exhaustion weighed on everyone, muscles ached and the whole class panted, several collapsing where they stood. Mina leaned against me, equally spent. Mandalay apologized, saying they had miscalculated, but Pixie Bob seemed more excited than sorry. She praised the class's performance against the animated Earth and singled out 5 of us, Ida, Midoriya, Shoto, Bakugu, and me, for having the most experience. Pixie Bob grinned and stepped forward, playfully claiming that she would look after the group herself. Midoriya then asked about the small boy standing near Mandalay. Mandalay explained that he was her cousin's son and that he now lived with them, She encouraged the boy, Kota, to greet everyone since they would be around each other for the next week. Kota's glare made it clear he was not happy to be there. When Midoriya approached the boy and tried to introduce himself, the boy lashed out and struck Midoriya. I had to cover my mouth to stop myself from laughing at the awkwardness, and Mina did the same. Bakugo grinned and called the boy Spunky, and Shoto remarked that the boy reminded him of a smaller version of Bakugo. Bakugo then warned that anyone who pushed things too far would face his wrath. Shoto replied calmly, not convinced by Bakugo's bluster. Shoyuta stepped in to end the banter. He instructed everyone to get their things off the bus and said that once the bags were in the rooms they would have dinner in the cafeteria. After that they could bathe and sleep, because training would begin properly the next day. He motioned toward the building entrance and urged them to hurry. After placing our bags in our rooms, we enjoyed a variety of delicious dishes prepared by the Wild Pussycats. And by a variety of dishes, I meant the number was hard to count, so I ate until I couldn't anymore. After the meal, we went to the hot springs. At first I hesitated, but my friends made sure I felt comfortable and behaved respectfully. To my surprise, the hot springs were very relaxing. My sore muscles finally loosened as we calmly chatted, and it felt nearly perfect. There was a brief disturbance at the wall when Mineta tried to climb it, but Kota stopped him before anything serious happened. Someone did slip into the other side of the spring for a moment, but they were helped up right away. I told Mina that she should be more considerate. Mina grinned and told me to loosen up. Uraraka nodded and reassured me that they were all friends, so there was no need to be so nervous. Jairu tilted her head and wondered aloud how far my clouds reached. I sighed and explained that the more I used my quirk, the more the clouds appeared, but only on my left side. Mina giggled, moved closer, and put her arm around my shoulders in a playful way. She teased about Todoroki in a light, teasing manner. I tapped the back of her head in mock reprimand and the others laughed. Mina apologized, saying she had wanted to see me blush, and then pointed out that I was blushing. I covered my face and denied it. Before the actual training began that day, Shoyuta made everyone redo the ball throw to measure how much they had improved over the past few months. Ayame had scored 800.4 this time, up from 789.9, and she felt a small surge of satisfaction at the improvement. The day's training was far more rigorous and exhausting than the day before. Each student had a specific exercise to focus on. Ayame's assignment was to emit clouds from her body continuously, switching between neutral, cold, and hot in 10-second intervals. She cycled through the temperatures, concentrating on steady breath and precise control. She realized Shoyuta and Mandalay had been watching and quietly talking to each other. Mandalay approached with a grin and suggested that Ayame stop the current routine because it did not seem challenging enough. Mandalay proposed that Ayame train with Todoroki. She explained that Todoroki had been placed in a large bucket of water for his quirk training so he could alternate between ice and flames safely, and that Ayame could sit within the range of his attacks and create alternating hot and cold cloud barriers around herself. Mandalay warned that Ayame would need to be faster and would have to inch closer every few minutes to increase the difficulty, and added that the exercise would also help Todoroki become more aware of his surroundings. Ayame observed for herself how widespread and fast Todoroki's quirk could be. When Mandalay told Todoroki about the change of plans, Shoyuta reminded Ayame of the safety measure in case she could not keep up. Ayame responded that she would turn into clouds if she faltered and that she could handle it. Todoroki paused his quirk briefly so Ayame could take position. She gave him a reassuring thumbs up, but Todoroki hesitated and remained tense. Ayame recalled the difficult history surrounding his family and forced herself to smile, loudly assuring him that she would become clouds if she could not keep up and that his quirk would not hurt her. That gave him the confidence he needed, and he signaled that she should prepare. When the drill resumed, flames burst toward Ayame almost instantly. She summoned cold clouds around herself, hoping the barrier technique would protect her. Her hair whipped as the fire adjusted to the sudden chill. They worked in this pattern for hours, each of them sweating as Todoroki alternated ice and flame and Ayame matched with cold and hot clouds. She inched closer several times, focusing by settling into her usual morning meditation position. Calming her mind helped her control her quirk, and the marks on her body glowed as they always did. Eventually it was time for dinner, and the students changed into cleaner clothes. The wild pussycats kept their promise and had Class 1A and Class 1B make curry together. Shota helped start fires for the grills and later came over to Ayame with a small smile, offering to start hers as well. Ayame at first hesitated, saying she was trying to do something, and held her hand above the wood, producing hot clouds but attempting a different effect. Shota crouched beside her and realized she was trying to make fire. He offered his hand, and after a brief pause Ayame rested her hand on his, palm up, still releasing hot clouds. Shota said he was ready to help and gave a small contribution of heat. Suddenly Ayame's palm burst into flame, and she flinched but felt no pain. Shota explained that the heat had been only a little push, not a full flame, and that the effect had come from her own quirk. He slowly removed his hand to show that it bore no fire. Ayame stared at her flames in disbelief, watching them with awe. Shota guided her hand to the wood beneath the grill, and the fire ignited easily. He then stepped back and instructed her to try to extinguish it. She focused and released cold, smaller clouds until the flames died away. This quiet moment felt like a breakthrough. Both of them were focused on the training and its result rather than anything more personal. After they finished making the curry, the students ate despite the mediocre taste because they needed the stamina for the next day. As evening settled, everyone began their routines. When Ayame left the bathroom, Shota stopped her and asked to talk. She followed him outside and sat with him on the steps, bringing her knees to her chest. She noticed that something weighed on his mind. A neutral pause bridged the moment before he began to speak. Shota asked what Ayame had meant by asking about him, her father, and the sports festival, noting that since they were using each other's first names he thought they were closer and could be trusted. He looked up at her with mismatched, innocent eyes and asked her to stop him if he was wrong. Ayame sighed and looked toward the dark line of trees. She admitted he was right and that it had not been a big deal. Her father had made her uncomfortable by trying to recruit her to train under him to set up a rivalry with Shota, but she had refused because she did not want them to be rivals. Shota listened patiently. Shota then asked what she wanted. Ayame pressed a cold hand to her warming cheek, unsure of the answer. He rubbed his neck and confessed that every time he walked into a room his eyes searched for her first. She felt her heart skip and avoided his gaze. He said he felt a strong connection to her and if she was willing he would like to explore what that meant, emphasizing that he had no intention of making her uncomfortable. He mumbled an apology and began to bow, fearful that he had overstepped, but Ayame stopped him and told him that it did not have to be anything official, just something to explore. Shota stood, smiled, and helped her to her feet. His hand lingered on hers for a moment before he pulled away and silently wished her a good night. When Ayame thought he had gone inside the boys' room, she hurried to the girls' dormitory. She burst into the room where the other girls were playing cards. Mina squealed and abandoned her deck, grabbing Ayame by the shoulders to demand what had happened. Ayame, cheeks still warm, admitted that she did not really know. Mina teased that she was burning up as she patted Ayame's face. Tsuyu pet her head and asked whether something had happened between Todoroki and Ayame. The room fell silent as everyone watched for an answer. Ayame said that they were exploring whatever it was between them. The girls celebrated. Mina hugged her and squished their faces together, thrilled. Ayame asked them to keep it quiet and Mina dealt her into the game. They played cards for about an hour, then settled into their futons. Mina fell asleep sprawled across Ayame's stomach, shifting occasionally and bumping her as she snored loudly. Despite the disturbance, Ayame found a quiet stillness and fell asleep. The next day's training was just as demanding. Ayame and Shota repeated the same drills at increased intensity, pushing their speed and precision. Shota gave his usual reminders about focus and why they were there. Pixie Bob then announced an evening exercise that sounded like a game against the other class in the dark, which Ayame thought would be more torture than fun. Dinner passed quickly with the usual teamwork, and then the instructors gathered them for the game briefing. Pixie Bob announced that Class B would act as the scarers while Class A would set out in pairs every 3 minutes to collect name tags placed at the far end of the route. He emphasized that the scarers could not make physical contact but could use their quirks to frighten the others. Tiger added that the winners would be those scarers who were the most creative and who frightened the most students. Pixie Bob handed out lots to determine partners. Ayame drew number 2 and scanned the group for her partner. She found Tokoyami nearby and felt relieved. She already counted him as a friend. Tokoyami asked how her reunion with Hawks had gone. Ayame smiled and explained that it had gone well, though she had been grounded afterward for sneaking out, but it had been worth it to see him again. Tokoyami acknowledged this and said he was glad. Ayame then wondered aloud whether they could try to scare Class B back in a creative way. Tokoyami froze for a moment and sought clarification, and Ayame reiterated that the rules allowed creativity. The narrator pointed out that if something was forbidden, they should have specified it. Tokoyami's red eyes wandered elsewhere as he considered the possibility and agreed reluctantly to participate in the scheme. The narrator deadpanned that it did not need to be called cruel and crossed their arms, pouting, insisting it was only funny. Tokoyami offered a small, quiet smile in response. Because they were the second team, they did not wait long to be released into the forest. The first team was already screaming in the distance, though the narrator could not tell which classmates were involved. As they walked, Tokoyami and the narrator stayed silent, sharply focused on their plan. Soon they started to smell something foul. Looking up, the narrator saw dark smoke rising, carrying small bluish fragments that looked like ash. Confused, the narrator muttered that it was probably something the pussycats had built, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling in the stomach and to treat it like a typical spooky night in the forest. Tokoyami immediately called the narrator's bluff, and the narrator sighed. The narrator hoped the pussycats would take care of it and that it was nothing serious, rubbing the neck and deciding to keep walking despite growing concern. Tokoyami tried to reassure the narrator, saying that the pussycats knew the mountains well and would be prepared for situations like this and that if it were serious they would evacuate everyone immediately. The narrator nodded, accepting the logic and thanking him. A sudden, urgent voice filled their heads as Mandalay used her quirk to call everyone back to base. She reported that 2 villains had attacked and that there might be more, ordering everyone to return to camp immediately and to regroup without engaging enemies. Tokoyami observed that denial was pointless now. The dark smoke was widening and the foul smell had a mix the narrator could not quite place. The narrator agreed and the 2 turned and ran back the way they had come, aiming for the shorter route since they had not yet reached the furthest point. Aizawa came running out of the main building, looking up at the dark smoke as the smell hit him. He knew instantly that this was no ordinary street thug situation. It could be a full-scale attack. His first thought went to Ayame, but he forced himself to prioritize the larger danger. A raspy, deep voice commented that Aizawa's concern had him distracted. Aizawa turned to see a scar-faced man with spiky black hair who fired a burst of blue flame from a scarred sleeve. Aizawa called the man Vlad's name and braced against the attack. The villain warned Aizawa to stay out of their way. Aizawa had already used his binding cloth to secure himself to a sign and dodge the attack. The villain acknowledged the move and complimented Aizawa's skills. He reached out again to activate his quirk, but Aizawa reacted, his eyes glowing red and his binding cloth lifting as he moved to intercept. Aizawa launched his cloth to wrap tightly around the villain, pulled him in, leapt, and executed a swift takedown that left the villain pinned on the ground. Aizawa pressed the man's head down and demanded to know what he wanted and where the heroes were hiding. The villain grunted and tried to resist. Aizawa warned that he could escalate the restraint if the man did not cooperate and urged him to be logical and preserve whatever he could. The villain responded with a manic grin and taunted Aizawa. A sudden, loud bang echoed through the forest, and Aizawa looked up in alarm. 4 students Ida, Ojiro, Mineta, and Kuda arrived back at base panting from the run. Aizawa ordered them to stay back while he maintained his hold. The villain, who identified himself as Dabi, appeared to seize the opportunity to create distance despite still being held by Aizawa's bindings. His body trembled, close to breaking. The villain mocked Aizawa's role as a teacher and asked if Aizawa was worried for his students. Aizawa strained to pull him closer as the villain continued speaking, but the bindings passed through what appeared to be a body and left nothing to hold. The form blurred, loosened, and flowed away like dark liquid, the villain's grin stretching as his figure dissolved. As the remaining shape of the villain faded into the ground, He taunted Aizawa with a chilling question about whether Aizawa could save her. Aizawa ran off in a panic, understanding exactly what the clone had meant. Whatever group this was, they wanted Ayame. He could not let that happen. If there was a specific target, Hero Protocol allowed him to prioritize them, and he would make sure Ayame returned safely to camp. Ayame ran with Tokoyami when a panicked Tsu called from behind. Tsu looked shaken, tears on her face, and Ayame turned to see her. Before Tsu could explain, Mandalay's quirk activated again, sending a clear message into their heads that Class A and Class B had permission, in the name of the pro-hero Eraserhead, to engage and use their training against the villains. Ayame asked what was wrong. Tsu replied that Uraraka had passed out from a strange gas and that she could not carry her by herself. Ayame noticed Tsu holding her tongue out and that it looked injured. Shrugging off the odd nickname Tsu used, Ayame told Tokoyami to continue without her. Tokoyami hesitated, but when Ayame nodded, he turned and ran ahead. Tsu pointed to a shortcut through the trees and bushes and said they should take it since they were close to the finish. Ayame agreed and leaped into the undergrowth in jean shorts, sneakers, and a plain white t-shirt. Branches and underbrush scratched her arms and legs, but adrenaline kept her moving. She didn't notice the small stings until later. Ayame ran without looking back, listening for whether Tsu was keeping up. Midway through, the message from Mandalay revealed two revealed targets, a student named Kaken and Shirakumo. Hearing her own name caused Ayame to lose focus. She tripped over thorny vines and fell hard onto her shoulder, the breath knocked out of her. Thorns jabbed at her arms and a scrape on her cheek stung. Her ankle had caught in the vines and would not pull free. Panicked thoughts swirled in her head. She weakly called for Tsu and turned to find someone standing over her. The person looked like Tsu but was different, a girl in a school uniform with two messy buns and a smile that made Ayame uneasy. The girl held a knife that looked recently used. Ayame's heart hammered as she realized Tsu had been attacked. She forced herself to calm enough to slide free of the vines and run. The imposter's voice was quiet and predatory as she taunted Ayame. Pain flared in Ayame's ankle with each step, but she kept moving, knowing that stopping would be dangerous. Tears pricked her eyes from fear and exhaustion. The attacker closed in quickly. Ayame dodged a strike and then slammed into a tree while trying to evade. The collision knocked the wind from her, but a sudden kick from the attacker landed in her midsection and put a few yards of space between them. That brief opening was enough for Ayame to gather herself and charge back toward the attacker. If I'd had my guns set to personal, it would have been much easier to take her down. Instead, I had to rely on my martial training from the HPSC and edge shot. She swung her arm to the right, preparing to slash along my collarbone, and I caught her wrist, twisted it, and forced the knife to drop where it hit the ground with a metallic clank. Before she could recover, I moved with speed, sweeping her knee from the front. Though I usually struck from behind, the move still brought her to her knees. I raised my left leg and delivered a controlled, decisive blow that knocked her unconscious. I panted, breath rasping and throat dry as desert sand, and knowing the attack might last for hours, I did not run. Instead, I found a hiding spot in the bushes, sat against a tree, and tried to regain some energy. After Shoto, Bakugo, Midoriya, and Shuji calmed Dark Shadow, Tokoyami thanked them. The villain who had triggered the quirk had been knocked unconscious against a tree in a swift, anime-style takedown. Bakugo grumbled that he was a terrible matchup for the bird boy as he deactivated his quirk. Shoto had used his firelight to help soothe Dark Shadow, but his thoughts had drifted elsewhere, more worried about someone else's well-being. Shoto observed that they had struggled against the villain, yet Bakugo had taken him down almost instantly. He glanced at the unconscious man in a black straitjacket, only the mouth was visible with oddly uneven teeth. Shuji asked Tokoyami if he was all right. Tokoyami apologized, but Shuji quickly reassured him that it was not his fault. Shoto remembered. The lineup, Tokoyami had been paired with Shuji, and Shoto himself had been paired with Ayame. He stepped forward and asked whether Tokoyami had been with Ayame. Tokoyami nodded and explained that while he had been assigned to Ayame, Tfu had needed help, so Shirakumo had gone with her. Shuji said he hoped Ayame was with someone since Mandalay had identified her as a target. Tokoyami lowered his gaze and admitted he had overheard Tsuyu say they had to take a shortcut through the forest because Uraraka should be on that side, passed out from the gas. Midoriya's eyes widened with concern as he asked if that meant they should have encountered Uraraka by now. Shuji pointed out that they had not seen Uraraka and that the gas had dissipated some time ago, and the group began to piece together where she might be. Midoriya stared toward the woods where his friend might be, determination setting in. He said they needed to go that direction since it was shorter and avoided the areas where Tiger and Mandalay might still be engaged. They should be able to find her along the way. Uraraka and Tsuyu suddenly ran over, relieved to have found allies and unaware of the confusion they would cause. The boys fell silent, dread tightening their throats. Tsuyu tilted her head, showing a small cut on her tongue, and Uraraka had a minor cut on her left shoulder. Tsuyu asked if something was wrong. Tokoyami's heart sank as he realized he had been deceived and that Shirakumo might have left with a villain. Shoto clenched his jaw in frustration and demanded to know where Ayame was, reminding everyone that Tokoyami had said she would be with them. Shuji urged Shoto to take a breath and suggested that, since Tsuyu and Uraraka were present, Shirakumo and Tokoyami had likely been tricked by a villain. He said they needed to find Ayame quickly because she could be in danger. Uraraka voiced her concern and reminded them that Mandalay had marked Ayame as a target and that they had not seen her all night. She also noted that Bakugo was missing and asked where he was. In that instant, the group realized they had lost track of not one target, but both.